the circumstances are odd. I thought Jimmy got super defensive when he was asked.
Got a little touchy.
Yeah, about Kevin not knowing about Joe Flacco. Again, I'm excited. We're going to hear from Andrew Berry today, so maybe we'll find out why he made the trade in the first place. Because if you ask me, things went sideways between Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski the day they decided to trade Joe Flacco. And I think that was the beginning of where we are today.
I said this before, I'll say it again. If I was running the team, I would have kept both guys. I would have kept them both. And if I was going to make a move, I would have relieved both guys of their duties. It wasn't a one or the other. To me, it's you're either keeping them or you're getting rid of them. And if Andrew Berry provided a roster for an offensive-minded head coach that doesn't have a good offensive line, that hasn't had wide receivers in a long time, and had no real answer at quarterback, and that's a good roster, I've not watched football for the last number of decades.
I don't understand why Jimmy probably would have been better off not talking about the roster at all. I'm not quite
the
sure.
Offensive roster's just
it was
awful.
horrible. I mean, guys were hurt left and right. Yeah, that's not the general manager's fault. That's not the head coach's fault. Guys get hurt. They want to play. They want to make money. They want to have long careers. I get it. But your wide receiving core was abysmal. They were brutal. Your best pass catcher, again, is a tight end. In what world is that really, other than Kansas City? In what world is that going to be a winner? It's just not. You need to have wide receivers that can catch the ball. And I don't know how you can say it was a good offense and the offense was set up to win when you legitimately don't have any wide receivers. Our wide receivers are horrible. Horrible.
It's the worst wide receiver group in the NFL.
Yeah.
And your coach is a guy with the offensive background. And, Andy, you gave him no wide receivers, no quarterbacks, and an offensive line that had huge question marks going in because of age and mainly injury concern. And those things blew up on you. You added to the team offensively, and I like the guys they added. I think Quinshon's a good running back. You can get running backs anywhere. Ask Dallas. They brought in Javonte Williams, free agency, 1,000 yards. You can get running backs. And you drafted two.
Here's the other
And you drafted two. And you drafted two quarterbacks keeping your fingers crossed. And you told your offensive-minded coach, good luck. I would have kept them both. I really would have, because I think he added some talent in the draft. And I like the Malik Collins signing. The fact that Jimmy talked about Andrew did a great job because we have a kicker. What?
I thought the same thing. And
we have a kicker?
You know what's interesting? If he would have come out and said he did a great job because of the draft class that we just brought in. Look, every one of our guys that we drafted had the opportunity to start this year. They all had a major impact. Yeah, he did. He talked about some of the good things that we saw out of this. He went to kicker. I don't get that.
One defensive lineman signing, and a good one, no question, and a trade that has yet to prove benefits. Now, you picked up Quinshon. Okay, I like Quinshon. I think Mason Graham's going to be good. Carson Schlesinger was a home run.
It was a home run. It's a grand slam, Jeff.
It was.
If he's rookie of the year, it was a grand slam.
On defense, one of the most important positions: defensive line and corners. Okay, and you brought in Tyson Campbell. I like that move.
Yeah,
I've said all along. I think Andrew's done a fine job in free agency. I think he's done a good job with trades. I think his drafting has been poor. And I think Jimmy nailed this, though. He said, we've brought in 4 guys that help us. He's right. There are 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mason Graham, it's Carson Schlesinger, it's Quinshon Judkins, and it's Harold Fannin. I like Dylan Sampson. He's a bit part at this point. And you notice he didn't include the quarterbacks.
No. How could you?
I don't think you can. And so the general manager gave your offensive-minded coach a bad offense and wished him luck. That said, I would have kept them both. I think Kevin can coach. I've said that forever. I've caught a lot of grief by saying I think Kevin can coach.
We'll see how quick until Kevin gets a job. We're about to find out the truth.
And good for him.
Yeah.
I hope he does. But, Andy, he was given a bad offensive roster and asked to make it work. And do I think he did a good job with what he had? No, I don't. I don't. There were things that happened, but he had a rookie quarterback, 2 of them, and neither one was good. Anybody who thinks Shedeur was good it's wishful thinking. Was he interesting enough that you want to see him compete for the job next year? Okay, I'll give you that. Mm-hmm. But boy, if you name him your starting quarterback, oh, good luck to you. If he goes in after a good offseason and training camp and wins the job, that's a different story. But if you saw what you saw from him and think he's the starting quarterback, I think you're delusional. Can he get there? Maybe. Yeah. I hope so.
I think the one thing he proved to me is that he was much better than a 5th rounder. That's all. I mean, when I look back at this season, he was drafted later probably than he should have been. And, I'll go back to the Florio line about it came down to the way he interviewed with teams around the NFL where he thought he was being recruited when he actually should have been interviewing for jobs. And really, I can understand how that rubs guys the wrong way in the NFL, and it cost him. It's still hard to believe that it cost him all the way down to the 5th round. But, I mean, he is a developmental quarterback who shows great signs of promise, but yet has a lot to learn. The offense only had 6 points yesterday, kids. 6.
He had the worst completion percentage of any quarterback in the NFL who threw more than 66 passes this season.
Well,
there were 49 guys who were better.
Who is he throwing to? I mean, that's the other part of it, too.
So Dylan Gabriel had a better completion percentage. So did Joe Flacco, for whatever that's worth. My only thought is this. If you're going to name Shedeur your starter, I think you're just wishful thinking. I'm all for him competing for the job next year. All for that.
I will say this the same way I said it about Baker Mayfield, the same way I said it about Johnny Manziel. Shedeur Sanders makes you relevant in the NFL. He makes you relevant, whether he is the worst passing percentage or he's leading your team to victory at the end of the game, which he had the opportunity to do earlier in the season and put you in a position to get there. They didn't have success. He did it yesterday. Man, that was awesome. It was awesome. He got him down the field, and that's what they needed to do. I still have mixed emotions. I want to see more, though. I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you I don't want to see more. I want to see more.
I want to see him compete for the job.
Jeff, I think they put themselves in a position by keeping Andrew of saying to yourself, how do you not walk into next year without him being on the hot seat? How do you not? There's only one way to do it.
Without question.
Jim Schwartz. It's the only way. If they decide that they want to make Jim Schwartz the head coach and things go in the right direction, then guess what? They did. That was the right thing to do to let Kevin go today. If they decide to promote from within and move up, and by the way, if I'm Jim Schwartz, I don't know that I want this job. I know how the hot dog's made. And I got to be honest, I'm not sure that I'm eating that hot dog. So I just can't see it. What makes sense to me if you're keeping Andrew is to promote Jim Schwartz. That to me makes sense. Now, does Schwartz want the job? That's question number 1. The next question is, does Andrew want him to be his head coach? The thought of going into next season with a general manager who's on the hot seat doesn't do. I said this 2 weeks ago. I didn't want Kevin to come back and be on the hot seat. Look, Kevin got his master's at the University of Cleveland Browns. That's what he just got. And if he has success, he'll come back and go, I remember those early days in Cleveland when I made some really bad play calls, when I was super conservative when I shouldn't have been conservative, I had trick plays when I probably shouldn't have run trick plays.
Or just the opposite.
Yeah, so it's one way or another. If Kevin lands a job in the next 10 days as a head coach, you're going to sit and wonder, and we're going to sit here like we do with every trade that any team ever makes, or we're going to watch Lindor to see what he does in New York. That's what we'll watch to see what Bill Belichick did when he left and then eventually ended up in New England, and people still think that he got fired here in Cleveland when he actually didn't. He got fired once the team had already become Baltimore. But I look at this situation, in a way I'm kind of happy for Kevin, because Kevin now gets a chance at a fresh start to go do something else, and he'll probably look back at Cleveland as his master's degree. He got his master's in coaching in Cleveland.
I think he lost his way on offense the last couple of years.
The last 2 years there have just been plays. I saw beginnings of it.
3 offensive coordinators.
Yeah. I'm going to call the plays. I'm not going to call the plays. I'm going to call the plays. I like
right.
That. It's just silly. If you're going to do it, do it. Be the head coach and do it. And if it doesn't work, you end up like today anyway.
But Andy, I understand how he lost his way because he was given such a terrible hand to deal with on offense. Deshaun's your quarterback. Oh, wait a minute. Now we have 5 quarterbacks. Wait a minute. Here comes Joe Flacco. Okay, that's great. Then we're going to draft two. I understand how he lost his way, but I do think he lost his way on offense. And giving up play calling 2 years in a row is a real bad look. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us.
Jeff, real quick.
Yep.
Hi, everybody on YouTube. We're on YouTube now.
We're on
It's
YouTube
our first
now.
day, and
There
what
you
a
go.
day to have it. And I'm sure you're going to have all kinds of fun comments going on inside.
I like the fact you're wearing a collared shirt. Nice.
I did it just for otherwise,
you got
I'd
dressed
have a,
up. You
I'd
wore a
have a
nice sweater
t-shirt,
the other day, too.
T-shirt with holes and all those.
All right, here's the deal. Andrew Berry will speak at 12:30. Kevin Stefanski out as head coach of the Cleveland Browns. 12:30 for Andrew Berry. Your phone calls coming up. Andy and I will be reacting to this, breaking it down, all kinds of ways to go with this, and we'll have it all for you right here all day long on 92.3 The Fan. Daryl Ryder next.
Ready for some actual...
winning streak snapped with their 114-110 loss to Detroit on Sunday. Pacers come into the game as they've lost 12 straight and have the worst record in the NBA at 6-30. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Go to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
$12:30, Andrew Berry's press conference. Andrew at 12:30. You'll hear it right here on the Fan. Tyvis Powell from the Browns Radio Network will join us at noon. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. We're on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everybody. Darn good to be seen.
Is it? I don't know that it is. We got a couple loyal listeners there, and then we got a couple people that just don't listen. Like, it's the same. It doesn't matter wherever you go. Like, they think you said something that I said something that you said. Like, they're like, and now you can see us, so you know exactly who's saying it, and they still get it wrong. So,
well, just listen. That's all. That's all we ask.
That's all.
Like, listen, when Jimmy Haslam says the roster was better than 5 wins. Daryl Ryder is our Browns beat reporter, and he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, Jimmy's looking at a different offensive roster than I am. What's he looking at?
Yeah, I have no idea. I also did know that Andre Schmidt was a cornerstone of the franchise going forward.
Holy mackerel.
And he said that with a straight face.
Yep.
But, you know, the question that I was trying to get in but was not allowed to was, okay, you cite the last year for Andrew Berry as why you kept him, but what about the previous 3 years that put you in the position that you're in now? Don't those matter? Because those were disastrous. And why this team has won 8 games in 2 years. So I will say this. I think Jimmy Haslam did a good job of trying to preemptively, say what he needed to say there to kind of stave off some of the questions, if you will. But the fact that Kevin Stefanski is held accountable for an 8-win football team in 2 years, but the guy that put the team together was not, is not surprising. I'm not really surprised by much of anything that this franchise does, but it certainly is.
It's wrong, Daryl. It's wrong.
Yeah, it's not the way I would have gone about it. But and the other thing too is if they work so well together, because Jimmy said that multiple times, they worked well together, and he really was emphatic about the dysfunctional narrative. And I don't think anyone has said that this has been dysfunctional, but he wanted to make it known that the building has not been dysfunctional, and that is true. I had not heard anything about this being dysfunctional like it's been under previous regimes of coaches and GMs at each other's throats all the time. But Andrew Berry now also is going to hire the next coach and lead that search. So that's also an interesting dynamic because, as I said on the morning show, I think Andrew Berry's got to be on borrowed time now because if you make a change in a year or two at his position, does that mean the head coach goes too? Do you keep the head coach but get rid of Berry? You see what I'm saying? Like it just then things I think get really interesting. So the longevity of the next head coach is already an issue before they even begin their search.
Yeah, can you walk me through the whole Kevin knew, Kevin didn't know about Joe Flacco? Because if you listen to Jimmy Haslam, it sounds like he was in the room and said, "Oh, trade him."
Yeah, I mean, Kevin made it pretty clear that he was surprised by that move. So that's, I think that kind of speaks for itself. So, yeah.
Daryl Ryder joining us, and Daryl's in Berea. He's covering everything for us all day long right here on the Fan. 12:30, Andrew Berry's press conference. It's real clear that at some point Andrew Berry jumped Kevin Stefanski in the eyes of ownership. And if not for the fact that he's employed today, it's this. when the Browns put out a statement, Andrew Berry's listed, and Andrew says this was a difficult decision and today is a tough day. Well, when did that happen? When did he not be on equal level with Kevin Stefanski?
I'd probably say when the Joe Flacco trade happened. Okay. Because I think Kevin wanted to move forward with Joe. Andrew did not. And that was the beginning of the end.
Jim Schwartz, I'm trying to... first of all, do you think he would want to be the head coach? Let's start there. And then, does that make sense if you keep Andrew and you elevate Jim Schwartz? Then what you're saying is Kevin was really the issue here, and we can get better and maybe just bring in another defensive coordinator or figure out something else. Where do you think Jim Schwartz lands in all this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Haslam said at the end of the press conference that he really likes Jim Schwartz, thinks he's a really good coach, would like to keep him within the organization. But again, you can't tell your incoming head coach who your coordinators are going to be.
Unless he's the head coach.
Yep.
Right. And Jimmy did not want to comment as to if Jim Schwartz would be on the short list to interview for the job. He should be, because Jim Schwartz is why they won those 8 games in the 2 years. And you look at the way that unit played under him, despite the issues that they had on that side of the ball. I mean, they had injuries that they, had to contend with, but there wasn't a tremendous amount of drop-off. I mean, just look at yesterday's game in Cincinnati, right? Denzel Ward's not on the field, and they're able to, Webb comes in and is able to help, hold the fort. So I do believe that Jim Schwartz should get a shot at it. He should get an interview. Whether or not ultimately he's the guy that they end up with, I don't know. I will say this, though. I believe the Browns know who they want to hire, because I don't think you make them. It's the old adage: you don't make a move like that without having an idea of how you want to replace it. And Jimmy Haslam had made it very clear this morning that he felt this roster was better than 8 wins in 2 years, and it is his expectation that the new head coach will come in, hit the ground running, and win a lot of football games. He made that very clear this morning.
Darryl, who do you think that is?
Well, I think 2 names, McCarthy and Flores. To me, those, and I'm going to put Schwartz as the third because I believe that Schwartz should be the third. But for me, this is just my take on it. Those are the 3 names at the top of my list that would be there. Now, does Andrew go unproven coordinator dude route again, right? Where you grab an up-and-coming coordinator on either side of the ball, offense or defense, and give him the reins. I don't know. My preference is I would like somebody with some head coaching experience, because Kevin Stefanski is the 12th straight head coach to leave here, full-time head coach, I should say, to leave here with a losing record. Okay, unproven coordinator dude does not work here. All right. It does not work here. It never has, and it probably never will. They need somebody with head coaching experience. If the expectation is to come in here and turn this thing around and win immediately and consistently, and that's something else that Jimmy Haslam stressed this morning. Consistently, it's not about making the playoffs in 2020 and then not getting back till 2023 and now being in the position they're in. So if your expectation is that you're, competing for the playoffs immediately and consistently, I think the guy to do that is somebody with some head coaching experience. I think your odds improve more than just a coordinator who's walking in on his first full-time job. But you look at the way this is structured here and how things typically get run here, with the folks that have input on the major decision-making processes, you lean toward, they're probably going to go unproven coordinator dude because, well, that guy is going to be more malleable to what the group think is. So, but for me, I would probably want to go with someone that has head coaching experience, and that puts McCarthy and Flores at the top of my list, and Schwartz too.
Yeah, my question is what have the Haslam's learned about hiring a coach in said situation, right? So you're talking about Hugh Jackson?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Greg had a little...
Yeah, I mean, it goes all the way back to when they fired Pat. They bought the team and made the decision that they were going to blow everybody out. Remember that from October to December, where Pat Shurmur and everyone, they walked around like they were dead men walking, which they were, right?
Yeah.
And then I think Rob Chudzinski was the first coach they hired.
4-12.
And then Mike Pettin was next up. And
no one wanted the job. Remember, like the whole thing there was that Banner and Lombardi were arguing like crazy about what they should do, and then when it was all said and done, Mike Pettin was the guy they rolled out.
Yeah. They've been through a few of these, so they have experience. And look, to Jimmy's credit, he said this morning, "Hey, we got experience doing this. We've done this before a few times." So they at least have a blueprint of how to conduct the search. I do not believe they're going to do what the Atlanta Falcons did, and that is bring in a consultant to help assist them. I believe, and based on what Jimmy Haslam said this morning, based on the statement that was released this morning, Andrew Berry is going to drive the head coaching search. And quite frankly, I think that's the way to go. I laugh at the consultants. Hey, you know what? Pay me $100,000. I'll give you a list of names to interview for your head coach. Okay. And your GM, you know what I mean? Like, I just think that I laugh at these owners that spend the money they do on these consultants to figure out who their coaches and their GMs are going to be and all that kind of stuff. That's just setting money on fire. But yeah, Barry's going to lead the search, and will, as Jimmy put it, the next 120 days crucial for this organization, not just for the 2026 season, but the seasons to come.
Daryl, how much does this next head coach, the Shedeur Sanders, influence on this? Like, are they bringing in a head coach to make sure that Shedeur Sanders could be the franchise quarterback, or is it wide open?
Yeah, I think it's wide open. I really do. For as much as I would like to see Shedeur get a shot, I believe he showed enough to get a shot, but he also requires a tremendous amount of development going forward. Just, you can't make that commitment right now. And understandably so. And obviously, whatever coach comes in, Andy, I can guarantee you the Shedeur Sanders question is going to be part of the interview process. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, these candidates are going to have to answer that question. And, but obviously it's a question that Andrew Berry's going to have to answer this afternoon when he comes down to talk, right? Is, how does Shedeur factor into this whole process? But yeah, right now, I don't think that the organization can make that commitment today to him to build everything around him.
Daryl, good work in Berea. You'll continue it all day long. I'm looking forward to hearing you during Andrew Berry's press conference. So thank you, bud. We appreciate it.
That's assuming I'm allowed to ask a question.
I'm hoping you are. You ask good ones.
Good luck, Daryl.
Thank you.
Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter. He is in Berea, and he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Again, 12:30, Andrew Berry's press conference. Daryl mentioned a strategy in hiring a head coach. He mentioned a couple of names, and I'm going to tell you next why I think he's exactly right, and it's based on Haslam history. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3.
6:30. Cleveland Monsters back on the ice tonight, going to play host to Charlotte at Rocket Arena. Rematch of Saturday night's game in which the Monsters won 6-3. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Shedeur Sanders getting ready to speak in Berea, and we are going to hear from the man who started the last several games of the year at quarterback for the Browns coming up. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
We just found out a couple seconds ago, but I think it's just overall the mentality, like, things going to happen. That's just how the league is. And moving forward, just focus on, what we can improve, individually for the next head coach.
Shedeur, do you think you did enough to show everybody, or I guess show Andrew Berry that you should be the starter heading into 2026?
I think I did what I was able to do, and I definitely grew from a lot of things, and I got experience now, so I'm always the same, like, confidence-wise. I'm there, but like, that's not in my hands. Like, that's not my decisions. I can't speak on what other people feel.
What does the whole season look like for you? How are you going to spend it, and is it kind of weird? Like, this might be the first time you've gone to an offseason not knowing who the head coach is.
Off rip. And it was cool. It was straight. Like, building different relationships, like, in different circumstances, situations, which is always good to have those life goals and have those life lessons around. Just to have them on building blocks, so then you prepared in any situation. So that's what this last year, pretty much been.
What are your plans for the off season to get better?
Yeah, of course. First and foremost, I gotta go see Shiloh. Go hang out with him for a bit. I heard he got some Christmas gifts for me, so I'll go see about that probably tomorrow or something. Then after that, really just be with the family. Then get back to work and connecting with the guys earlier, connecting with just overall just getting better, looking at everything that happened this year, what transpired, and going into next year with a fresh mind.
Shedeur, I know you talked a few weeks about wanting to find more wins, that you felt like the wins were the things missing. So just like, how important is it for you to end the season having won these last two games?
I feel like the way we ended the season was cool. I think it was cool. I think overall, like, as a quarterback, I showed different pieces in different games, to all add up to one complete quarterback. And that's what I had to get to, in those situations, red zone situations, field goal situations, third down situations, where you at on the field situations. So there was a lot of situations that was good. I feel like this was a good learning year for me, and I'm excited for it because, like I say, like, moving forward, I'll be prepared. I'll have actual realistic reps versus players and versus other players on other teams and everything. So I'm excited for this offseason, like, knowing and understand what to expect and what I'm gonna get.
With that said, what does your offseason need to look like for you to feel like you've come into this next year with a good platform? Like it always been. Yeah, the work always be the same, So that's one thing. That's one thing. Us, like, as a family, as just being a Sanders, like, that's what work is, and we always continue to do it. So just working, but know what you're working towards, and know the opponent.
Who informed the players that this happened? You said you just found out a few minutes ago.
I think social media informed the players first. So I think that's.
Hasn't addressed the team.
All right, now this is getting sticky business here.
Shador, obviously you've only been here just 1 year so far, but as this team goes into a coaching search, what do you think is needed in the next leader of this team to sort of get things on the right path?
I can just focus on me. I can just focus on what I could do and getting better, and the players and the teammates that we got. When it comes to those grown-up decisions, that's not me.
You gonna take two more?
You worked so hard with Bill Musgrave, Tommy Reese, and Kevin, and we saw you get better every single week. What did all of those guys mean to your growth and your development since the day we first saw you show up here? And would it help if maybe Tommy and Bill can still be involved with you going forward, or just?
See, now you try to get me in sticky business.
Well, not that, but
I can't make decisions on the coaching, who's coming, who's not.
Last part.
Yeah.
Just how important was it to your development what Bill and Tommy and Kevin all did to help you get?
Yeah, but it's those coaches and also it's other coaches also, that all poured into me and that helped me throughout everything. So definitely, it take a village. It take a village to grow someone and help you in places that you need help with, and just talking in perspective, just being humans with each other, So it take a village to raise one.
You mentioned getting more reps against other teams and having a full off season and that. Does that mean that the franchise kind of came to you and said they want you to be their franchise quarterback going forward?
Nah, I just went off simple facts of from last year to this year, like not playing in the league, and this year playing in the league, knowing what you like, what you don't like, knowing what you do good, what you don't do good, and just knowing the strengths and weaknesses and knowing how people game plan, also knowing how teams will attack or take things away. So it's a whole deep dive that you have to dive into when it comes to this off season and mentally, like getting there and preparing everybody, whether it's the connection with the receivers and everybody, to have that type of feeling, to have that it factor, to have those moments to where it could be risky plays, but it's always going to fall in our direction. So it takes a lot of relationships, and that's what I'm happy this offseason I'll be able to build with those guys and whoever is coming to the program.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Shador.
Thanks for it.
That's Shador Sanders, Browns quarterback. Smart guy. Don't get me involved. Smart guy.
I hope he was joking. Like, I really hope Jimmy has him talk to the team before those guys found out on social media. I mean, that's not that hard.
Well, Shador said two things that conflicted each other.
I think he was kind of.
I think he was kind of messing around there,
doing the right thing, and then he kind of joked about it.
I agree. He handled himself well there. I want to go back to something that Daryl Ryder said when Daryl was with us. And Daryl mentioned a couple of names right away, Mike McCarthy and Brian Flores, who is now the defensive coordinator in Minnesota after his head coaching run in Miami and then suing the National Football League. So there's that. But I came in yesterday and I told Dan, I said, Dan, got an idea for you. The last time the Haslams hired a head coach,
okay,
they went for a guy who had been around forever, who had a good reputation.
You're saying prior to Kevin?
Stick with me.
Okay.
Last time they hired a head coach.
Okay.
Guy who had been around a long time, proven winner, had only one championship on his resume, but thought he was the right guy at the right time. And they hired Doc Rivers as head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Okay.
They hired Doc Rivers as head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. 62 years old, had won one championship. Mike McCarthy is 62 years old. He's won one championship. But he is a guy who has won a lot of games in the league. And if you're looking for an experienced type leader, I think he's going to be at the top of the list, Andy. And Daryl thought the same thing. And I thought that was interesting. Here's a quote from Jimmy and Dee Haslam along with the other two co-owners of the Milwaukee Bucks. Doc's extensive coaching experience, Doc Rivers, and winning leadership qualities make him the ideal choice to maximize our potential. Could you not say Mike's extensive coaching experience and winning leadership qualities make him the ideal choice to maximize our potential? Because, by golly, the roster is better than 5 wins. At least that's what Jimmy Haslam told. That's what they believe.
I can believe in your theory. I also could see that theory keeping Jim Schwartz too. Again, remember when the head coach gets fired, all the assistant coaches are still under contract.
Yeah,
and so they've got to be released. And so those guys are all wondering. Like every assistant coach on staff today is wondering: have I been released? Will I be released so I can go out and try to find another job?
Will I be allowed to go look for another job?
Yeah, that's where they're all at today. This happens every time you've got head coaching change. So
when Milwaukee,
I can see your theory. That your theory is not it's not far-fetched.
And he replaced Adrian Griffin, who was 33-10. Doc Rivers did in Milwaukee at the time, but he was the young and upcoming assistant coach who was hot, and there were some issues there that didn't seem to work. And I just thought, man, the last time they needed a head coach, now it wasn't football, but they went for the most experienced guy. He had already coached like 21 seasons in the NBA. That's who they went after. And that's why I think those types of guys, and there aren't too many of them, will be the guys that they go after, at least take a really good look at. Because they've been down the coordinator du jour road too many times, Andy. How's that worked?
I'm looking at odds, and I see a lot of coordinators on the odds.
Exactly.
All over the place, yeah.
Exactly. And there are lots of them out there. Keep your fingers crossed that the guy can be a head coach. I mean, they got one last time, Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Kevin was a good head coach.
I just feel like this market needs someone who has coached somewhere before. And I'm not saying that's definitely going to work, but there's a lot. As I said, as long as you have Shedeur Sanders on the roster, you are relevant. Win or lose, doesn't matter. It's about the marketing of the game. It's about eyeballs on your team. It's about people wondering what Shedeur going to do this week.
Apparently not, because they just fired the head coach.
It doesn't. As long as Shedeur is on the roster, it doesn't matter who the head coach is.
I couldn't disagree more.
When it comes to marketing, let me finish what I'm saying before you start cutting off. Look, I'm just telling you that from a marketing standpoint, and the Haslams have been down this road before, that Shedeur Sanders makes your team relevant. Doesn't matter. And nothing else beyond that. Win or lose, it doesn't matter who your coach is. In the marketing aspect of this thing, Shedeur makes your team relevant. And I can see it from reactions that people are saying that I've said this all along. Again, we were watching ESPN this morning, right? And I'm like, man, I've never seen a 5-win team get more press than the Browns do.
I'd rather be good than relevant. 216-474-0092. Your call's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Andrew Berry's press conference, 12:30.
Improve.
News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. Sean Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
12:30, Andrew Berry's press conference. We'll hear from the man who's clearly running the Browns organization now. Keep that in mind. Clearly running the organization.
That's true. I mean, how many other thought partners are going to have to leave the room now?
All the thought partners are gone. There's only one person thinking now.
Maybe you could go to Denver and just have one of those mind melds with Paul.
Go to Atlanta and talk to Kevin. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over here is Andy Baskin. We're on YouTube now.
Hey, what up?
Good to be on YouTube. We're going to be kicking this around for some time as the Browns are looking for a head coach now. Kevin Stefanski relieved of his duties. Andrew Berry, part of the process, obviously, because when the Browns announced everything, Andrew had a statement. This was a difficult decision. Well, okay, then he obviously was in on the decision, was he not? Sure sounds like it.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by any of this. I think we saw this all coming the day they traded Flacco. That's the day everything kind of went sideways and everything. I don't know. I don't know who the answer was. I do know that I was just extremely disappointed that when Shedeur walked out on the field for the first time, that he had no opportunity to work with the first team. And I don't know. I'll let that go at some point. But it's not even that he didn't have an opportunity to work with the first team offense prior to. It's when they made him the number 2 quarterback in a system that had 2 rookie quarterbacks. To me, that was a fatal blow. Like, why would you, even if you gave him 5% of the practice, and I know reps are a special thing, and I understand that backup quarterbacks don't get reps with the first team, but when you have 2 rookie quarterbacks, you've got to prepare the guy. And to me, that was the devastating blow. And I don't know how much farther that would have set Shedeur back or how much it would have put him ahead or in any of those situations. I just know that if you got 2 rookies there, you better be ready to throw either one of them out on the field at any point. And Gabriel just didn't get the job done. That's all. Even if it was a short period of time.
Zach is in Cleveland. Hello, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, guys. It feels like a bad episode of Twilight Zone. I mean, haven't we been through this before? When we dealt with keeping the GM and getting rid of a coach, and then it's going to be, like a forced marriage. I mean, unless Andrew Berry gets a guy in here that's just going to be kind of his little puppet, right? Like he's gonna call the shots, and the coach is just going to coach. I guess if you can find somebody that's going to do that, I guess that the name makes a big enough splash. Sure. But I think we're just going to be going right back into the same thing we've been dealing with since the early teen years. We're going to go back to we're going to have to fire this coach and this GM, and the quarterback will have now his 3rd head coach, and it's just getting tiring, guys. I'm getting tired of it, but we'll all still watch because we're sick. We're sick in the head. I don't know what else to say. I watched the whole game yesterday, and the whole reason I watched was because I wanted to see Miles get his sack. I was hoping he'd get in the first quarter so I could get some stuff done around the house.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he still made us watch the whole dang game. And I'm like, oh, okay. I talked to myself, and I definitely know I'm sick in the head because I talk to myself while this team plays. And I just, it's tiring. I don't know what anybody else expects when there's never going to be continuity in this building. Clearly, like you guys are saying, that this probably has been going on since the Flacco thing started, which was kind of a red flag for me when they did that. But I think if you were going to do anything, you should have just cleaned house and just brought in everybody new. That would have been the way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only point here I would say is unless you know what you're doing. Let's just say they know they want to elevate Jim Schwartz, but they do need to go through the hiring process. The Rooney Rule is in effect and should be. And so, they do have to go out there and interview candidates, and they can figure out what they want to do from there. But if my question is, do they know what they're going to do, or do they have a 99% plan of what direction they want this thing to go in? And I don't know. I don't trust it. So
again, I don't think Kevin did a great job coaching the last 2 years. I don't think he got what maybe he could have out of this team. But I don't think the roster was any. I disagree with Jimmy Haslam completely. I don't think the roster was better than the results.
I don't think so either.
I just don't. And you kept Andrew Berry, who gave the offensive-minded head coach 2 rookie quarterbacks, no wide receivers of note, 2 rookie running backs, 3 rookie running backs, an injured tight end, a rookie tight end who I like a lot, and an offensive line that was older and beat up. And wished him luck. Anthony's in Maple Heights. Anthony.
What's going on, guys? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
I would say I'm very happy that Pat Shurmur 2.0 is gone.
Okay.
And go Steelers.
All right, Anthony. Thank you very much.
That was great.
Great win for your Steelers.
It was a fun game
night.
to watch last night, I'll be honest with you.
That was a great
I enjoyed
game.
that. I really did.
I felt terrible for Tyler Loop. I hate the Ravens. You know that. The only team in
Did you
pro
feel bad
sports
for
I
both
don't
kickers
like.
either way then?
I
no
felt
matter how
terrible
it
for Chris Boswell. This is the extra
That was
point.
a weird way to miss
my
it, too.
God. And then the poor Loop kid. I mean, he was really good this year as a rookie. He caught it fat. Did you see his foot hit the ground before it hit the ball?
Yeah, you know what I loved? Mike Tomlin's reaction when he was pounding his chest after the game.
Yeah.
Man, I thought that was awesome. I loved every second of that.
Could the
Did
Ravens
Tomlin keep his job again by that?
Could the Ravens do
today,
the Browns a favor and make a bad mistake and get rid of John Harbaugh?
If you're going to do that, I'd be okay with that.
Grew up a Browns fan, you know.
That's right. Bring him home.
Victor's in North Royalton, home of the Bears. Victor.
Hey, Victor. Although I think you need power, right?
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
Hey, how are you? No Row Nation, baby.
I got to say, I didn't think it was going to happen yesterday after the win. You know, I was in a group chat with the guys, and I said, listen, Jimmy Haslam's an emotional owner. He might have made his decision yesterday, but Kevin finishes out with 2 solid victories against 2 decent football teams. Within the division, it might make a difference.
Can we also notice that it would have been extremely disrespectful to Miles to make that fire last night? I mean, give the guy at least 24 hours, or not even 12 hours to enjoy the moment of becoming an NFL legend in a single season. So.
Yeah, exactly. My biggest thing is if you look at the history of the Browns since '99, right? A single coach got a second chance, and Pat Shurmur got hired in New York. I think a similar situation is going to happen here. I think Kevin's going to move on to New York. He's going to win there. Browns fans are going to be sad because I don't really see how we think as Browns fans, right? We tell ourselves that we're a top premium destination because we're simply an NFL team. But people do not get second chances after they come here. They come here as coaches to die and not be successful, and then we're doing the same thing over and over again. I think we made a mistake letting Kevin go today. A lot of people might not feel that way because the last 2 seasons were bad, but you have to put him in context, right? He was forced to Deshaun Watson 2 years ago when they got rid of Flacco after that amazing run at the end of the season. Can you really count the season two seasons ago? Could you count this year? Jeff was just making the point. The roster was horrible. Was there ever really a plan to win? Was Kevin set up for failure? And that just speaks more about, is this franchise actually doing what it can to actually make a winner and actually make a viable football team that these people support in this town. And honestly, I understand that they got the Browns fans delusional on Shador, thinking they got a quarterback for next year. He has the worst QBR in Browns history since 1999. And that's a long list of quarterbacks that have started a minimum of 6 games.
Yes,
that's a crazy stat. And people still in this town want to scream at me about how Shador is the man, he's the future, get rid of Kevin, he's a bum. And more and more, I think we demonstrate as Cleveland Browns fans that we have no idea what football is. And I'll leave you with that.
Victor, thank you very much. We'll see with Shador. What my hope is that whoever is the new head coach, when he has his introductory press conference, says, yes, we will have a competition to find out who our starting quarterback is. And then my hope is Andrew Berry goes out and finds another quarterback to compete in that group. And the idea that it could be Deshaun Watson is not lost on me.
I don't think you'll get that answer because the season will still be going on. Don't you think they'll hire before the playoffs are over?
The Browns?
Yeah.
Depends.
The only way you're getting...
Who do you want to hire? You want to hire a guy who's been around, done that? You can do that right now. How about this? Want to hire Mike McCarthy? He's available. Bill O'Brien? just stunk it up at Boston College. You want him? Vance Joseph is the DC in Denver. If you don't want Jim Schwartz, he's going to be busy for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Nagy's available.
I don't know.
Ryan Flores
last night.
available.
I was just kind of looking through social.
Robert Sala's not.
People were salivating at the thought of having Schwartz as their defensive coordinator somewhere else next year. Like just seeing fans of other teams. I was just did a simple little search and I was like, wow. I mean, these fans are like, and I don't blame him. He's a great defensive coordinator. He did a lot of special things here in Cleveland. I really hope I don't lose him. I don't want to lose him.
You're going to, unless you name him the head coach, or unless you hire an offensive coordinator as a head coach. You know, Jimmy said we're not limited to offensive or defensive side of the ball. If you hire a guy with a defensive background, Jim Schwartz is done, and that's okay. And Andy, you can't let Jim Schwartz's status dictate this search. You just can't do it. Can't be done. If you think your best candidate has a defensive background and he wants to bring in his defense, which of course he would, then you're not going to keep Jim Schwartz. Saying
that, doesn't that make McCarthy a perfect candidate then?
Andy,
former offensive coordinator, former two-time head coach
not
before
get any
that.
Argument from me. Not getting any argument from me. If you'll recall, 6 years ago, I wanted Mike McCarthy.
No, I know.
And they hired Kevin Stefanski. And I liked Kevin won me over. I thought Kevin did a nice job. I don't think he did a great job. Every time he ran the ball in the red or didn't run the ball in the red zone inside the 5 or 10, and he had Nick Chubb, I wanted to punch the television.
The lack of using Nick Chubb on third down was ridiculous. Ridiculous.
In the red zone was nuts. Ryan's in Jackson, Mississippi as he continues his tour of the United States.
Hey, Rhino.
Hey, Menigan, Andy, Jeff, gentlemen, everyone listening out there. I'm going to say this sentence as a question more so than a statement. Happy Browns victory Monday? Because it's just one of those, man, what a lot of stuff we have on our plate.
Yep.
Jeff, hats off to you, buddy. Just really putting your words out there with not holding back any punches when it comes to Haslam and just the QBR rating with Sanders. Previous weeks, you were just very friendly with those two individuals, speaking about them. They're better. Best fan base on planet Earth when it comes to football. But again, it's just one of those unique scenarios where there's so many intangibles today. We should be congratulating Myles Garrett. Instead, we're talking about throwing our hands up in the air saying, well, what's next? What are we doing here? I'm all in on, obviously, just winning. Winning is the whole thing, obviously. But again, when you just get rid of, in my opinion, 15th or 16th best coach in the NFL, and other teams are going to be clamoring for him for interviews, you may have done something wrong there. Change is good, but not always. Don't get me wrong, I feel that, there's certain things that Stefanski could have done better, but at the same time, man, he needed more players in that field. He needed a left tackle, wide receiver. Putting the blame on him is not fair. I just really hope they have some guys out there that know what they're doing. And if I have one request, can somebody please get somebody in there with a personality? If they're going to be splitting hairs for one coach to another, give me something good, man. Because he acted like Stefanski had a personality like a mortician or Ben Stein from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, man. And I want Menigan to learn new. Yeah, that's right. I want Menigan to imitate the new head coach that has some type of personality to him. Not saying that's it. I want to win. That's truly my ambition.
All right, Rhino.
Hey, guys, great show as always.
Thanks. Safe travels. There's Ryan. He's in Jackson, Mississippi now.
Will Coach Menigan have a press conference today? I don't know.
No. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan. Andrew Berry's press conference, 12:30. You'll hear it right here.
Ready for some actual sunshine and baseball? AAA has the ultimate getaway. Blue skies and baseball. Cleveland spring training in Arizona. From March 9th through 13th, soak up the sun at the all-suite Hilton Phoenix Resort at the Peak. Enjoy the massive water park, spa, and welcome dinner. Premium seats for 2 big games at Goodyear Park versus San Francisco and Milwaukee. Plus so much more. Just $2,299 per person. Double occupancy. Space is limited. 1-800-354-8761. 1-800-354-8761. 888-848-0761.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
and the worst record in the NBA at 6-30. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Raiders firing Pete Carroll after one season. That means the New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Cleveland Browns are now looking for a head coach. If you're a head coach, which one of those jobs is at the top of your list? Which one's at the bottom?
What are my options again?
Giants, Titans, Falcons, Raiders, Browns. Giants have a first-round pick at quarterback, Jackson Dart. Titans have Cam Ward. Falcons have Michael Penix.
Raiders have the number one
have Kirk
pick.
Cousins. Raiders will have Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza. And the Browns have not much.
They have 3 picks in the top 40.
Well, you going to get a quarterback with one of those?
I don't know. Do you need one? Do you need to?
I think you do. I think you need a quarterback. Now, he might be here. He might be here, but you're going to have a competition. And that's okay. That's okay. I just wonder which one of those jobs is the most attractive to, or the least attractive. I would think the Browns would be a tough sell for some coaches. For some coaches.
I'm interested to see what happens to Sanders in the offseason.
What do you mean?
I think if they want to draft a quarterback early, you may want to trade him.
I don't.
You might want to see. I mean, I don't know if they're going to get anything for Gabriel either, but you might want to trade at some point.
I don't think you're going to draft a quarterback. I just don't.
I don't think they are either.
Yeah, I just don't. Can I throw?
By winning again, I think Sanders helps out his cause. Last 2 weeks, by winning these last 2 games,
and he completed 50% of his passes yesterday.
I get it, but you drop back in the draft. That's why.
Oh, okay.
That's why. Because now you're dropping
by
back.
God, you should send Jim Schwartz a thank you note.
Don't you think Andrew Berry's going to sit there during the evaluation process and say, "I'm going to give you Shedeur Sanders to be your starting quarterback"? Just a hypothetical alone in the question. I'm not saying it's reality. I'm just saying, and maybe it is reality, but if he puts the hypothetical in front of a head coach, I wonder how he's going to answer it. Or a potential head coach is probably the right way to say it.
You know what I'd love to hear? I would love to hear what a head coach thinks about all these guys. A candidate. I'm sure they will. You know, would a guy think Dylan Gabriel needs more of a look? Would a guy think he can get something out of Deshaun Watson?
Well, that's going to have to be. If those are all questions that are all going to have to be answered,
don't they?
The question is does Andrew Berry and does Jimmy Haslam want to hear reality, or do they want to hear what they want to hear in that situation when you're trying to, like, they may already have their mind made up. I still go back to last year with Myles Garrett. Like, okay, I know everyone says, "Oh, it's the money, it's the money, it's the money." He could have got the money somewhere else. Somebody else would have paid him the same amount as the Browns. Something else was said when they said to Myles, "Let's bring you back." Everyone remembers the press row. It was a year ago when he was just kind of, "I'm out. See you later. Peace. Drop the mic later." Well, he ended up picking the mic back up and coming back. But what else was said other than money? And, Myles last week said, talked about the ups and downs of Kevin. And so that kind of made me feel like we were heading towards today and eventually what would happen and did happen.
Let me bounce one thought before we go back to our fabulous phone callers. A lots of credit is going to Andrew Berry for a good draft class. I saw some rankings of the 2025 draft class.
Is it the kicker or the draft class?
And it was ranked the number one draft class out of 2025.
Okay.
All right. That's solid.
I agree. You got a lot out of your rookies.
Okay, but you just say that again.
You got a lot out of your rookies this year. More than any other team in the NFL.
Who coached those guys up?
Are you going to say it's Kevin, or are you going to say it's his staff, or are you going to say it's I don't know.
Andy, the staff is gone.
Not necessarily. The staff is still on hold right now.
Right.
If a new head coach wants to retain someone, they can.
They can. The only way this staff is intact is basically if Jim Schwartz gets the job. But does the coaching staff, does Kevin not get any credit for maximizing Harold Fannin as a rookie? From putting Quinn,
I don't know. You may want to give
Quinshawn in.
If you're going to talk about one guy that probably Andrew Berry gets a ton of credit for, it's Fannin. They knew they wanted him well before the draft, and when they saw him there, they knew this was a giant steal. They knew exactly what they were getting from Fannin when they picked Fannin, and for him to be drafted as low as he was I think maybe a shocker to the team and the organization. When he was there, they grabbed him. I kind of, as much as you want to sit here and rip Andrew on this or that or this, Fannin was a grand slam for him. He's your leading receiver this season. The guy's a tank, and he's just a ton of fun to watch. So I'm going to give Andrew credit for Fannin. I don't know how you can't. That's on Barry. That's on the scouts.
Well, it's also on the offensive staff for coaching him up.
Or using him, but
him.
I don't know that they had a choice but not to use him. Look how bad your wide receivers were.
Dano.
Little bit of news, gentlemen. Diana Rossini of The Athletic chiming in saying former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski eager to jump back into the head coaching ranks. From what I'm told, he is not taking time off.
Okay. Well, he has a lot of interviews ahead. Giants, Titans, Falcons, Raiders, all looking for a head coach along with the Browns. I would think Mike Vrabel would pick up the phone and say, Kevin, do not go to Tennessee. I'll just throw that one out there. Nelson's in Avon Lake. Nelson.
Hey, Nelson.
Hey, how are you?
Wonderful day.
Disappointed today. Disappointed. I guess it's the word that disappointment is the only word that I can think of. And listen, Jeff, and you alluded to this, and you've been alluding to this for a while, right? It's very, very difficult for any coach in the NFL to survive, winning 8 games in 2 years, right? Like
it doesn't happen, Nelson, right?
It doesn't happen often, right? But circumstances, though, should have been taken into consideration, because I do believe that Kevin was put in a very, very difficult, almost impossible position. And we don't have to name them all because we know all the variables here. But we have to look forward now, right? Like as fans, it's what's done is done, and we have to look forward. What I am very, very concerned is there does not seem to be a plan in firing, whether you like him or not, was one of the most successful coaches this franchise has had in their history, let's say since 1999, without a clear-cut, definitive, this is who we're going with, what will likely prove to be a mistake.
So let me just, I hate to stop you on this. I don't know if they have a clear-cut plan or not. Unless you're allowed to promote from within instantly, the Browns still have to follow procedure before they hire their next head coach. Otherwise, they are going to get crushed and lose draft picks and have all kinds of problems on top of the problems they have if they don't follow the Rooney Rule. So I don't know. I don't disagree with you. I don't know if they have a plan or not, but I also know it's not fair to say they don't have a plan today because they can't announce another head coach without interviewing people.
Yeah, and guys, I don't know. I'm not an expert. Probably this better than I can, or better than I do. But in my humble opinion, of course, putting Barry in charge of hiring the next head coach, it's going to limit the pool of candidates that true qualified candidates that the Browns can hire, right? Because wouldn't this be considered now a sort of like a forced marriage in a way?
But a lot of them are, Nelson.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed for Kevin. I happen to like Kevin a lot. I thought he was a great, really good coach. And I don't know. I mean, that may proven to be wrong. I happen to think he's going to get hired pretty soon and he's going to have success, but I will always root for my Browns. Thanks, guys.
All right, Nelson. I don't think there's any question the last 2 years were disappointing, and I don't think he did the best job of his career in the last 2 years. He also won 11 games twice and went to the playoffs twice, and I think he has shown that when he had talent to work with, he knew how to coach it. And when he didn't have talent to work with on the offensive side of the ball the last 2 years, I thought he kind of went out of character for himself. I thought it was a brutal move giving up play calling 2 years in a row.
Yeah, this year really looked
brutal.
That also made me think that once he gave up play calling this year, it was over. It was over right then too.
Kind of felt that way, didn't it?
Yeah, but
it was weird. And when he called 52 pass plays and 58 dropbacks for Dylan Gabriel against Pittsburgh, what the heck was that? That was a bad idea. But he was grasping at straws. The offensive roster is putrid. It's not good. And they gave that to an offensive-minded coach. It was terrible. was a terrible job of putting an offensive talent scheme together. They're just not enough talent on the offensive side of the ball, and the head coach has paid the price.
Can I give you a little clarity? You know who has the best job in Cleveland today? You know who has the best job?
Us.
Kevin Stefanski.
Oh, he's getting paid
$7 million.
Is that how
left
much?
on his contract. $7 million.
Left on his contract?
According to what I'm reading here, the Browns
Just for
owe
1 year?
former head coach Kevin Stefanski approximately $7 million after firing him today. He was under contract for a 5-year deal signed in 2020.
Well, if Diana Rossini says he wants to jump right back in, he could just take a holiday and kick back and pick up those weekly checks from the Cleveland Browns.
216-474-0092. What would you do if you had $7 million? Would you go back to work tomorrow?
I heard it was more than that.
I'm just reading here 7. Sources indicate he is owed $7 million from the remaining balance on his contract.
Okay, I heard a bigger figure than that.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
And what does it say? Because he got an extension, 2 years ago?
Was under contract with a 5-year deal signed in 2020.
Well, they got an extension, though.
The team is paying out the remainder of his owed salary. Well, you're saying more than that based on the extension he got on the way out?
Yeah, it's got to be more than that. Jim's in Strongsville. Jim, welcome.
Hey, guys. Listen, first off, you asked the question earlier. No. Reality has completely left the building. And you can just tell that. I don't know why it seems that every time Jimmy Haslam has the opportunity to make a major decision like this, he just seems to make the wrong one. I'm not saying Kevin Stefanski didn't have to go. He probably did, but you should have shuffled Andrew Berry out of there also. Anybody besides Jimmy who's so close to the situation, everybody, I don't care what an analyst that comes on your shows weekly, you guys, everybody who participates and watches the league has said, well, they just don't have talent. They don't have talent on the offensive side. And for Jimmy to come out and be so defensive and so protective of Andrew Berry, the decision to keep him at that press conference tells you all you need to know. He's making a mistake, and I don't know why he's doing it. I think he's convinced that, with this 1 year, and you can just forget about all the other years and forget about the the extensions he's given out. I look at it, and I'll be honest with you too, like whether it be the way he handled his press conference yesterday or the way he handled his press release today, Kevin Stefanski has grown, in my opinion, as such a stand-up, quality human being. He approached this thing with nothing but class. He had nothing harsh to say. He never answered any questions. He never threw any shade on anybody. The guy just stood up there, took the bullets. And this comes from somebody who thought he was right. We should have moved on from him. But what a quality individual that is. And so to see Jimmy come out at that press conference defending Andrew the way he is, look, I don't want to make the comparison, but the fact that Kevin was so quality, it just begs me the question, if you won that power struggle, it sounds like you sold Jimmy on how well you did. And honestly, guys, reality has left the building. We're going to hire a coach, and we may end up firing a coach next year and a GM. And it's just, to me, this is the worst case scenario that we've talked about the whole time, is you're going to bring this guy back because he had one good draft pick, and now he's got to draft offensive line and wide receivers and quarterback, 3 things he has never been able to draft. So good luck to us for next year. And we're going to be going through this whole thing again, just like they did in Tennessee, because you can't cut the baby in half.
Jim, thank you very much. There are 5 things on an offense that you have to deal with. And to me, the most critical, it's quarterback. Second most critical is offensive line. To me, third is wide receiver. Fourth, probably tight end. And the fifth is running back, because you can find running backs. Can you find great ones? Maybe not. This draft that produced some good talent, no question, running back and tight end. And to me, you left the 3 most important positions on offense unattended. Quarterback, offensive line, wide receiver. And you gave it to Kevin and said, make it work. And he couldn't. It's Baskin and Phelps, noon. Tyvis Powell from the Browns Radio Network is going to join us, 12:30. Andrew Berry's press conference. That could get fun, and you'll hear it right here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. And FanDuel.
Now 5 teams are looking for head coaches: the New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons, the Las Vegas Raiders, and our Cleveland Browns.
Fun.
Something.
Now you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes this big, exciting news. Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. And how about this? Baskin and Phelps now.
Oh!
Yes. Timpani, please.
Hi, YouTube.
10 to 2 and Afternoon Drive with our friends Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. There it is. We are now, Jeff, how are you feeling about this unique feeling of being on YouTube, which was our idea, I think, 14 years ago?
I wore a quarter zip instead of a sweatshirt today.
It's so much better than having to wear a suit, isn't it? And,
well, I'll give you
that.
that.
And the days of having like a minute 45 to do sports. Oh, that was
I'll give you that.
Minute 45. Why does sports need all that news, all that time?
Number to join us, 216-474-0092. Brian is in Stowe, home of the Bulldogs. Brian.
How are you guys doing today?
We're well, thank you. We're fine.
I've called a couple times, and I lived in Massachusetts up until a year ago for 12 years, and I grew up here in Stowe, and always been a diehard fan. It's our owner. For them not to be separated, for them to be separated is ridiculous. Barry literally was almost like a kid. He's lit this place on fire already with the Deshaun Watson move. And
which Brian, let's be fair, we don't know if that was him or if he was given orders to make that work.
Okay, I'll say that, fair enough. But just like I think you brought up a couple points with just the total neglect to the offensive line throughout with Wills being the only pick over the third round, I believe that we had.
Thank you for listening.
It's the constant disorganization from the very top, and I just think that if you look at the teams that are always successful, that are always competitive, it's the owner. You don't even know him. It's like a boxing referee. Yeah, I'm a huge into the industry, but if you watch a great championship fight, you never know who the ref is because you don't see him because he has no part of the fight. And that's the same with the owners. And look at us. We're a fiasco. And you know what's going to happen? Kevin's going to leave. And he's going to go to a team because he's like a beaten little kid. He's going to go to a team that functions right and operates correctly. And look at him now. He's probably going to get a good quarterback. He goes to the Raiders, like a team like Brady, where there's smart ownership. It's us. It's our owner. He's a joke, and we're going to reward him with a new stadium. And let's look at Shador.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Hey,
we're also rewarding our own people that live here in Northeast Iowa with jobs.
So Joe Bitonio spoke to the media in the locker room today, had some interesting stuff to say.
Yeah, I was sad for the human being, right? Like, you create a relationship, 6 years. I'm a loyal person. And we had, a couple playoff runs, 6 years as a coach. And, most of my career, obviously half my career, was with him as a head coach. So I was just appreciative. I got to talk to him and just told him I appreciate everything he did for this organization and the way he led us. Greatest sport in the world, tough business. That's what the NFL is. And so you go up there and you show you're appreciative. But, I was disappointed in it. I think he's a great football coach, and I think he'll get a chance somewhere and show that he can still coach in this league.
How does it affect your decision? Do you want to go through another coaching change?
Right, it's all part of it. I've kind of been saying, my body, how I feel is going to be the number one decision, but you got to, know who you're playing for and the situation that you're going to step into. So it's definitely a factor.
Is your timetable to let them know before free agency, obviously?
Yeah, I think my contract voids in 6 or 8 weeks or something like that. So probably got to make a decision for them before that.
With that though, Joel, if this is the end, how do you look back on your 12-year career?
With great pride. It's hard to put into words. I just try to give it everything. So it's tough. You try and go out there and be the best version of yourself and do what you can to help the team win, and I try to do that every day. That's what I did.
It's Joel Bitonio. If you don't think people care, there you go. Cue that up and play it again.
A little emotional.
Well, it's been a long run.
It has.
Called Kevin a great coach. And he really likes him as a person.
Hey, at least he got to go to the playoffs.
Ultimately, Andy, and Jimmy Haslam said this repeatedly about great people and blah 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 blah, and Joel just said great person. I hate to say this. To me, that's a big deal, and it does mean something. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You can have a jerk of a head coach, and if he wins you 12 games every year, you're going to love him.
Same with jerky players.
Exactly,
Same thing.
exactly right, Andy. That's exactly right. So, I think Kevin is a real solid head coach, and I wish him nothing but the best moving forward, and I hope he ends up in a better situation. Quarterback-wise, he's a guy who spent 14 years with Minnesota working on the offensive side of the ball, and I just think he was dealt a terrible hand here.
Yeah, can we also just make one other thing clear here, that both Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry reported to Jimmy Haslam.
Yeah, Kevin didn't report to Andrew.
So Andrew, just if you think that Andrew fired Kevin, he didn't. Jimmy did.
Ownership did.
Ownership fired him. So,
but it certainly sounds as if Andrew Berry was in on the decision.
Yeah, maybe. I guess. I don't know. I know that Kevin.
Let me read the first part of what Andrew said in the release.
Okay.
Browns put out a release. Browns relieved Kevin Stefanski of duties as head coach. There's a statement from D and Jimmy. There's a statement from Andrew Berry. This was a difficult decision, and today is a tough day for our organization. To me,
whose decision though was it difficult for him or for Jimmy?
I would think that if he weren't involved, he wouldn't have said it was a difficult decision. But
he had also said before that they were that all these guys were
thought partners.
They're all thought partners. So maybe it was difficult because, as Jimmy said, their offices were right next door to each other, and that they knew everything that was going on except for the Joe Flacco trade, which kind of came out this morning too. Again, but it was kind of out there, but it was kind of said today. But the bottom line is the hierarchy of the organization was Jimmy Haslam worked. Both those guys worked independently, and their boss was Jimmy Haslam. Both of those guys. So Andrew Berry technically
was not Kevin Stefanski's boss.
Andrew did not technically fire him.
No,
Andrew's not writing a $7 million check either.
But Andy's clearly higher, in the hierarchy because he's still there, and perhaps based on his statement had something to do with the decision. Daryl's in Solon. Daryl.
Hey, Daryl.
Hey, happy Victory Monday, guys. How you doing?
We won yesterday, didn't we? I forgot about that.
I just wanted to remind everyone.
Wow,
I think we won a game.
Thanks, Daryl.
Jeez.
And against the Cincinnati Bengals.
That's true.
Exactly,
2 in a row.
Exactly.
We got a 2-game winning streak going into next year.
45 straight games without allowing a 300-yard passer.
Hey, did we win like the wagon wheel or something for the interstate?
Should be so lucky.
That is Kent Akron blasphemy there.
Oh, sorry
okay.
about that.
It's okay.
Hey, real quick, one thing I do want to respectfully disagree with you guys before you beat me up is
we don't beat people.
I do think we left a few victories on the field.
We did. I don't disagree with that.
Well, I agree.
And a couple of them, to me, was a reflection of the head coach. I can honestly say I think we lost one, maybe 1.5 games on special teams, flat out. And you allowed the guy to just keep coaching special teams, and we were just getting – I mean, it looked like times where the special teams didn't know the rules of kickoff. And I'm like, God, you got to do something about this. And I agree, our offense was horrible. But some of the decisions he made had me scratching my head like, okay, the offense is horrible. We're playing the game that we're tied in. And now all of a sudden you want to go 4th and 2 on our own 35 instead of punting the ball when the defense is playing great. Those are coaches' decisions where I think, I think this might have been brewing early on.
Daryl, I agree with you. I don't think the coaching staff did a great job offensively this year, and I think Kevin's obviously the head of that, and I think he was given very little to work with on the offensive side of the ball, which might have led to it.
I agree.
Might have led to it.
I agree. So I'm just like, I like Kevin. I was very happy to have him as a coach. He always spoke highly, and I didn't feel embarrassed after some press conferences like when we had Freddie Kitchens, like, what did that guy just say? It was so he was very business oriented, and I like that.
And Daryl, I think the guy represented the organization really well. That might not mean much to a lot of folks. It means something to me. I thought he was a classy guy when he was here, and I'm sure he'll continue to be a classy guy. Tyvis Powell works with us on the Browns Radio Network. Tyvis coming up next, right here on Baskin and Phelps, and at 12:30, Andrew Berry's press conference. There will be some things asked in that one that you're going to want to hear answers to. Will we get them is maybe a bigger question.
This
Liberty with 23 in the second half, but down 13 with 5 to go was not enough to take down the top team in the Eastern Conference. Cavs back in action tomorrow at Indiana, a 7 p.m. tip-off. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen to the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Hey, I still believe 6 years is a long run in the NFL. It's longer than what a lot of coaches go through. He ended up being a longer tenured coach than we realized there. I do think that it had come to its end. But if we're picking and choosing, we should have picked either side. If one goes, then they both should have went. But if we're picking and choosing, we're going to find out more here of whether or not we made the right decision as the Cleveland Browns. And whether or not it could have been Kevin stays and Andrew goes. Because there's a lot here that this next head coach, you're going to have to clean up.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
12:30, Andrew Berry's press conference. You're going to hear it right here on The Fan. I keep going back to this, and we're going to talk to Tyvis Powell in just a second. Cam just said it in his update. You're seeing it all over the place. Well, Kevin won only 8 games in the last 2 years. How many games did Andrew Berry win?
8. Same.
Okay. All right, Andy. Thank you. Just wanted to make that clear. That's correct, right?
Let me check. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But Jimmy Haslam said that Andrew Berry provided a roster that was better than 8 wins.
I think it was, too. Well, not 8 wins. I think they were better than a 5-win team this year. I mean, there were a couple games that could have gone their way.
Andy, the offense, I think, has just incredible holes and is lacking.
I don't think they were a playoff team, but I think they could have had a couple more wins.
Let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Man who joins us on the Browns Radio Network. Tyvis Powell joins us. Tyvis, good morning to you, or afternoon as the case may now be.
Hi, Tyvis.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. It's a little depressed. I'm a guy who likes to have a bunch of jobs, and at this point, I'm down to just two jobs, and I don't like it. I like to have 5, but I only got 2 that's active right now.
All right, well, give it time. Give it time. Maybe Kevin Stefanski could use a DB coach in his new gig.
Ooh.
I have no desire to go into coaching because these kids don't listen today.
Says the 30-year-old. I love that. All right, so I know you're not surprised at the move. Are you surprised that the head coach doesn't stay and the general manager does?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I mean, it's been leaning that way. I came on your show a few weeks ago and said that they always said that these guys was linked together, but ever since that press conference, that bye-week press conference, it just, to me, seemed like they're not linked together. It just seemed like they both split at some point. So it's not shocking. Like, again, when you hear Jimmy Haslam talk about it, it's all about basically his whole speech. He gave like a 7-minute speech, and he could have summed it up in 15 seconds. All he had to say was, it's not about what you've done, it's about what you've done lately. And I think that if you're going off of just that, off of recency, Andrew Berry has done more than Kevin Stefanski has. And that's just given some of the trades he's made, obviously the draft pick that everybody likes to point to. Forget the other 5 years and all the other bad stuff. We're just talking about right now. And we're talking about right now. Yeah, AD obviously has done more lately than Kevin has.
All right, so what does it mean that they kept Andrew Berry and let Kevin go? What does that mean, big picture?
The way it's coming off, it's making it seem like – it makes it seem like Andrew has been handicapped, with the whole Paul DePodesta thing. Like, I think it was like a whole bunch of voices in the room, and once Paul got out of there, it's like for the 1 year, Jimmy was like, Andrew, I'm going to let you do your thing. And he gave him that trust with the draft, and obviously he nailed it. And then obviously with the trades that he's made, he nailed it. With the Andre Schmidt sticking with him, nailed it. Forget the fact that we extended him for 3 years. Forget that part. But he nailed it with Andre Schmidt. So I think that I think what Jimmy realized is, like, if I give Andrew a little more power, he's been answering the call every time I've asked him for this past year. So I think that's why it was comfortable for them with Paul DePodesta leaving the building, and maybe he feels that way with maybe we can find somebody that can, I guess they're giving Andrew the power to try to find a guy. Maybe, he's been right lately, so let's see if he can continue that streak.
Tyvis Powell joining us. Tyvis, you were with a lot of NFL organizations. You've played for a lot of different coaches. I would think you played for guys who were in their first year as a head coach and guys who have been around. What does this organization need? Does it need a guy who's been there, done that, a veteran type of coach with experience, or is the coordinator du jour and you hope you get hot the way to go?
Honestly, I think it's just somebody that is a leader of men, a guy that people will respect. I keep saying, I think that it's nice and all to get the hot coordinator, and if he could come in and be, one of those guys that can lay the law down and people fall in line, that would be great. I think that's ultimately what this team needs, because you think about just how undisciplined they are at times, with the penalties, the turnovers. If you got a guy in there that preaches and gets the respect of his players, you get rid of all the antics. You get rid of all the pre-snap penalties, because this guy is about business. He's serious. And we respect that guy. That's personally what I think. So I think it needs to be one of those old school, hard-nosed coaches that can, get that going. And I think that you could just find a hot OC or something like that, because I think that, those are year to year. Those always change. So I think you can find that. I'm not in the business of trying to get a first-time head coach. I feel like you just got out of that with Kevin. I think you want to buy somebody that's established, because I think that's what this team needs, is somebody that's established, that's, seen some highs, that knows what it takes to go to the playoffs and maybe potentially the Super Bowl and things like that. So I'd rather the new head coach be a guy with some head coaching experience.
All right, let's talk about Kevin Stefanski here for one more second. If Kevin gets a job rather quickly, what does that mean? Do you think he'll get a job quickly? Because I keep, the one thing that's holding me back on Kevin getting a job like within the next week or 2 weeks is Mike Vrabel. I sat and we watched Mike Vrabel not get a gig, and I was like, man, something's not right here, or maybe Mike wanted to sit out. And so now I've kind of I put my foot on the brake trying to figure out, if Kevin gets a job quickly, what does that mean? If he doesn't get a job quickly, what does that mean? If he takes a job as a coordinator rather than a head coach, what does that mean?
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, you listen to everybody nationally, and they've all been saying for the last month that if Kevin gets fired, he'll get a job immediately. He'll get a job immediately. The Giants should be sprinting. Tennessee should be sprinting to get Kevin, because of the fact that he was able to manage Cleveland, take them to the playoffs and win a playoff game and all those things. If he could do that in Cleveland, because Cleveland is seen as just the worst organization in the world, and it's just impossible for anything good to happen in Cleveland, then he could go anywhere and make that happen, and that same thing happen. I will tell you that I think Kevin is a great leader of men. I think that he does a great job of staying level-headed, and he did a lot of fighting outside noise and trying to continue to be the adult in the room. I think where he's fallen is he didn't use his power as much. He just kind of accepted it. He kind of accepted his role. To me, I mean, I'm not in the building, so I don't know. But what it comes off as is, it's a guy who you went coach of the year two times. Like, you should be able to be like, I got this. This is how we gonna do it. And I just feel like, to me, and how it looks, is it never seemed like he flexed that, So I think that ultimately that led to his demise here as a coach. But I think Kevin can get another head coaching job for sure. I don't know. Will it be this year? I'm not sure. It's not really none of these jobs that's that attractive. I mean, you would say maybe the Giants probably is the best, or the Falcons. Those are probably the top two jobs that's the most attractive. I could see him going to Atlanta, reunite with Kirk Cousins, or if he's still there, stuff like that. I think that'd be a nice landing spot for him. If I was him, that'd probably be the place that I would want to go, is Atlanta. But yeah, I think he'll definitely be another coach somewhere.
Tyvis Powell joining us. Tyvis works with us on the Browns Radio Network. If you're Andrew Berry, what do you tell a new head coach during interviews? What do you tell the coaching candidates when they say, Andrew, what are you thinking at quarterback?
That's $1 million question. I think that the quarterback situation is interesting because you got them all under contract for next year. So, do you think? I guess it depends on who you hire. Who's the OC? I think that's where that kind of goes to, because you got two young guys who you drafted, one in the third, one in the fifth. They showed you that they can make plays in the NFL. Are they the long-term guy? I don't know, but you give them a whole off season, learning it and trying to coach them up, with none of that, he ain't getting first team reps. No, it shouldn't be none of that. If it's a new coach coming in, you rotate all three of them quarterbacks in at the one, and you see which one is doing the best. Obviously, you would think Deshaun would have the leg up in that because he's got the most experience in there. But you got a veteran quarterback in Deshaun. Whether what people believe in him or not, that's another story. But he is a veteran quarterback, so you don't necessarily need to go out and get this veteran guy or go get this quote-unquote bridge quarterback, because you got three of those on the roster. But I think you just figure you find out if these guys are capable. I don't know, obviously where you are in the draft, I don't think you mortgage your future and trade the whole house to try to move up to one or two. I think you just kind of roll with 2026 as what it is. Maybe if you want to get a developmental guy later in the rounds, like a Drew Aller or something like that, if that's what floats your boat, then go for it. But I think you just kind of roll with these three quarterbacks on the roster right now.
Travis, great work this season on the radio network, and thank you for being with us today.
I appreciate y'all. Go Bucks, go Browns, go Cavs, and go Bearcats.
There you go, Tyvis Powell, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Andrew Berry's press conference is coming up in just a couple of minutes, about 15. We'll have that for you here. There's something else happening in the family Haslam Sports Group ownership deal that I wonder if it comes into play in this coaching search at all. We'll explain what that is next. Might involve a former Kent Stater.
Oh, is there any hockey relation?
Might be.
We can always bring hockey into it.
We'll discuss it next on Baskin and Phelps.
C.J. Stroud. And on the hardwood Sunday, the Cavs fell to the Pistons 114-110. Donovan Mitchell scored 30 with 23 in the second half, but their 13-point comeback with 5 to go was not enough to take down the top team in the East in Detroit. They'll play Indiana tomorrow on the road, tip-off at 7. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights at 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can also listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Cam Anna.
NFL Network reporting that St. Ignatius graduate Jonathan Gannon has been removed as head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. That's right now up on the NFL Network. Jonathan Gannon out, the Iggy grad, as the head coach of the Cardinals, which means 6 NFL teams are now looking for a head coach.
Does that mean Tom Kaufman's going to Arizona? The new head coach at St. Ignatius? They got to replace him with another Ignatius guy, right?
Means a defensive coordinator is available. That's Jonathan Gannon.
Oh, that's a good point. I like the way you look at things so analytical.
Oh, I'm an analytical guy.
No zing.
My thought partner's in Colorado now. I got to do something.
Oh, that is true. You're thinking by yourself. Is Arizona a job if you were Kevin Stefanski?
You're darn right it is.
Yeah, well...
You need a quarterback, though.
Well, he's got Jacoby Brissett, right?
Hey, coach Jacoby to 4-7. You do have Marvin Harrison.
They do have the number 3 pick, too.
You have Trey Benson. You got some talent on offense, but not great talent. You'd have a better pick. We threw out a thought earlier, and I just, is this anything? And Andrew Berry's press conference coming up in just about 5 minutes. Ooh. It will be fun.
When's the last time we
you're
heard
Andrew
from
Berry?
Before the season?
I think it was 2017.
2017 was the last time. Yeah. They had just beat the Steelers in the playoffs. That was the last time. It was like, this is a good time to come out and talk to the media.
So the Haslam Sports Group owns the Cleveland Browns, owns, I believe it's 25% of the Milwaukee Bucks. But it's not a minority partnership in Milwaukee.
It's weird.
It's one. They're like co-owners of the Milwaukee Bucks because there are a number of folks who own like 25%, and they take turns being the governor of the Milwaukee Bucks, and they own the Columbus Crew. And
governor's a good word for that family too.
That's what they call him. And the former governor of Tennessee, Bill Haslam, brother, owns the Nashville Predators.
Mm-hmm.
He just took on a minority owner, Nick Saban.
With the Nashville Predators, yes.
Does Jimmy tap into Brother Bill's minority owner for any information, influence, thoughts when it comes to hiring a head coach?
Is this about the same as the Manning relationship, though? If you're going to start weighing things
except
out
for one thing.
Trying to poke the bear on kind of things.
Except for one thing. There it is. That's for you.
Okay, thank you. Dun, 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 dun.
Nick
Jeff
Saban's
Phelps,
actually,
it's the one thing.
Nick Saban's actually involved with Haslam ownership of a sports franchise.
Okay.
So could Jimmy call Nick and say, hey, what do you think? And would Nick say, hey, my former offensive coordinator, Tommy Reese, would be a really good up-and-coming head coach?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't you tap into that resource?
I would.
Hey, you used to coach here. I don't know. Pretty successful run in college from what I've read. How about you come here and coach the Cleveland Browns? Would you like a shot at the job that was you once looked up to?
I wouldn't think Nick would be involved in that capacity. Miss Terry wouldn't like it.
Maybe Miss Terry would find some fine food here.
Well, sure.
I mean, she could enjoy living here in Northeast Ohio.
I am not thinking of Nick as a head coach candidate. I'm thinking of Nick as a sounding board for Jimmy during this process because Andrew needs more thought partners. He doesn't have any anymore. They got rid of them all. Maybe Nick could be his new thought partner.
I don't know, man.
And I'm very serious about that. If you're Jimmy, would you tap into?
But seriously,
you got to at least have a phone call. Don't you at least have to have a phone call?
I mean, yeah, I think you talk to him. Why wouldn't you? I actually would bring him
Nick,
in.
What do you think about this?
I would ask him if he wanted to be your director of football operations. Why wouldn't you? Or at least an advisor. Okay, let's go advisor at the worst.
I would go advisor. Yeah, I would go advisor to ownership. Seriously, I don't think you can go wrong by tapping into Nick Saban if Nick was willing to do that. Nick might not be. But hey, you're partners with one brother. You might as well pick up some cash from the other. Help fund your investment in the Predators.
Just think, I mean, Nick could come back here and, tell Kent State, you guys made a mistake by, hiring, was it Dick Crum? Yeah. They hired Dick Crum over him in the late 80s, mid-80s.
No, that wasn't it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could come back and say, you know what? I finally got my chance. I got my chance to come back to Northeast Ohio. Not once, but twice. And now here it is. It's all there in front of him.
I don't think Nick was up for that job, was he?
In the 87 season, Kent State passed on Saban to hire Dick Crum.
Well, Dick did a really nice job.
He did do a nice
Former
job.
Miami Redhawk coach.
Yes, of course.
Andrew Berry's press conference coming up.
Otherwise, think where Kent would be right now.
He's going to catch some heat, don't you think?
Saban?
Andrew Berry?
Oh, Berry? Yeah, he's definitely going to catch. I can't wait to hear this press conference. He hasn't answered questions in forever. If you want to talk about press conferences I was looking forward to, this is the one. I want to hear what he has to say.
The thing I'm curious about is set up by Jimmy Haslam. Hey, Jimmy said your roster is better than a 5-win team.
He didn't help him.
I'll be honest.
I could have easily used every draft pick as a reference point. Every one of them.
Could they have won 6 or 7 games? Sure. Does that mean Kevin Stefanski was given a lot to work with on offense? Absolutely not. Okay, great.
He won't say anything bad.
We're better than a 5-win team. Great, we won 6 or 7. You shouldn't have beat the Green Bay Packers, so take that one away.
I will finally get to hear the answer of why he traded Joe Flacco.
We're not going to look back at that, Andy. We're going to just move forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that happened in the past. Obviously, we have a draft pick for that. We'll see how this thing works out when it's all said and done.
Andrew can do a dry run on the answer that he's going to give coaching candidates when he's asked about quarterback.
True.
Let's see how that plays out. But again, right now, folks, it's called Black Monday for a reason in the National Football League. 6 NFL teams are currently looking for a head coach. The New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons, the Las Vegas Raiders, the Arizona Cardinals, now moving on for Ignatius graduate Jonathan Gannon, and our Cleveland Browns.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns general manager Andrew Berry.
Jeff, do you need it up here? All right. Today's obviously a tough day for the organization. It's a tough day for me personally, largely because of the relationship, both professional and personal, built with Kevin over the past 6 years. I think many of you have heard me say that Kevin's like family. There really isn't a better person. He's the best of us. We all owe him a debt of gratitude and appreciation for a level of success that he brought the organization that really hadn't been achieved since 2002. And that's something that we'll always remember. Coming into this season, we were realistic that, we were a team and a roster in transition. And ultimately, this decision is born from the fact that we've ultimately felt like we did not see enough progress in areas that were controllable, independent of certain game outcomes. Everything that we do is with the idea of bringing a perennial winner to Cleveland. And this decision falls in that bucket as well. There are many tough decisions that we have made that we'll have to continue to make in order to fulfill that promise. And I know how hard it's been for our fans this year. We have a great appreciation for their loyalty, their dedication to the team. I think back to our last home game against Pittsburgh. They were such a huge factor in that game. And then for them to support late in the year, big rival, had everything to play for. It's quite the testament to show how much this team means to them and ultimately what we owe them because of that. So in terms of next steps, really our focus is on identifying and finding, the leader and the partner to bring along this young team as well as the young players that we're going to add in the next several months. So that work is going to be deliberate. It's going to be immediate. right after we finish this press conference. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
You said you didn't see progress with the, are you specifically looking at quarterback, or can you specify a little bit more maybe there?
Yeah, there are a number of different areas, Chris. I think all head coaches get evaluated on, whether it's game strategy going into the game, in-game decision making, certainly player development if you're a young team. The QB's obviously a big part of it, but there are multiple areas, and some, quite frankly, I thought we did very well. Others we didn't see enough progress in.
The impression is that the roster was sufficient to win. Do you feel that way? And when you're talking about the lack of progress, is that because you believe that the players you brought in could have performed at a better level?
Yeah, Daryl, I think it goes back to what I touched a little bit in the opener. Again, we're realistic. I think how you evaluate progress when you're a team that's in transition versus how you evaluate progress for a team that's squarely in their contending window, it's different. I think that's totally fair. How we would think about a season in 2020 or 2021 versus this year, it's different. That's absolutely true. Some of that is outcome driven, but not all of it. And you try and weigh that as best as you can and make the decision that you feel is best for the organization.
Will you guys interview Jim Schwartz for your head coaching job, and maybe also Tommy Rees, anybody else in the building? And then if so, what do you see in those guys that would lead you to believe they could be good head coaches?
I'll talk about them individually since you raised two coaches who are on our staff. So first with Jim, Jim's an outstanding football coach. We have a lot of respect for him, a lot of appreciation for him, and he has certainly earned the right for consideration. But that's something that we still have to discuss and obviously discuss with him. And Tommy, he's a very talented young coordinator. He's held in very high regard, not just in college football, but across the NFL. But again, those are discussions that we have to continue to have.
In terms of the search, how important is it this company getting somebody with that coaching experience?
Joe, we'll be pretty open-minded. I think there are a number of different archetypes of successful head coaches. I think about Kevin. I think it's easy to forget now that he has 2 Coach of the Year awards on his mantle that when he was interviewed first in 2019 and he didn't get the job, and then again I guess it was 2020 and he did. In both of those cycles, he had no head coaching experience, and we were the only team that interviewed him. And so I think our responsibility is to search far and wide. There are good coaches out there. We've just got to do our homework and find the right fit for us. We'll have no preconceived notions as we go into the search.
Sorry, Andrew, do you have any, whether it's regrets or whatever, just the way the offensive line, the lack of depth there and so on, and then you have rookies behind that line, quarterbacks. I guess 2 thoughts. One, maybe could have done a better job bringing the line together, and B, was it too soon to go to the rookies with that? Or?
Terry, it's a good question. I'd say, specifically to, let's say, the offense, it's no secret that that's where we're going to invest most of our resources this offseason. I think the reality of it is a year ago when we decided to make the pivot that we did, you also realize that you're not going to be able to accomplish everything at once for the roster. The offensive line, that's a position group that I do imagine will have a fair amount of turnover as we go into 2026. But we also do feel like it was important this year, and quite honestly going into next year, to give young players snaps if we're ultimately going to build a core and foundation that we need to win perennially.
Say that Kevin got dealt kind of a bad hand going into the year, 4 quarterbacks to start camp. How would you kind of reflect on that decision in hindsight?
Yeah, I'd say honestly most teams go into camp with four quarterbacks. That rep distribution may be a little bit different than what we had, but it's the most important position in sports, and it's something that we felt strongly about investing in. I'd actually give a lot of credit to Kevin and the offensive staff in terms of how they brought along those 2 rookies and how they designed practice. But we believe in competition in every room on the roster, and quarterback's no different.
you talk about finding the right partner. What are the qualities that you think are most important in this next leader for the organization on the field?
Yeah, so I'd say number one, like you hit it. Like it's not just leadership by position, but I'd say leadership more globally. Because when you hire a head coach, it's someone who has to be able to lead your players, lead your staff, lead the organization, lead through hardship and lead through crisis. And NFL years, they're like dog years. They're really difficult seasons. And that'll be at the forefront because it's first and foremost a leadership position. And then when I say partnership, head coach GM relationship is a lot like a marriage. And you have to work side by side and, fight back to back. And I think that that's really, really important because you have to be aligned in terms of how you're positioning the team.
Do you see enough on Shedeur? Do you think he can be your starter next year, or do you think he can find somebody not on the roster?
Scott, I think we saw a lot of progress with Shedeur this year. I think that's both mentally, physically, playing the position. He's still very much a work in progress, like many rookie quarterbacks are. But I think we saw some really good things in terms of his playmaking, his accuracy, his ability to extend with his feet. And I think I'd also give him credit, as well as our offensive staff, for bringing him along in terms of his pocket management, his situational awareness and things of that nature. Now, that all being said, we're going to do our work on the quarterback market. It's too important of a position, and it's something that has to be solidified. I can't sit here and tell you today, whether the solution or the starter in 2026 is internal or external, but it's something that we're going to work through, over the next several weeks. And quite honestly, the new head coach will also have a lot of input into that as well.
Andrew, when you look at what Joe Flacco did in those 4 games here, and then he goes down to Cincinnati and has 300-yard games, what does that say about the wide receivers that you have on this roster?
Yeah, Jeff, offensive football, and particularly the passing game, it really does take all 11. I know that's something that our coaches have said a lot over the past couple of years, because the offensive game is about precision. It's never just on the quarterback. It's never just on one position group. Protection plays into it, route precision, route design. Obviously, we wish we had more success, while Joe was under center here. We didn't. It's unfortunate.
But just to follow up, so then what do you think of this group of wide receivers that are on this team?
Yeah, listen, I think there's a lot of work that we still need to do on the offense from a personnel standpoint. I think that we have a number of players that will continue to be pillars and are players that will continue to develop and invest in. But the offense is going to have significant investment this offseason, Jeff.
Why did you make the
to the defense for a second? I mean, Grant was talking about this a little bit, but obviously there's not a lot of people that run this sort of system that Jim runs, and these 2 high safeties have become really popular, all that stuff. I mean, how important is it for you, kind of regardless of team, to keep the defense in this sort of system intact here, given the personnel you guys have added over the last 3 years?
It's a good question, Ashley. I think that number one, I think you hit on a really good theme that, one of the costs of turnover is that players can kind of get caught in transition between scheme to scheme to scheme. We do have a number of players who are maybe a little bit more defense specific or scheme specific, but I'd also say that we have a number of players that are pretty scheme versatile. Ultimately, our thought will be, hey, let's find the right head coach, let's find the right leader, because schemes, they really do come and go. But it is fair to say that we're very pleased with where that side of the ball is. That group is intact, they're under contract, and we really do like the style of play.
As you enter this transitional phase, how close do you feel like you are roster-wise, pillar-wise, that you guys talked about, to having success? These guys have talked in the locker room about wanting more wins and being close to some of those. How close do you feel this organization is to having success?
Yeah, Cam, I'll never put a limit on our team in a given year. I think we see that on a yearly basis. I think you can look at how different the playoff field is this year versus last year. I think we have 3 teams that were picking in the top 10 last year that are either winning their division or going to be playing this upcoming weekend. So every year really is unique. Now, that being said, very much more focused on process and doing the things that we need to do on a daily and weekly basis to get there. I wish I had a crystal ball and could say, hey, this is what it is definitively. Do I feel like we're closer today than we were a year ago? I do. I hope we are a whole hell of a lot closer a year from now than we are today. And we have a lot of work to do. And that's really where my focus is. That's what I'm dedicated in terms of doing.
You spoke about a GM and a head coach obviously being partners.
Yeah.
And with 8 wins in 2 years, a lot of times we see in pro sports a house cleaning. How do you feel personally and professionally about Kevin going and you staying?
Yeah, like I said, Nate, this is a very tough day. And I just say this, I own the results the past 2 years, Nate. I own it entirely. And ownership evaluates every one of us in the operation on an annual basis. I'm no different. And I am grateful that they feel like I'm the right person to lead us through this transition period. And that's where all my focus, energy, and dedication is going to be.
Unless you find a quarterback, it doesn't matter who you hire. It's just been proven throughout the league. You need a elite quarterback to win and sustain winning. Do you have a plan going into this offseason to create the path to finding that player here?
Yeah, Daryl, I'd say quarterback is the most important position in sports. We all know that. And part of the equation with quarterback is the evaluation part. Part of it is the development part as well. It's the most important part. It's the hardest position to play. It can take time, but look, that's the focus, solidifying that position. That's the biggest thing that can lead to sustainable success. That's priority number one. How we accomplish that with the combination of internal options, external veteran options, the draft, that remains to be seen. But priority number one is finding the leader for the organization. That's what our focus is on in the short term.
Where does Deshaun Watson stand?
Let me do, Mary Kay, let me do Daniel, and then I'll go back to you.
Where does Deshaun Watson stand as it pertains to this organization? And do you anticipate him being on the roster in 2026 as it's been reported?
Yeah, Daniel, first I'll say we're very pleased with how Deshaun went through and attacked his rehab this past year, how he engaged with the team, what he did in the meeting rooms. Very pleased with the progress that he made in that regard. Look, I can never predict the future, but right now we do anticipate him being on the 2026 team. But we have a long way to go before we get to that point with any player. Go ahead, Mary Kay.
Andrew, with the number 6 overall pick in the draft, do you guys feel with what you're seeing in the quarterback landscape in the class, if you choose to go that route, do you feel like you guys could acquire one of the top picks in this draft? And then I have a little follow-up to that question.
Honestly, Mary Kay, it's too early to tell. I think you can think about what everyone felt like we knew about the quarterback landscape this time last year, about what we thought we knew about the draft. There's a lot of work to be done with this entire draft class. And again, you want to do that in partnership with your new head coach as well. So I wish I could give you a little bit more in that regard, but it's a long process to get through the assessment of this year's passers.
And the follow-up on that real quick.
I promise I'll get you next, Tony. Okay.
The follow-up that I had to that real quick is because you are going to be committing so many resources to the offensive side of the ball, and because you have so many young guys, might you trend more towards offensive-minded coaches and maybe like a younger vibe or anything like that?
No, not necessarily, Mary Kay. I think it's more you're looking for maybe a specific skill set given where we are in our build. I think that's fair. I don't think that archetype is singular. I don't think that means it just has to be a young person. I don't think that just means it has to be an offensive coach. I mentioned a little bit earlier, the head coaching position is so different than being a coordinator, and the head coach's responsibility is to make sure that the offense is run and developed well, as opposed to necessarily having to be the person that directly does it. Go ahead, Tony.
It's indicated that you will lead the search, but there will be others on the committee. Who will they be?
Yeah, Tony, I won't go into specific names. It's a good question, but need to say we're going to leverage the expertise across our football operations group. This is an organizational decision. You know, it's not just a singular person who does everything. You're hiring for a position that's going to have such a huge daily and yearly impact on the team. And we want to make sure that we leverage the expertise of many people in our operation as we go through the process. Can I go here and then I'll come back to you, Chris, just because he hasn't asked a question.
You mentioned that you knew coming into the season that this would be a year of transition. The season ends then with two-time coach of the year getting fired because you didn't see enough progress. How do you sell that to candidates who are looking to know that they'll have the necessary runway to do what they need to be doing?
Yeah, we understand where you are, and I mentioned, we all get evaluated on an annual basis. I think the reality is, like, in any head coach opening, every organization has their own challenges, their own constraints. There may be at different points with their roster's lifestyle. We'll be looking for something different than maybe some of the other openings have, based on where they are as a team. And some good coaches will fit us, but they won't fit the Titans. Some will fit the Giants, and they won't necessarily fit us. But we're looking for the right leader and the right partner for our present situation. And I have a lot of confidence that we'll be able to find that person. Go ahead, Chris.
I know Paul left during the season, but do you envision his role being filled at all? And are there any other potential front office changes?
Do not envision Paul's role being filled. I think we have a number of talented people who will absorb more responsibility. Paul's a huge loss, but we have a lot of people who have gained a lot of really good experience and smart people in that in that regard. So.
Can I follow up by asking you, what did Paul do? We didn't get a chance to talk to you in mid-season, so can you tell us what he did?
Yeah, so Jeff, I think this is something that we've covered a lot over the past 6 years. Paul, let me just say this. Paul is a longtime executive, former general manager, incredibly strong, sharp thought partner, huge in terms of strategic thinking, and really built up the research and strategy group as well as player development. Paul did a lot for the organization over his time here, and we're grateful for the amount of time that he did spend with us.
Jimmy really pushed back on the notion of like dysfunction within the organization, and he takes exception to that. I think when the outside looking in, when there's a split where you remain, Kevin is let go, it almost gives off this sense that maybe there was a divide between you two. So I guess what can you say about your relationship with Kevin all the way until the end, up until yesterday?
So Kevin's like, I've said this 1,000 times, Kevin's like family. And, give you a little bit of insight, because I've told you all how awesome of a person he is, but I've also told you, sense of humor. I know you guys don't always get a chance to see that, but, one quick story I'll tell you, as I was driving back from the team flight last night, I was just thinking about what could potentially happen and the decisions that we had to make. I was like, I really need to. My kids, they're 8, 6, and 4, and I was like, I really need to tell my kids, because every time they're at the facility, he's no longer like Coach Stefanski, coach of the Browns, but rather, giving a Barry kid a piggyback ride or chasing them or tackling them, things like that. And I remember when I told my 4-year-old daughter, Eden, I was like, hey, there's a chance that Coach Kevin, he may not be coaching the Browns anymore. And she looked at me and she goes, well, will he play with us still? And I share that story because, when you talk about relationship or partnership, that's a lifelong connection for me and him. It goes beyond football. So if you ask, how was the relationship from the start to how it was today, he's family.
Are there any other changes to the coaching staff made today?
There were not, Scott.
Will you require the new coach to keep anybody on the staff, whether Jim or Tommy?
I'll touch what I said a little bit earlier. ultimately, that'll be the head coach's prerogative. Obviously, we'll have a number of discussions about the existing staff, but that'll be the head coach's prerogative.
John Dorsey.
Let me go here, and then I'll go to you, Terry. Let me go to Nate first.
I just remember John Dorsey years ago. He was a very experienced GM, sitting up there and saying about a coaching search.
Yeah.
He's driving home at night. He's telling himself, just don't screw this up. So how prepared do you feel to lead a coaching search, and is there anyone you're going to be leaning on?
Yeah, we're going to leverage a lot of people with experience and people with, I'd say, process expertise, both internally and externally. Being a head coach in the National Football League, it's a really, really, really hard job. And I think it's at times maybe a little bit like players where you try and make the best decision that you can at the time with the information that you have. But, I joke is like, I don't actually, Bill Polian used to say this, that like other than running for Congress or governing in Congress, like position of head coach may be just as hard because of all the different challenges and things that you face. And so what we're going to do, we're going to ensure that we have a process that is well defined in terms of what we're looking for and what the role will be specific to our organization. And we'll make the best hire we can. I'm confident we'll find a good coach. And then a big part of it, no different than quarterbacks, Daryl, is we've got to support that individual to make sure that they can have success as they lead us. Go ahead, Terry.
Win 8 games in 2 years, it's crushing the fan base. You admitted it about yourself. Excuse me. How fast can you, I guess, get to where your team is watchable again and, just a better product?
Yeah.
That's on you now, basically, when you're there. So how do you handle that?
Yeah, Terry, I think it goes maybe a little bit to Cam's question that I certainly would expect us to make progress over the next calendar year with who we hire and how we invest in the roster. In terms of our ultimate goals, I can't put a firm timeline on that, but we certainly do owe the fans more than what we've given them the past.
So what assets or things do you have that can, I guess, maybe jet sweep that thing going forward?
Yeah, so I look at, how we're positioned. We're positioned with, we'll have ample cap room at the beginning of the year. We have a defense that is, elite, and everyone, besides maybe one starter, is under contract for multiple years. I look at, some of the young core offensive players that we brought in this year, and I look at the fact that, we'll have 10 picks, 2 in the first round, and I think it's probably going to be 7 in the top 150. It gives us an incredible opportunity to continue to take a big step forward.
2 more. We're going to go Mary Kay, then we're going to go Cam and Jeff.
When we talked to Myles Garrett on Friday in the locker room, he mentioned that, that more rebuilding is not going to be for him, and he needs some assurances that you guys are 100% committed to winning as fast and as soon as possible and thoroughly as possible. So my question about that is, do you have any concern that he might try to, ask to be traded again? And in the event that something like that happens, can you state unequivocally that you wouldn't do that, or where would you stand on it?
So I think the first thing I'd say, Mary Kay, is, Myles and I have good and frequent dialogue. I think when people hear the term rebuild, and probably specifically here, really their thought is tear down, right? The idea that you're trading away a number of prime players or veterans, and you're accumulating resources and things of that nature. When we think about where we are in our transition, it really is about building up the offense. Many of the trades that we've made are, really about maybe players who won't be a part of the future core, and getting future value for when we're in our prime window with this roster. If we do trade a productive veteran in his prime, it's probably more in lines of what we did with Greg Newsome, where we were able to acquire Tyson Campbell, a player that we thought was an excellent scheme fit. He's in his prime and under contract for 3 years. It would be more of a strategic decision like that. So our focus is on continuing to build. Winning is always the focus, but we also want to make sure that we take the proper steps to ensure that hey, we don't have these up and down seasons, but that we can sustain it.
A rookie class that was so productive for you guys this season amid the changes. Do you have an approach to ensure that any kind of changes like this aren't detrimental to their continued growth and their development as you look for even more production from them in next season?
It's a great question, Cam. That's certainly top of mind. Young players, they don't always have linear progress. I wish they did. It'd make it a lot easier for all of us. But that will certainly be a focus as we get to meet the candidate pool over the next several weeks.
So this is your first coaching search since you've been here.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say this is the most important decision of your career as a pro front office guy?
I'd say this, Jeff. I think we have a lot of important decisions coming up. I think probably the two most important decisions that can be made by an organization are head coach and quarterback. So, whichever order you want to put it in, I think that's fair. But look, my focus, I'm 100% dedicated in terms of finding the right person that continue to lead our franchise forward.
You good?
All right. Thank you all.
That was Browns president of football, Andrew Berry, and spent a half an hour answering a lot of questions, and I think actually gave us some insight into some things that are going to happen here in the offseason.
I walk away with one big thing. If he would have just come out after I'm not going to harp on this, but if he would have just come out after they traded Joe Flacco and explained it, I don't think the people would have thought there was animosity between the two of them.
We'll discuss momentarily right here on Baskin and Phelps.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studio, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. We go live to Berea anytime there's breaking Browns news. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, you're Cavs are back in action at Indiana. Tip-off at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Cam Manna.
Breaking Browns news, Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Andrew Berry, quote, I own the results of the last 2 years. Ownership evaluates everybody on an annual basis, and he's grateful, basically, that he survived.
Yeah.
And clearly, he was involved in the decision because he used we several times when talking about the decision. So he must have known for some time that he was safe if he was brought in to make the decision about the coach. And I think it was complete sincerity on Andrew Berry's part talking about his relationship with Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah,
I'm Jeff Phelps.
Yeah.
This would be Andy Baskin.
I don't think you bring up your kid if you're not sincere.
I think he's completely sincere.
100% right there. I just don't. I
sounded almost emotional there, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. I wish he would speak more often. That's about it, because I think there'd be a better. I think I'm not saying he's got to speak every week, Maybe even if it's once every 6 weeks or something
Hey,
like
GM
that.
of the Cowboys speaks after every game.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're not the Cowboys, and I don't really need
he's the owner.
I know, but we don't need to hear him every week.
Nope.
I just think there were questions that came up during the season that he let Kevin have to answer the questions for a front office decision, and he didn't. And I think we would have, I feel good after listening to him about the decisions they make because I have an explanation, and he has given me a reference point to maybe perhaps why they did things, where they were going with the situation, who was on board, who wasn't on board, whether some of it's hot air or not, I don't know. But I just, for some reason, as a fan, I feel better because Andrew came out and spoke today, and he said, I own it. I own that record. I own this stuff. And that's great.
Yeah, but he didn't take the hit for it.
No, he didn't take the hit for it, and he also didn't. He made Kevin answer questions for him throughout the season. So he's got some repair work to do to have any trust from the fans. He does. They feel good about his draft. They feel good about a couple of the free agent moves that he made. He's got a chance to move forward with the organization and run things in a way that could be beneficial somewhere down the road. The
one thing about the draft, Andy, and I think they added some nice players.
Yeah.
But they added 4 players right now who you think are contributors long term. I don't think you can make the comment yet that Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, or Dylan Sampson are going to be long term contributors here. I hope so. I hope Dylan Sampson is. I like Dylan Sampson a lot.
Yeah, I could see if Barry's here, I could see Sampson staying for a long time as a backup running back.
I do
see
too,
any
but I
problem
don't
with
think we saw a lot of them this year. I do think it's interesting.
The quarterback is the biggest question mark off this last draft.
And boy, did he not dodge that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I give him credit for that. Let me give you the thought here. He said Shedeur Sanders is a work in progress. We will do our work in the quarterback market.
Yeah.
I can't tell you that the 2026 starter is internal, meaning he's on the roster, or external. The new head coach will have input into the quarterback. He said Deshaun Watson will be on the team next year as things stand now.
Sure.
He said, I can't look into the future. I think one thing he said, and he just kind of slipped it in, and I thought, ooh, that's telling, and I don't think it was, he didn't go too nuts on it. External veteran options. When he talked about quarterback later on, after he made that initial statement, he said, external veteran options at quarterback. And I think that's really telling. So keep that in mind. I've just quickly called them up. Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Marcus Mariota, Zach Wilson, Tyrod Taylor, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Jimmy Garoppolo, Mitch Trubisky, Carson Wentz, Malik Willis. Ding, ding, ding. Those are some of the veteran quarterback options who are available in free agency.
Who knows who might be out there after the draft?
Without question.
Yeah.
Yep, without question. I think Andrew handled himself well. Again, big picture here. I would have kept Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. And I think Kevin is a better coach than what he has shown the last couple of years, and I think the roster buried him this year. And if I was ownership and I was going to get rid of one guy, I would have gotten rid of the other as well.
All right, this is a tough question because I think a lot of people will hear this and think probably what I thought. He said season of transition.
Yeah.
Multiple times when talking about this year.
Team and roster in transition.
Yeah. Team and roster in transition. What does that mean? Because he made it sound like from a front office point of view, he viewed the year as a season of transition. I think when fans hear that, they hear... You want to say it or do you want me to say it?
Go ahead.
I think fans hear, we didn't care if we won this year, which is a nice way of saying another thing, a.k.a. tanking. I don't know if I'm taking it too far.
Or the beginning of a rebuild?
Or the beginning of a rebuild, which Myles Garrett just said, again, he doesn't want to be a part of. And he also said that last year.
Hey.
So that's why I thought it was interesting, that line of questioning about...
If they were tanking and rebuilding, Kevin just screwed it up in the last 2 weeks.
By winning the last
Could have had the number one pick.
Yeah. Season of transition. I think there's a difference of season of transition for the fans than there is for the general manager of the front office.
He spoke extensively about off-season plans, offense. He said it's really about building up the offense. I get that. A lot of work with the offensive personnel. Got it. Understand. Gave Kevin and the staff credit for how they brought along the young quarterbacks. Interesting. Another thing he said, Andy, that folks get ready. Whoever your favorite veteran is and you have his jersey, you might be needing another one because he talked about trading veterans for future assets. Veterans who we think might not be long-term here.
But that was in the Myles Garrett conversation too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I would think any veteran that they think is a short-termer here, they could get, if you can get a fourth or a fifth, boom, they're going to be gone.
I'm sure Denzel's looking around on that going,
But Andy, you can't,
I just don't think you can trade Denzel.
You can't trade your top guys. I mean, you want to make this thing worse than 5-12?
But you
Go
just
ahead and trade Myles Garrett and trade Denzel Ward.
I know, but you described Denzel in that. You described Myles when he says
that.
They
didn't fit your time frame. Meanwhile,
what is the time frame to get to the dome?
I drove past the ditch the other day.
Shovels are going in the ground this year.
Yep.
Soon. Very soon, right?
Yep. That's the word. That's the word. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. We're going to talk to Scott Petrak at 120 from brownzone.com. You heard him answering questions there. Jeff is in Chesterland. Jeff, welcome.
This is Cool Ray.
Oh, Cool Ray.
Cool Ray.
Welcome.
Hey, what's up, man? I've been listening to you guys all morning, man. Great topic. And listen, Kevin Stefanski, good for you. You know, you did what you did, but we need to put this in three different perspectives. Like, the prior ownership of this team didn't care about this team. He cared more.
Okay, if you want to say it's horrible, I'm going to just ask you one question. Would you rather have an owner that just wants to throw money at something and try to hire the right people, or have an owner who is involved and has their hands all over everything? I'm just curious. Just give me your opinion on that. That's all.
I would like to have a combination of both.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, I just think we've had, I mean, there are times when I sit here and I'm like, you know, maybe Randy Lerner wasn't such a bad. I think Al Lerner totally cared.
Right.
You know, and Randy was put in a spot. I also will say, till I'm blue in the face, that if Norma would have just taken over the naming rights of the team, people would have treated things a lot differently and cut her a ton more slack than they would have Randy.
Right.
I'm just being honest.
So when the Haslam took over, I agree with everybody. He wanted stability. But now, I look at this three ways with Stefanski and the GM, is that ultimately Stefanski failed at his job. We talk about he didn't have talent. We forget he had talent. They were talking about this team being...
Yeah, and he won 11 games with it twice.
The national media was talking about this team being a potential Super Bowl contending team.
This year?
He did nothing with that except make to the playoffs, and they gave him a 2-time Coach of the Year. And that's what we've been holding on to for this whole time. But if you evaluate him as a coach, that's really it. But if you're looking at a GM, you have to now evaluate him. You evaluate, the GM. Ask yourself this. How many times has he overvalued a player? Which means if these are all NFL players that made it to the draft. So these are guys who potentially could have went to other teams, but did he overdraft these guys? How many players did he
He didn't draft them. Andrew Berry did.
Well, Andrew Berry. So you want to now Haslam he said that Haslam evaluates them on a year-to-year basis. So if Haslam is evaluating them like a job performance review, how many times has Andrew Berry actually overdrafted someone?
I don't know, Cool Ray.
Are you talking about third round?
All I know
is
some
of the third round wide receivers that haven't worked out. Is that where you're going?
All I know is that there's not a whole lot of talent on this offense. So much so that Andrew Berry mentioned it 15 times that we're going to go nuts on the offense in the offseason. Didn't cost him his job.
You have two running backs.
It did cost Kevin his job.
And what are they going to do with David Njoku? There's another question for you.
Greg is in San Diego, California. Greg?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Good, good. Hey, I got one thing to say. Both of these guys, Andrew Berry, Ken Stefanski, couldn't pick talent out of a wet paper bag. I'm Angry Tom's brother out of San Diego, and it's just embarrassing to watch how these guys draft, waste money, don't hold people accountable. It's embarrassing for the city of Cleveland. I grew up in Cleveland, Browns fan through and through, and they just can't get it right.
Well, they just held Kevin Stefanski accountable. He'll be interviewing soon.
And they probably have the Rookie of the Year on defense.
Jeff's in Cleveland. Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
Hey, did they mention anything about the Flacco? Anyone ask a question? I think I may have.
He went around it.
Yeah.
I was excited because I thought the question was coming.
No big answer.
And then the question kind of deflected at the end.
It went to wide receivers. More
It went to wide receivers rather than Flacco. I was waiting for that too, man.
I don't know. I think they just threw Stefanski under the bus all year. Like they just knew at that point that they were getting rid.
Jeffrey, phone issues.
Yep.
Phone issues. Scott Petrak was in that press conference. You heard him asking questions. He's going to join us next. Anxious to get Scott's thoughts. He got pushed back today because all kinds of stuff going on in Berea. As Kevin Stefanski out as head coach and Andrew Berry in charge. That's it. No question. No Paul DePodesta, no Kevin Stefanski. It's Andrew Berry's team.
A Mr. Hero Roman burger in one hand and a hot buttered cheesesteak in the other. The best part? You can get both for the price of one when you download Mr. Hero's mobile app and redeem the BOGO offer.
I crave the hero.
Get your icy cold beer for game day. True North Convenience Stores is your one-stop shop for all your game day essentials. Stock up on your favorite domestic beers and seltzers in our beer cave. All brands are competitively priced. Want to score even bigger savings? Download the True Rewards mobile app.
The madness of the holidays is finally behind you. We'll stop on in and visit my friends at Peter & Company Jewelers. The jewelry you put off repairing, the watches that need service, now's the time to stop in and have them taken care of. With a master goldsmith on staff and a trained watchmaker on site, they're ready to get your treasured pieces in wearable condition again. With over 1,200 five-star reviews, it's not just me telling you to visit them, it's everybody else. Visit peterjewelers.com and visit them in store in Avon Lake, because it's where Cleveland trusts to make things old new again.
Keep trying, keep striving, keep chasing your dreams. And when you're ready to take that next step, come to Cuyahoga Community College. Gain in-demand job skills or earn a transfer-friendly degree. We can even help you launch your own business. And Tri-C won't slow you down. So don't stop. Keep moving forward to better skills, a better job, and a better life. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Classes begin January 12th. Visit tri-c.edu.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together.
20, and the Cardinals firing Jonathan Gannon earlier this afternoon, so they'll join the wide running. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen to the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. He's Andy Baskin. We're on YouTube, Andy.
Woohoo!
There
what
you
up,
go.
YouTube?
There you go. They had to work out all the bugs on everybody else.
Ripping us right now. They have nothing else to do.
Don't do that.
I'm just telling you.
Don't do that. You have better things to do. I
do have better things to do, but I am also thankful that they're watching, whether they hate us or love us, and I appreciate the fact they're taking time out to comment on some of the things we're talking about.
Oh, great. Let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He was in that press conference. You heard him asking questions of Andrew Berry. Maybe he's going to apply to be a thought partner. From the Chronicle Telegram and BrownZone.com, he's Mr. Scott Petrak. Hello, sir.
Hey.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Oh, we're having a big day.
It's an emotional day for us, for Jeff and I, yes.
You and I, Andy, we all understand, we all said it. Coaches in the NFL don't survive 8 wins in 2 years. How do general managers survive that?
That's a good question. I think you have a really good draft class before those decisions are made. I think you were here for not only the last 6 years, but Andrew Berry was here before that in a different capacity. So you build a long relationship with ownership, and ownership trusts you, and they believe you're incredibly smart, which is not any stretch to believe. And they put their faith in you. And I guess the other part of this is it's easier for coaches to be judged on wins and losses. And I think it's not as easy for general managers. I'm not sure that makes sense. I'm not sure I know I don't agree with the decision to separate Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. And I wrote that over the weekend. I think the roster played a big part in the record, and that's Andrew Berry's, responsibility. But the Haslams feel that Andrew Berry did a better job in his job than Kevin Stefanski did in his.
Are you surprised at all that this happened and the way this split?
Yeah, to some degree. I think in the last, 3-4 days, 5 days, it felt like it was going to go this direction. I wasn't convinced that it 100% would. If you told me a month ago, 2 months ago, that it would happen where Kevin got fired and Andrew stayed, I would have been shocked by that. I'm surprised by that, and I'm surprised, and maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's just me being naive. But they'd been together so long, they were connected for so long, and it kind of feels like at some point there's a divide, right? Not like socially or personally, but it's, hey, I'm doing my job well enough to keep it, and the other guy's not. And, I guess I maybe should have expected that. And I'm not even saying it became like contentious because I don't think it did. It just strikes me as not how I envisioned things going down.
Scott, I think a lot of fans are attached to Jim Schwartz. Players can be attached to Jim Schwartz. I would tell everybody don't get excited there because a new coach might have completely different ideas. But does this mean anything? Andrew Berry had his 1 year away from the Browns in Philadelphia in 2019. The DC of that team was Jim Schwartz. And now he's the DC in Cleveland. That mean anything?
I think it does. I would put right now, if you're handicapping the coaching search, I think Jim Schwartz would be the favorite. And that's because we don't know exactly who's going to be out there. We don't know who they're interested in. We don't know who they're going to interview. And I don't think they've made their minds up. But, Jimmy Haslam talked about how impressed he is with Jim Schwartz. I think he used the word, I love Jim Schwartz. Absolutely he wants to keep him. Now, they're not going to force the next coach to keep him. But one way you get around that is you just hire that guy to be your head coach. And he's been a head coach before. Plenty of players today endorsed him to be the head coach. And I'm not saying that's the right move or not. I'm just saying there's a little bit of vibe there going, okay, maybe it could be Jim Schwartz, run it back with the number 2 ranked defense that's been number 1 in the league in the 3 years he's been here collectively. A bunch of guys are coming back on that defense. You don't have to switch the scheme, right? It would be an easy transition. I'm not saying that would be the right transition because it would feel a lot like what we just saw, right? Because you'd probably bring back Tommy Reese as your play caller.
Yeah.
And then, I'm just assuming that, right? So then the one big change is Kevin, and maybe they get rid of Bubba Ventrone or something. But it doesn't feel big enough to me as a change-wise, but I could certainly see that happening.
With all the jobs that are opening today, how attractive is this job to a coach that would be coming in from the outside?
Yeah, it's a good question. A lot of times I think it doesn't really matter. These jobs are precious. But when it matters is if there's multiple teams vying for you, right? That's when it matters, I think, the attractiveness of the job. I think the fact that the Hasms have deep pockets is attractive. I do think working with Andrew Berry would be attractive. He's a smart guy. I think he's easy to work with. I've never heard anybody say anything besides that. So I think that's a selling point. The defense, Myles Garrett, is a selling point. The problem is they don't know who their quarterback is, and that's a huge problem. And if you're comparing it to Tennessee, and the new coach believes in Cam Ward, and you're comparing it to,
Atlanta?
Atlanta, maybe where
New
they
York,
might have
Jackson
their coach.
Dart?
I would thank you. That's the other one I was going for. Jackson Dart, right? If you're the Giants and the next coach likes Jackson Dart, then I think that's an easier sell because, not that Andrew said anything we don't know, but the two most important decisions are the coach and the quarterback. And if you're the coach and the organization's already figured out the other one, you're ahead of the game.
I was glad to hear Andrew Berry be non-committal about the starting quarterback next year. And to say that they're going to look at the quarterback market, and then he used the words external veteran options. Good. Go, check it out and see and open it up and have a real competition. And that's okay by me. Scott, what do you think?
Well, I don't know if I'm crazy about a competition. I like the idea of looking at every option, whether that's with the number 6 pick, whether that's trying to trade up from number 6, whether that's at 25 or wherever they draft with the Jaguars pick, whether it's Malik Willis or just name whoever it is that's available, whether they're veterans, through free agency, trade, or in the draft. I like taking all those into account. I'm not sure I love the idea of showing up day one and saying, yeah, we don't know who the starting quarterback is. Now, is there a scenario where that plays out like that? Sure. Would Shadur have to compete for the starting job? Maybe. Andrew said he's very much a work in progress, which means it didn't sound like they're just going to hand him the job, which I think is the right move. I think he's made big strides, but I don't think he's shown enough to say, yeah, he's the guy for 2026. So I think you just have to open all avenues. But if you're the Browns, I don't think you just collect assets at that position like you did this offseason. I think you identify the guy you want to be the starter, if it's in the draft or a veteran guy.
He was asked about Deshaun Watson, said can't look into the future, but as it stands now, yes, he's on the roster next year.
Yeah.
What if a new coach thinks that's his best option?
I'd be stunned. What would make them think that, right? What would make
I don't know.
Coach think that Deshaun Watson's the best option, unless you give him a bunch of other bad options?
Because I would think if you're actually looking at external veteran options, you would have to get one before you rolled Deshaun Watson out there at training camp, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I think Deshaun Watson is going to be here because they owe him $46 million and don't want to pay that for him not to be here.
There is that. Yeah.
So whatever role that winds up being, and Andrew did leave the door open for him not to be here, but the expectation is that he will be here. If they changed GMs, then I thought there was a much greater chance that Watson wouldn't be here next year. But with Andrew, it just makes sense that he's going to be here. But he didn't commit to him having any kind of specific role, which I think is, just makes all the sense in the world. The guy's been played since October 2024, and he was bad before that. So, will he be here? Probably. Can you count on him having any kind of significant role? I don't think so. And I wouldn't trust a coach that thinks that he should be your guy week one.
How long till Kevin gets another gig? What do you think? And what does that say? Again, I keep going back to Mike Vrabel And Jeff and I looked at each other when Vrabel was let go from Tennessee. We're like, oh, he's going to have a job in 2 minutes.
Sure.
And then he ended up sitting out for a year. Now, I don't know if that was his choice or not and didn't like the jobs that might have been available. But, I'm wondering what that says about Kevin the longer the longer he does now. I don't know. I'm looking at just kind of betting charts. People are saying that Kevin's going to land pretty quick. But your thoughts?
Yeah, I do think he's going to land quick. And, part of the reason I think that is, the national media buzz that has been out there about that, connecting him to the Giants, connecting him to potential other jobs. And I think it speaks to how highly respected Kevin is in this league, and a feeling that he wasn't given the best circumstances to win here. And when he was given decent circumstances, he won 11 games twice and went to the playoffs. I think that is probably the prevailing opinion outside of this building, is that it wasn't Kevin Stefanski's fault that they only won 8 games over the last 2 seasons. Obviously, the feeling inside the building is different. So I expect him to get a job in this offseason. I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe it's the Giants. But I think he lands on his feet quickly. And if it's not this year, I think he'll have a job, next year if he wants it. Because I do think he's super respected. He's young. He's smart. He's handled a bunch of crazy stuff here and shown that he doesn't bat an eye. He's really unflappable. And he's going to sit down with whoever GM or whoever owner and impress them too.
Scott Petrak joining us, brownzone.com. You'll read all of Scott's coverage of the coaching change and the coaching search and everything else. He'll be all over it. Tell me what you thought of a lot of talk about a young team, adding players to the offense and how it fits. And then how might that relate to either a veteran coach or a coordinator type coming in? I would think a coordinator type would be, okay, we can build with this guy and build the roster. A veteran coach to me would mean, hey, we think we're ready to win now. Did you get any sense one way or the other based on some of those thoughts?
I did not, and I think the reason for that is Andrew Berry is so deliberate and analytical, and not like analytical. He gives everything deep thought.
Right.
That he knows better than to lock himself into any one way of thinking. And I feel comfortable, having known Andrew for a while and watched him work, that that's true. So it's like quarterback when he says, yes, we're going to look at this avenue and this avenue. I think he feels the same way about the coaching search. And he mentioned how Kevin had not been a head coach previously, and that they were the only team that interviewed him in 2019 and then 2020 when he got the job. So they're not going to follow the trends. They're not going to, just lock in on all the popular candidates. They're going to do a bunch of research and interview a bunch of guys. And if they feel that person is the leader necessary, it's not going to matter if it's an offensive guy or a defensive guy. It's not going to matter if it's a coordinator or a quarterback coach or a veteran guy. So I think that's just the way it is. Now, would you have to convince a veteran coach that you might be 2 years away from having a chance to compete for a Super Bowl or whatever that time frame would be? Maybe that's a harder sell than a young guy in his first job looking to grow with maybe a rookie quarterback. I could see that argument, but I don't think right now Andrew's leaning one way or the other in that regard.
Would you have kept both guys, or would you have moved on from both guys?
That's a great question, Jeff. I personally would have kept them both.
Me too.
But I completely understand the argument to move on. I get 8 wins isn't enough. I get that it might be stale after 6 years. I get the frustration of the fan base and looking to give them some reason to get excited. I understand all those things, and I don't think there's a great, compelling argument for the status quo. So
agreed.
I wouldn't have been able to fight with you very much on that. But I personally think I don't think Kevin Stefanski was the reason they didn't win games. So I would not have fired Kevin. And then, I think Andrew's a different discussion. And I saw a lot of good stuff in the last, like Jimmy has them laid it out, right? There's a lot of good stuff in last year. And they decided that outweighed the plenty of misses in Andrew's 5 years. And there were hits along those first 5 years too. But without this last year, there's no way that Andrew Berry keeps that job and Kevin Stefanski doesn't.
Joel Bitonio today, just listening in, I'm just curious your thoughts and how emotional that was.
Hey, almost had me crying there. I only cried TV and movies. But it's and he said he hasn't made up his mind, and he doesn't feel any different this year than he did last year. It sounds more like he's leaning toward retirement, but that just could be the way I'm hearing it. And maybe it's the second time through, so it sounds more real this time. But known Joel forever. I think he's probably my favorite guy I've ever covered.
Wow.
So to see him get emotional talking about, the pride he takes in his job and how he wants to be remembered, that was an emotional moment that I think got a lot of people that know Joel well.
This is a quick thing. Andrew Berry mentioned next several weeks for the head coaching search.
Yeah, I don't think it is. And part of that is just the wide net they're going to cast. Part of it is the rules that are set up now in the league where, if a guy's on a playoff team, you can't hire him, and it's harder to interview him, right? You have to stagger the interviews. You can't meet with the guy in person if he's on a playoff team until the end of January, or, I don't have the exact dates in my head, but it's a while. So I would think that just kind of leads itself toward not having a quick decision on this.
Thank you for joining us today. We know you're slammed, and we thank you very, very much, and we'll be chatting with you. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Paul.
Scott Petrak, brownzone.com. You can listen to everything and read everything that Scott writes, and he'll be all over the coaching search and do a great job of it. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, we've had a busy day right here on Baskin and Phelps, and it'll stay busy in the afternoon. Nick, Jonathan, ready to go as the Browns now one of 6 NFL teams looking for a new head coach. The New York Giants, Tennessee Titans, Atlanta Falcons, Las Vegas Raiders, Arizona Cardinals, and our Cleveland Browns. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. What a day to have our debut on YouTube.
I don't know, is that you? It's the Miami U.
It looks like you're getting ready to have that paper field goal
play
thing
football?
kicked into your head.
Too. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just trying to do it.
Swell. Kevin Stefanski already, according to Diana Rossini, not planning to take a year off, wants to jump right back in.
Mm-hmm.
You're hearing New York Giants. We've heard that for some time. Dan Orlovsky said a couple of weeks ago, keep an eye on Cleveland, because if they get rid of Stefanski, I'd make him the leading candidate in New York with the Giants, where he has familiarity with a couple of guys there, Andy.
Well, Jameis Winston told NorthJersey.com, Coach Stefanski is a brilliant offensive mind, a great leader. He would be an asset for any team as a head coach. Absolutely, he'd be a fit. He can lead anywhere. That was Jameis Winston telling NorthJersey.com. And then he also talked to Jackson Dart, who he had talked to during the recruiting process or interviewing process, pre-draft process. He said, Coach Stefanski was great. Again, this is Dart. Coach Stefanski was great. He's had a really good career, especially from an offensive side of things. I thought the visit with him and his staff went really well. I think he's a really good coach.
Okay.
Although then again, if I was him, I would say the same thing.
Oh, of course you would.
Because he could be your new boss.
And same thing with Jameis, because he wants a contract next year.
Oh, of course. And a pregame show.
Yeah, it'd be good.
He'd be great.
That would be really good.
He'd be great.
Kevin in New York.
I could see it.
I don't think it would go over real well with the media because Kevin's very controlled in press conference settings.
He doesn't let things... I mean, everything you're hearing from our guys are saying he just doesn't let things affect him.
On the other hand...
Jameis said that, too.
Yeah,
Jameis also...
It might be a perfect fit for the New York media because if he doesn't let stuff get to him,
I mean, he is from Philly. I don't know whose media is tougher, Philly or New York.
I don't know. Think about that Giants team, though. You have a young quarterback in Jackson Dart. You're going to have Malik Neighbors coming back from an ACL. You're going to have Cam Scatteraboo coming back from ankle. So you're going to have a young quarterback, a young running back, a really good wide receiver. It's got a good young tight end. And you've got a pretty good left tackle.
And you also have what pick? They have the 5th pick. They're just ahead of the Browns in the draft.
And they don't need to go get a quarterback.
No, that would make it interesting. I'm just looking at some of these. And
he could take a train from Philly.
I know Tennessee doesn't sound like... I mean, you would think Vrabel would probably say, if you don't want to go there.
Kev, you don't want to go work for those people.
I don't know. They're looking at, a new dome down there. They're looking at the number 4 pick. They're ahead of the Giants.
Nice city, Nashville.
It's a great place to live.
Atlanta.
Jimmy Haslam's brother's there. He's got the hockey team.
You have Arthur Blank-Check.
Man, Atlanta would be... Arizona's a great place to live, I think. I don't know. At least the weather's good all the time.
No, it isn't.
I don't think it's...
Hotter than blazes half the year.
So live somewhere else during... well, I guess during training camp. Train inside. Wow, we've already reached that point in the show?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? On YouTube, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Cam, let's start with you. All right. Dan.
We're off to a rousing start.
Our social media mentions are powered by Shapen Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Smarter today, courtesy of Tyvis Powell. Tyvis was outstanding with us, giving his thoughts on everything from a former player perspective and where he thinks this will go. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast, give that a listen if you missed it.
AB.
I'm smarter today because of all the great people who are chiming in on social media, on YouTube now as well. So that's another place where you can get your information here out on the air to us so we can get out what the way you think. So I'm glad we have another outlet.
Well, me too. So that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm smarter today because of Andrew Berry. He actually, I think, gave some insight into the quarterback situation. Shedeur Sanders a work in progress. We will do our work in the quarterback market. That tells me they're not locked into anybody here. Can't tell you if the starter for next year is internal or external. New coach will have input, and he used the words external veteran options. Gotta be honest, I like that, Andy. I do. So we'll see. And if they have a starting quarterback before the season starts, my guess is it's nobody who's in the building right now. Otherwise, you compete in training camp.
Tomorrow, I'm curious how hardcore Shedeur Sanders fans who believe he should be the starting quarterback, I want to hear how they reacted to what Andrew had to say today.
Andrew didn't give him a ringing endorsement.
No, he didn't. I can't wait to hear from them.
He did say there was progress.
I'm looking forward to hear that argument.
I agree, but sounds to me like they're looking seriously. Nick, Jonathan, up next. We'll be back with you tomorrow as we thank the Cleveland Browns for another year of fabulous content. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. You know what's next. Afternoon Drive.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Jacksonville Jaguars won the AFC South, and they have won 8 in a row heading into the playoffs, winning those 8 games by an average of 19 points per game. Outside of Josh Allen, the former number 1 pick Trevor Lawrence might be the most dangerous quarterback in the AFC playoffs. I'm Chris Black.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading.
Throw to throw. Here comes Miles. He got him! He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett, sack number 23. The new single-season sack king. Browns a winner today. 5-12 on the season. Disappointing. 20-18, a win today. Huge smiles all the way around.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back, but not Kevin Stefanski. We are Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Welcome in Cleveland to a new kind of era in Cleveland Browns football. That opened courtesy of the University Hospitals Browns radio network and our guy Jake Murrin, not on the board. Yes. We have Dan Mennigan currently on the board. Yes. We've got the Ginger Saint of Cleveland sports doing the 2020s today. It is a locked and loaded show. The latest news is that Pete Carroll has been fired for Las Vegas. Don't worry. Tom Brady, the owner, is going to solve all the things. All the things. Don't worry about that. Jonathan Gannon, Cleveland's own, out in Arizona. And, of course, Kevin Stefanski is no longer the Browns head coach, but Andrew Berry's still here. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today? You sound really upbeat. Almost, dare I say, excited about this.
Not excited. I think this was the culmination, right? Like, I think if you've been paying attention, like you and I tend to do, the Browns executed the playbook flawlessly. Right? Jimmy said the right things in April at the owners' meetings. I think it was March in the owners' meetings. Hey, we own that. We all own that. And then you transition to the quarterback market where you made sure that there was no head coach on the planet that could win with that. Then you go into the season, you struggle, you trade the incumbent starting quarterback to go to the head coach's quarterback. When that doesn't work, you go to the third-string quarterback, the fifth-round quarterback, all the while the GM is nowhere to be seen or found. As a matter of fact, for the first time in his history with the Browns, he skips the bye week presser, putting it on the trade deadline presser, which puts it all on the head coach. And then today, after weeks of speculation, you found your fall guy. You found the guy who's the reason why all the good feelings are gone. And then Kevin, now it's all better. The Browns are all better.
Yeah, it's definitely not all better. And if I'm
it's all better because they fired the guy.
If I'm Andrew Berry, I'd be very cautious about some of the stories he was trying to tell today, because you might end up like Pesci and Goodfellas when this is all said and done. You might end up blindsided 3 weeks from now with a head coach that decides that you don't really belong here.
I can't say that I watched a lot of the show Succession. Forgive me.
I love Succession. It's one of my favorite shows.
I think I was like a Billions guy, and they just never got around.
Yeah, but they should have interconnected. They're both kind of the same.
I should, but I got tribal very early on, and I stood with Bobby Axelrod. I'll just be honest about that. But in what I've seen of Succession, this season played out like that.
Well, I mean,
I don't know who Greg is. I don't know who Tom Wamsgams is. But I know Kieran Culkin. He's in there somewhere.
You got to break a few Gregs to make a Tomlet. You know exactly.
I do know that line.
I like the references that you have here today. Yeah, it's like Wamsgams all of a sudden winning out here. Tom, the least likely candidate, ends up winning out. But is it? Hold on, that doesn't seem right, because Andrew Berry wasn't the least likely to win this battle, was he?
No. As a matter of fact, I think we've called for a minute how this was going to play out. That Kevin was going to be the fall guy because I think Andrew endeared himself a little bit more to ownership. I think he kept Haslam's ear a little bit more. And I think Andrew Berry got the drop on Kevin Stefanski.
Here's where it plays out.
But he loves and respects him.
Well, so
I would need you to know that these thought partners, that's a lifetime bromance.
Which, by the way, Andrew Berry totally in telling that story today about his daughter and his 4-year-old kid being like, hey, I had to tell my kid that, Kevin isn't going to, we might have to part ways with Kevin Stefanski. And then the kid asking, well, can we still play with Kevin? Okay, fine. But what you told everyone is that you clearly had this conversation. You came up with the idea that you were firing Stefanski a long time ago. This didn't just happen this morning that you had this conversation with your daughter. I promise you it didn't happen just this morning. And so, but ultimately, why he wins out in Secession style, in Billion style, whatever style you want to make, You got to be friends with the kingmaker.
Yeah.
You got to get to the right hand of the person that actually makes the decisions and makes the calls. And the brilliant stroke of genius that Andrew Berry had in all of this, it wasn't being good at his job. None of that is defensible. It's the idea that he got to the right-hand side of Haslam while shoving DePodesta out the door, and in the meanwhile, basically putting it all on Kevin Stefanski as well. Like that's job preservation 101.
So we're stuck in this weird spot here where I think you and I both saw the merit in firing Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
And yet I also look at this and go, this is more, in my opinion, fall guy-ism, where every year, even when they've succeeded, like when they went 11-6 and Joe Flacco led them to the playoffs, they still had to find a fall guy for Deshaun Watson.
Every year going back to Joe Woods, they've done it.
Baker Mayfield was a fall guy. Joe Woods. And by the way, some of these guys deserve, it was rightful grounds for termination or separation with these guys. Mm-hmm. But yet the process matters. I thought Jimmy Haslam's press conference today was weirder than hell. I appreciate his attempts at honesty. The logic doesn't seem to be there on some of those things, but I appreciate him doing it. But cutting it off after, I believe, 7 or 8 questions in roughly 10 minutes was weird.
Oh, he missed Daryl's question. Daryl was big mad about that.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah. Daryl was he's trying to ask a question, and he never got there. They never got to Daryl's question.
Yeah.
He went on Baskin and Phelps, and first thing he said out of the gate was, it'd be nice to ask a question at these press conferences.
It would be nice if the owner's going to be there and the crescendo, whatever the hell the opening is there, the lobby.
The lobby, yeah.
It'd be great if you could just...
Not the Dan lobby, an actual lobby.
Yeah. No, we are pro Dan lobby. The lobby in Berea, I'm out.
Just want to make sure they're not doing broadcasts from inside Dan lobby.
So I thought the Jimmy thing was a bit of a train wreck. I do think, whether you liked it or not, I do think Andrew served some humanity into this scenario, even if he was the guy holding the knife. So it's just this weird situation of, I think there are rightful reasons why Kevin Stefanski is no longer the head coach. And I also then look back at who decided he's no longer the head coach, how the process came about, what mattered and what didn't, and think today also they tried, but it also falls a little bit in the disingenuous category. It was a weird day. Like, it really has been a weird, unsettling day. The thing that you normally get, hey, this guy, he was the problem, bleep that guy, we got rid of him, Daddy's back, right? Like, that's the kind of thing you're used to on this. And I don't know how you can come away from this weekend, this scenario and go, oh, we got it.
Well, there are still so many people.
We're so good right now.
There's so many people that just don't believe in Andrew Berry, and they will never believe in Andrew Berry, to the point where if we had the number 1 or number 2 overall pick this year, the reason why they'd say don't take quarterback is because they don't trust Andrew Berry. So as long as he's still here, there's going to be an amount of people that are just frustrated and are bitter about how this situation is going. But then it also goes a little bit deeper, right? As long as Haslam's the owner here, I sound like Mike Florio now. As long as Haslam's the owner here,
are you just making things up and presenting it as fact?
No, just everything is always Haslam's fault, and it's Haslam's problem, and he's the reason why everything is failing.
Cleveland winners. Haslam's fault.
Classic Florio 101 is just go to, like, anytime he gets trapped in a Browns convo, it's like, and you're never going to win because of Haslam. But right now, I don't have much evidence to point to reasons why he's wrong in those discussions. And so, like, there's a defeating nature to all of this, and understanding that you had to get rid of Stefanski, but in keeping Berry and having the structure the way it is right now, it doesn't seem like anything's going to get that much better anytime soon.
Yeah, and listen, I do think the lack of clarity on what candidates are going to be the right guys, what candidates are going to be the wrong guy, how the search plays out, I do think that probably I would say ambiguity, but it's the best word I can think of. I don't think that helps you in this scenario if you're the Browns. It's just, it's so weird because this situation was unlike any we've really had. In the previous times where a head coach has been fired, there's been such overwhelming evidence and literally 1, maybe 2 positives to speak of. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of things that I think it's okay to espouse that you thought Kevin Stefanski meant to the Browns. The stability brought to the organization, as much as it might have driven us crazy. Some of the press conference stuff where he didn't let stuff get out, like the fact that there was a time where I think a lot of us thought Kevin could really call some plays and script up an offense. There were things that I think Kevin did well, and I think it's weird to be in a position where a guy got fired that probably should have gotten fired by how the NFL works, And yet the guy left in power, even if it's a transitional period, because that was said multiple times, and I don't think anybody's touched on it enough, even in a transitional period, he's the guy who he definitively deserved to get fired worse. I understand the generality of why it happened, but I don't think that's helping me resolve whatever. And here's the other thing. I'm not really that upset by this season. Like, I've heard people...
Well, it ended on a high, and that's the interesting part about this.
So, yeah, that's totally fair.
The final 2 weeks makes it very, very weird.
The final 3 weeks. I thought they played really, really well against the Bills.
And the players showed a fight that we hadn't seen them really display in the majority of the time that Stefanski had been there. Stefanski himself, once again, showed more emotion than I've ever seen him show on the sidelines.
Aggressive butt
2
slaps.
weeks in a row. This is how I know that he was gone for 2 weeks, though. This is it. I told you this is going to happen. I've never seen him want this more. Spite store, Larry David Spite store.
I don't hate
Latte
it.
Larry's.
I don't hate it.
Stefanski this was his Spite store. This is what this was.
You go full Lovie Smith, better than Lovie Smith. I gotta begrudgingly respect you.
I'm convinced of it, and also because the idea that I remember we talked about it earlier in the week. The idea of like could 2 wins possibly save him? Well, he won 2 games. It didn't matter at all, not in the slightest bit. But he got those guys to play hard. It was the first time in forever we saw that.
Well, and I just think like I know we're gonna play the Haslam sound at some point in the show, guys. Vegas said they were a 5.5 win team. They won 5 games.
Yeah.
and they did the thing that I haven't seen a team do this side of Eric Mangini, which is they stayed in it and they played some good quality football. They went 3-4 down the stretch. They didn't collapse. And again, I can't stress this enough. I fired Kevin Stefanski again 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Then the next week, I fired him double.
I fired him a year and a half ago.
We fired him together.
We did. It was the Pittsburgh game last year.
We had a little seance. We held hands. There was a kumbaya circle. There was a trust
got a little weird, guys. They got a little weird.
It was thought partners, and I'm not going to apologize for a damn minute of it. But it's so weird that I'm sitting here with these conflicted feelings about where this organization is and what happened with Kevin. And honestly, I respect trying to present the human side of it, but that makes it weirder when you're like, we're going to be friends for life.
No, that part was definitely weird.
After I fired your ass out of a cannon.
Well, all right, so it sounds like you didn't get enough of a pound of flesh, so to speak. It sounded like you wanted a little bit more, and I think there's some fans out there that wanted a little bit more.
I think I'm on the opposite side. I ended up in a spot where
they did too much?
No.
As if Deep Podesta just being gone would have been enough?
I don't know there's anything they could have done that satiated how I feel about where the organization is, because on some level...
Why do people feel crappy about this? I'm so confused.
Listen... I literally.
What happened here? He won 5 games. He's won 8 games in 2 years. Yep. Why is this the reaction today?
Because I don't think he's the biggest problem.
You're not alone in this. I see it everywhere. It feels like almost like everyone talked about it, everyone wanted it, and then when you actually got it, it's like, oh, poor Kev.
No, I don't think it's poor Kevin.
That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting right now.
Because he
deserved it.
Happened.
He deserved to have what happened.
Well, no. If you go by how the NFL works, this is what happens to coaches that win 8 games in years 5 and 6.
The problem here is that it didn't just happen. It only happened to him, and it didn't happen to Andrew Berry. Is that really the crux of this? As if we wanted to see more?
I think the problem is, how can you look at this and go, oh, they got this? Like, the owner is trusting the GM, who is the biggest reason for failure the last 6 years, to run a head coaching search. So he's probably not just going to get a promotion in terms of the title. He's probably going to get a promotion in terms of he's probably going to be in charge of the head coach. How do you make the worst trade in NFL history? And then you get a better job.
Okay, so
that doesn't make any friggin' sense.
If the disease has infected the body, you haven't given it the right antibodies. You have to go ahead and clear it out.
It was all a little kumbaya for me today. It's like, no, this was Game of Thrones. This was Succession. This was dirty business. And no matter whether there are grounds for dirty business or not, it's just a weird spot to then go... Like, I think there are good head coaches out there. I think there are coaches that can be what Kevin wasn't, and I think that might be the missing point, like the missing piece. I think they need something that Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry are not. And that is a leader of men, and somebody that I think fans can look to and have confidence. That's not an offensive coach, a defensive coach, a DB's coach, a special teams coach. That's a trait. These guys... going to be the ones to do it?
Well, the concern there is that Andrew Berry is going to hire what his culture is. Andrew Berry is going to hire... it's funny, I was talking about Mike McCarthy earlier today, and it's like the instant reaction was like, no, you can't do McCarthy. too much of a meathead. It's never going to work. Andrew Berry would want, he's an analytical guy. It would never work to hire somebody that people have equated to mashed potatoes. Like, that's not a thing that you get to do. And it's like, well, hold on. So that leader of men, that person that we're talking about, there's a whole X category of coaches that just get ripped off because he doesn't fit Andrew Berry's culture. That's a big problem, Nick.
I also think today felt like a soft launch of, man, we had so much success together and go with God, my son. It felt, there were parts of it that felt self-congratulatory. Like, I listen, I think that the devil is always in the details. And I certainly, Kevin's going to be fine. Kevin might end up with a better job, or he might end up with a job that maybe he feels better about with more power.
Early prediction is the Raiders, by the way, for those keeping score at home, for myself.
That's interesting because of Mendoza. I think Mendoza is everything he's wanted to be.
You got a lot of talent there. I think that's the spot.
Tom Brady's going to be Jimmy Haslam without the full stake in ownership, though. Just a word of warning there.
No, he got practice then.
That's true.
It's a big warm-up.
Well, but he's never done with a minority owner. That's a real pain in the Badinsky. But no, I mean, so like you can be, I think, a little wistful about, man, there were some really good times and that's over. I don't think it's that. I just think it's a weird situation. And that doesn't mean the Browns can't come out of this. It doesn't mean that they're, I'm not fatalistic on this. If you run a good search, you can find the right head coach. I don't know they will, but you can do this. But it just feels like they were very ambitious with how they were going to present this and how they were going to do this. And I just think more of it fell flat. More of it felt like self-service, self-mythologizing than it did the truth. And I need, as this one of the biggest things I need from these guys going forward is I need better than rhymes with the truth. I do. And I think that's where a good head coach can do the things that maybe Kevin didn't do on the fan service side of things that I think are incredibly important on the off chance you have 2 bad years back to back.
I mean, that's the goal. That's the dream of it all. Just whether or not Andrew Berry is going to be open enough to see that person into the building now. But I'm still holding out some sense of wait 3 weeks from now. See what Jacksonville did last year. Just wait and see how this all goes down. They sounded very committed to Andrew, but I
going for the Liam Cohen, not in my house, Trent Baalke.
Yeah, and here you go, Gladstone. You come on in. It's just the head coach they hire is going to, I hope, has a lot of say in everything, and to the point where they might just turn around and say Andrew Berry kick rocks.
So obviously today is going to be a lot about what you guys think. We do want to hear from you today. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says. At Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Don't forget to follow us along on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well. We want to see you guys out there. We'll see you in the YouTube chats. For the love of God, be civil today. All right?
Drop those corn emojis.
Drop those corn emojis, girl.
Let's get them going, Cornlito.
Hit to like the video. Make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan. But 216-474-0092. We haven't really gotten into the meat of what we're going to get into, which is, was Stefanski the fall guy? I think he could have been incredibly fireable and somehow still, the fall guy, rosters in transition and friction. Offense taken by Jimmy Haslam in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming into this season, we were realistic that, we were a team and a roster in transition. And ultimately, this decision is born from the fact that we've ultimately felt like we did not see enough progress in areas that were controllable, independent of certain game outcomes. Everything that we do is with the idea of bringing a perennial winner to Cleveland. And this decision falls in that bucket as well. There are many tough decisions that we have made that we'll have to continue to make in order to fulfill that promise. And I know how hard it's been for our fans this year.
Andrew Berry saying some words today in Berea. Again, I thought Andrew, I thought everybody tried to do something today. I don't know the messages lined up. I got the sense from Jimmy Haslam that 5 wins, 8 wins in 2 years is not enough.
Yeah.
And then Kevin kind of went to the process over results kind of side of things. So I respect them for trying. I really do. I want to say that because I've said some things that are pretty pointed and critical of them. But I don't know. It's a little tough for me. Again, fired Kevin Stefanski 3 times. Mm-hmm. I am not above this. I am in this mess with all of you. We're going to hear from more of you. I'm sure several of you agreed with what happened today, even if some of you don't. All of these are fair takes. I thought one of the things I thought frustrating over the weekend is everybody painted this like it was black and white, and it was so easy. It's no, it's a bleep show. Where you are is not a good spot. You could go 100 different directions, and none of them could work, and all of them could work to some degree. This isn't a clear and concise, pretty picture that you can paint. It's not. I think it's easier to point to guys getting fired and everybody getting fired. But I just think, I do think there's a little bit of talking out of both sides of your mouth when firing Kevin Stefanski to say this was a period of transition. Point to what the quarterback room was this year, and then be but process, results, neither of them really worked out.
Well, yeah. So if you're going to call it a transition, that would basically make it seem as if for the last couple of years you were trying to lose games. You weren't really trying to win games. And if that was the goal, then you'd say Stefanski accomplished that goal. Mm-hmm. I get what you're saying. There's a cross here that doesn't exactly fit together. But even there's all sorts of different moments today where it didn't seem like they were aligned. Haslam at one point talked about how Jim Schwartz has got to be here next year and he's got to be the guy. And then Andrew Berry's well, it's up to the new head coach. Yeah. There's so many parts of this organization that seems like for all the thought partnership and all the alignment that they go for, it often seems like they don't really know what the hell's going on between the alignment.
Yeah, I think individually Haslam and Berry tried to do what they thought was best. And on some level, I appreciate Jimmy's blunt, forced honesty, even if I do not agree with half of what he said. Yeah. I at least respect that.
And it was Andrew Berry, too. He came out and he was like, I own it. I own what's happened the last 2 years.
But you don't. That's the frustration. You don't own it.
He did
you got a promotion out of this.
He did within reason, right? We can't ask him to go up to the podium and fire himself. That's never going to happen.
Have you heard of Harry Carey?
Is he going to turn?
Or Hari Kari? I'm not talking about a moon full of cheese or anything like that.
Wait, now I'm confused. Are we talking about baseball announcers, or are we talking about Asian practices of trying to...
If you had your own sword, would you fall on it?
That was ridiculous, even by your standards. Ridiculous.
Thank you.
But I don't know. It's so tough, and now Harry Carey's got me completely distracted. It's got me thrown off. No, but Andrew Berry can't fire himself. He's not going to do that. He's not going to go up to the podium and be like, no, I refuse to be the right-hand guy that Haslam has now made me and appointed me.
But he could have. I'm just saying.
He wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Think of the respect.
That would be so
think
dumb.
Of the legend basis. If Andrew Berry's
that's not how this works.
No, if you were really a thought partner, You would have thought partnered yourself into a new zip code.
Listen, if we all of a sudden have bad ratings, we have good ratings right now, great ratings right now.
The best ratings. Many people are saying the best ratings.
If we had bad ratings, though, you're not going to be like, you know what, guys, I'm going to take myself off this show. It's for the good of the show. I'm going to step away and I'm going to go. I'll find a job in Milwaukee. We're fine.
Okay, but I also wouldn't.
Let's do that. No, you're not going to do that. That's stupid.
I wouldn't also come out and tout the success we've had while saying friends for life. Even though I stood fired,
the friends for life thing was dumb.
Even if I stood by, again, I don't think Andrew. Just in full transparency, I don't necessarily believe it was Andrew Barry's full decision to fire Kevin. By the way,
Kevin. I think Andrew Barry believes they're friends for life. I don't think it's caught up to him that people don't like to be fired and bus tossed the way that this went down. I don't think Andrew Barry seems like such a kind and gentle soul, even though he's obviously the architect of all this, that I feel like he's not even aware that Kevin does not really like him.
And I'm going to let him have that.
Just a complete lack of awareness
of transition, and you got.
He thinks Kevin's like the uncle to his kids now. It's weird.
I think it was more the way he presented it. I respect the attempt. It just kind of fell flat.
Can we still play with Kevin? Yeah, okay. What a goober.
If you want to move to New York with him, sure. I do want to get to some calls on this, but again, the message is I don't think they landed the plane. I think they tried. I don't think we have the kind of clarity you usually get when somebody gets fired, because I think they maybe were just too ambitious with what they tried to do with their messaging today. And the fact that they weren't on the same page on several things doesn't help this. But the temerity, the unmitigated gall of Jimmy Haslam to take umbrage today. I laughed. I was cooking eggs for Vanessa this morning, sipping on some iced coffee. It had sugar in it. Don't judge me. I'm fat. But I'm sitting there scrambling some eggs, and I hear Jimmy Haslam being asked about if there were fractures in the relationship of Barry and Stefanski leading up to Kevin Stefanski getting fired. And you get to hear a man who will not abide that kind of questioning.
Some of you said this is a dysfunctional building. I take huge exception to that. They talk all the time. Their offices are basically next door to each other. Is there tension in the building? Of course. This is a hard business, and there's lots of stuff going on. But the two of them work together extremely well.
But obviously they didn't, as evidenced by one just being fired.
And the fact they won 8 games in 2 years.
I don't understand that.
Like
I get him taking umbrage or whatever the hell he said with the whole idea.
Only because hands. He had political hands.
I talk with my hands a lot, so I can't even be that guy.
I talk with my hands a lot. Press conference, he went kung fu fighting halfway through that answer.
Yeah, but like it's not successful. No part of it's successful. You can't even try to claim that this is successful. So like from that perspective, you were just being a blowhard in the moment. Is all that was.
Hey, you can say a lot of things about this organization, but we are not dysfunctional. I did just fire Kevin Stefanski. Okay.
And the prevailing thought now is that you didn't fire enough people. In a year where you fired Stefanski and DePodesta, you didn't fire enough people.
By the way, if you're really about thought partnering, and let's all get on the same page, telling people that how they think when they see apparent dysfunction, a little Mussolini for me. A little dictator for
Mussolini.
Me. Although I was trying to think of a dictator that maybe somebody wouldn't take complete umbrage with. There are certain no-fly lists, all right? There are certain guys.
You and Volnick already covered all those people.
Eastern European fellas. I feel like Mussolini's kind of the safe haven of...
Safe?
You're acting a little dictatory without putting an unforgivable name on it.
You think Mussolini and you think safe?
It's safer than the other guy.
Yeah, everyone in history is safer than the other guy.
I couldn't. What, Pol Pot? Am I going to go Pol Pot? That's not going to shine well on me.
No, well, you can't even go Napoleon, or else people just think you're making short jokes.
And then
you've exhausted them with Dylan Gabriel too many this year.
No, I have not. I will get all my short kings in a row there. He's literally a short king.
Yeah, I got it.
Levels. 216. We're thought partnering here. 216-474-0092. Anytime we just get to a dead end in a conversation.
Yeah.
I think, one, we already do, hey, we're having fun here. I think we're thought partnering here. I think we got to throw it into the mix, right? Throw a little flavor on there, Guy Fieri.
Sorry, I'm just reading all the problems that Mussolini caused in his life.
I didn't say he was great.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them, Nick. There's a lot of them.
Name me the friendly dictator that I can mention.
I don't know. I'll come up with one.
All right. Mike in Cleveland, welcome to the show.
It would be Julius Caesar.
Oh, damn, Mike! Where were you 3 minutes ago? We could have avoided all of this.
You just let me on.
That's fair.
He was actually sitting there 3 minutes ago, being like, "It's Caesar. Say Caesar."
You idiot! It's Caesar.
You said about a dictator, and I said Julius Caesar. So what do you want from me?
I think you've given me everything I want.
So when you were talking about Napoleon, and all right, he was too small; he couldn't even get on his horse. But let's not go into history because I don't have time for that.
That's
crap.
fair. Neither do we. What do you got on Stefanski's firing?
All right. So I just want to talk to you boys. I love you guys. You know that I do. With all that is going on today, and me being the person that I am, a Cleveland lover, I would say Jim Schwartz, head coach. I want John Gannon, defensive coordinator.
Okay.
And
Jai Walker is the OC.
And he can do special. Okay. We're Ignatius boys. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're here. You were close.
Okay.
You were close. They good awareness by you.
I'm barely here,
Good awareness to understand.
And I want Tommy Reese. No, my mom and his mom walk together.
All right, Mike.
All
I
right.
love you, buddy.
There's
That's
a lot of
enough
people
that.
in Mike's life that just hang up on him, by the way.
Julius Caesar.
they hang up on him. He's got every phone call he has in life, he's got to be like, "Are you still there?
You got the drop
Are you
on
still
me.
there?
You got the drop on me with Mussolini. I
hang up?
appreciate that. I think that's where it ended. 216-474-0092. We are reacting to the Browns firing Kevin Stefanski. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? But 216-474-0092 was Kevin Stefanski, the fall guy, Mark, Todd, JJ, other Mike. I don't mean that other. I'm not trying to other you, Mike. I'm just
Todd's
saying
call says coaching candidates. I thought it said coaching Canadians. I said, we're going in a different direction here.
Can't we? Do we have to jump right to who? Like
that's kind of how people have been doing this in a weird way today. They haven't had any reaction. It's instantly. And by the way, weird shock of today. Didn't see the support for Jim Schwartz coming the way that it has.
I don't hate it. I don't know he's my guy.
I did not see it coming as ferociously as it has. Everyone is putting up in their top categories Jim Schwartz.
216-474-0092 was Kevin Stefanski, the fall guy, and I think this is where we're going. Should the Browns have just cleaned house? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Beer canceled. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Improve your performance today. Call Precise Men's Medical Center, 216-201-9992. That's 216-201-9992. Call now.
If Black Monday moves affect the Browns, you'll get it here first. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Quick hits coming up in just about 1 hour's time. It is Black Monday around the NFL. As of right now, 4 head coaches fired on top of the head coaches previously fired leading into Week 18. Pete Carroll is out in Vegas. Jonathan Gannon, Cleveland's own, is out in Arizona. Kevin Stefanski's out. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? And Raheem Morris is out. It's interesting. All the 50-50 guys to this point, guys who, big-name reporters said, I think it's 50-50, could get fired. Every single one of them got fired. John Gannon was a 50-50 guy. Raheem Morris was a could-go-either-way guy. Even Kevin, for a lot of people, up until like Saturday night when the reports really came in that the Browns were expecting to move on from him, even Kevin was seen as a 50-50 guy until late in the week.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I listened to a little Cowher today, and Jason McIntyre popped in, and they're going over the different coaches and stuff, and he's like, oh, real surprise in Cleveland. They fired Stefanski. I don't get it. And it's like, was it really that much of a surprise to people? Like, I thought we'd kind of covered the bases here. I thought we'd kind of come to this conclusion a few weeks back.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone could be surprised. It is interesting, though, the different emotions that have hit me in processing all the news, and it's interesting. I have some bit of a defense. I think it's thin, but some bit of a defense for Kevin. I don't really buy the defense of Andrew, which we'll get into. And it's really just, it's kind of weighting the scales of justice when it comes to Andrew and what he's done and what he hasn't done. But I think what's interesting is the only real defense I could come to why Andrew Berry's going to be the guy to hire the head coach and lead this transition period going forward, since we're just talking in corporate jargon and not like humans.
How he's always talked.
Exactly. I think the best reason that I can say I'm a little bit better off that Andrew Berry's still here, Jimmy Haslam isn't running this search by himself.
He's at least got somebody, instead of like what they're doing in Atlanta, where you got like 2 different consulting groups
doing different jobs.
Yeah.
Rich McKay, who's been the head of like business operations for Atlanta for like 15 years, he got fired too.
Well, remember, for years it used to be like our buddy Ernie Accorsi used to get hired by all these different places, and they'd pay him like $500,000 to give these search results and do the candidate stuff that basically you could just find like as a Sports Illustrated article online right now. Like that's basically the result of that.
I think we should interview Matt Nagy.
It was the biggest,
I'm going to say the unpopular thing right now.
Like.
That's what I'm getting paid for.
Biggest con in life. Every year, somebody would hire Ernie Accorsi and pay him $500,000 to come in and put together a list and then slide that list across the table as if that's the only list that they should listen to.
Yeah, so I guess in the pantheon of who I trust to run a search, Jimmy's all the way down there at the bottom. Then there's Korn Ferry, just above him. Then there's any other consultant that comes in, recommends something. You either hire the guy or you don't. And then they have no culpability when that doesn't go well.
Right.
And then you're back to square one. And then I think there's Andrew Berry. Right?
Okay, so you feel good about this. You feel good about Andrew Berry. Well, if he's at the top, he beats out the consultant firms.
Yeah, but none of these were good options.
No.
It's a top of a crap pile that I'm choosing from.
Well, and that kind of seems like the head coaching candidacies that we have right now to choose from anyway.
I actually disagree. I think there's a lot of guys, I just don't know they're going to interview them. Because of what you said earlier, which is you interview a guy that might actually be able to stand up to Andrew.
Yeah, he doesn't want that. And him getting his guy is going to... Because remember, he didn't have a say in Stefanski's hiring at all. That's not reality, and we just lost power here.
I think we did. And we're back. Look at that. Never missed a beat. Y'all are welcome.
Well, I could have done the show in the dark, but then YouTube, I got worried for YouTube. I didn't know if YouTube wanted us to keep going that way.
Nick and JP after dark.
There we go.
We loosen a button. Jax, real quick, can you double check that our phones are working? Just double check that a couple of our listeners
sure we're
are
still on the air. Make sure this still
I don't
exists.
care. I'm going to talk regardless. We'll be talking.
I'm here till 7.
But that was weird. We're just going to
I've never seen that happen here.
That was weird. Now, all this being said, though, like I continue to come back to, it really is a weird, like, I feel better with Andrew leading the charge than Jimmy, but I still don't know.
Well, how open is he going to be? That's really the question I want to know. Is he going to be able to shoot from the entire stretch of candidates that we're talking about, or is he going to do what I think he's going to do, which is going to narrow himself down to people that basically it might even end up being a Kevin Stefanski clone? There's a reason why Clint Kubiak is getting the run that he's getting right now. He's the closest thing to Stefanski without being named Kevin Stefanski that you can find. And so, like, there's going to be something that is appetizing to Andrew Berry about that. Andrew Berry knew they just needed change. I think Andrew Berry still really likes Kevin Stefanski. I really do. I just think he knew that it'd run its course. And so if you can hire his doppelganger, I don't know why he wouldn't like that.
Yeah, and
Stefanski was a fall guy. Stefanski was his puppet for so many years, at least Haslam's puppet. He did his bidding.
And I think ultimately that's where some of the lack of clarity is, because where you're driving at is kind of also where I'm at when it's like the Browns didn't have enough success in 6 years. But I don't think the organizational culture, like when people say full reset, and this again why I struggle with where this is and who they chose to stay and who they chose to go. When I think of cleaned house, I think of John Dorsey and Freddie Kitchens being as dysfunctional as you can get. I think of Sashi Brown and Hugh Jackson leaking things to the press as often as they can to make each other look bad to try and win a power. I don't think that's what happened here. It was some dirty work. But it was as nice as dirty work's going to get between Stefanski, Berry, and DePodesta.
Yeah.
So I really am stuck between, I guess somebody had to stay, and I guess I'd rather Andrew make this higher than
too radical?
Than Jimmy.
Was it too radical for Haslam to just say everyone that's associated with Stefanski and then Berry as well? You all just get taken out to the curb.
Yeah, it's because it's trusting Jimmy, and
well,
I just
and that would have put Jimmy at the front.
I would do
of it.
anything for the Browns, but I won't do that. I'll go full meatloaf on that.
That's fine. Although he probably would have ended up having to hire the consulting firm that we're talking about, and then they would have come in, and then they would have been a whole brand new search, kind of like what happened to the Chiefs so many years ago. And then they landed then on Andy Reid and John Dorsey. Like, it worked out well for him.
I do want to get to Jimmy Haslam's defenses of Andrew Berry, but we're going to get to that in the next segment. 216-474-0092. Should the Browns have cleaned house today instead of just firing Kevin Stefanski? Was your bloodlust met? That's really what we want to know here.
Yeah, it seems like for a lot of people it wasn't. It seems like for a lot of people they fell short today.
And in fairness, something that I don't know that I've said directly, that I've kind of gotten around to, I don't know you could have.
Well, I just don't know.
It's just such a weird, precarious situation that they're in with so many different kinds of failures. And honestly, the season wasn't as bad as last. I think that's also taking some mistake.
Unless you got rid of anyone. If I told you at the beginning of the season, the end result would be a lackluster year, but you'd have no DePodesta and no Stefanski, you'd be like, whoa. Oh, they really did a lot. DePodesta's gone? Stefanski's gone too? Like, that's a lot of pieces that they changed, but for some reason, we're not looking at it that way today.
We would have danced in the streets about some fella named San Diego Paul. JJ in North Carolina, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, how y'all doing?
I think doing all right.
Just looking at it a little bit in the wrong sense. I'm kind of happy. I heard y'all say earlier, that he was a really good play caller. Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think we said that, by the way.
I said we thought that once upon a time. A little different.
Okay. Once upon a time. And that time has passed. It's time for a change. It ain't always good to change both guys. Last year Berry had a really good draft, and quiet as kept, he made good trades. He get good players on good deals. Why trade him? Because Stefanski, the play calling was after we made the playoffs. We won a playoff game that he wasn't even a part of. And then after that, it was all downhill.
See, I will tell you real quick, JJ, and I thank you for the call. I don't love that. I know that's been a popular ism in Cleveland to not give Kevin the credit for it, and you would be factually correct to say Kevin was in his basement being a part of this thing while Mike Prefer was. I get that. At some point, we can give the guy some accomplishments. I think two-time coach of the year is a bogus thing because it's voted on. Mm-hmm. That's a narrative thing. That's an opinion thing. I can give him credit for winning a playoff game and fostering an environment that took the Browns from Freddie Kitchens to that first year.
He definitely gets credit. He's the best head coach the Browns have had since 1999. Unfortunately, being the best coach the Browns have had since 1999,
it's a bit dubious.
Well, it just doesn't keep your job for 75 years.
Yeah.
After 6 years, you lose your job. Yes, you still have all the everything that comes with that distinction, but it's not the great accomplishment that I think a lot of people paint it as.
But here's just to the specific of what JJ was talking about, that he is happy, that he thinks it's going in the right direction. And so maybe that answers the question of whether the Browns should have cleaned house. Here's the problem. You can give me every positive that Andrew Berry has done. You can give me Harold Finnan Jr. I love watching Harold this year. Quinshawn was fantastic this year before he got hurt. And before
the Campbell trade, the Collins signing in the offseason, there's a couple things to go off of.
Not one single thing. When you combine it together, none of them outweigh the worst trade in NFL history.
Right.
And it has been reported upon endlessly that was an Andrew Berry-led, along with Paul DePodesta, juncture. And not until today do we get Kevin Stefanski's camp telling Pete Prisco, hey, I don't want to do anything with that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, by the way. Pete's not going to be the first one to be like. Pete's got a lot of inside stuff. We've never connected Pete Prisco to Kevin Stefanski.
Till today.
Yeah, we've never done that.
Found them all.
I doubt.
Found the canary in the coal mine. Prisco, I'm on your ass.
Yeah, I don't think Stefanski was out there telling Prisco narratives. I think he heard it from somebody else and ran with it. But there's probably some truth in it.
He's a journalist.
But this is the reality of it all, Nick, is that sports journalist is a little bit different. The reality of it all is that this is part of the fallout. When you swing and miss on one of the biggest trades in NFL history, and it turns into the worst trade in NFL history, yeah, people lose their jobs. They should have lost their jobs 2 years ago. The fallout should have already happened. We're just now catching up to it.
People call him the LeBron James of CBS Sports NFL analyst.
Is that it?
That's exactly what they call him. 216-474-0092. Should the Browns have cleaned
Kirk
house?
Heinrich of CBS Sports Analysis.
The Luke Ridenour. More from you guys. Want to hear your thoughts on this. 216-474-0092. So we're trying to get the best defense of Andrew Berry and why he's still here. You're going to hear Jimmy Haslam's best defense. Some good, some not so good. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
do think that it had come to its end. But if we're picking and choosing, we should have picked either side. If one goes, then they both should have went. But if we're picking and choosing, we're going to find out more here of whether or not we made the right decision as the Cleveland Browns. And whether or not it could have been Kevin stays and Andrew goes. Because there's a lot here that this next head coach, you're going to have to clean up.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Things going to happen. That's just how the league is. And moving forward, just focus on, what we can improve, individually for the next head coach.
That was Shedeur Sanders today on his way out as kind of end of the regular season, I guess you would say exit meeting with the media, talking about Kevin Stefanski getting fired. Welcome back to the show. We got a lot to get into. We got quick hits coming up at 3:40. Daryl's actually moved to 6 today because he's going to join us in studio for 6 and 6:20. Nathan Zagura is coming up at 5 o'clock. I do want to get into Miles' big day because he deserves a lot of love for breaking the record yesterday. That was a lot. I was surprised. I knew it was going to be fun. I didn't know how much I was going to enjoy that for him and for this team in a 5-win season, no less. I think a lot of people are taking something away from what Shedeur said about Kevin Stefanski getting fired, though.
I don't know that a lot of people are, but I am, and I think that's why it's funny to me. Is that I'm like, is everyone else picking up what I'm hearing in that, and the idea that people wanted this big grandiose? I don't know what they wanted. Did people want him to do what Shelby Harris did, where he basically cried at the locker?
So he was the best coach he's ever had.
Yeah, like did you want a DeJuan Jones type situation? Like legitimately, his answer is things are gonna happen. Like if you ever wanted to hear about the Stefanski and Shedeur relationship, when you get canned, things are gonna happen is your response. Pretty much sums it perfectly to me. It's exactly what I thought it was the entire time.
So I don't know. I don't know what to make. It's so much different once a guy gets fired because there's no real good answer for Shedeur. I actually took his answer yesterday after the game, and there were some things that made me a little concerned for Shedeur talking about his tough week, and there were some things that I really appreciated. That's the one I put a little more stock into, where he talked about Kevin was tough. And by the end of this, I think we really start to understand. I thought there was a lot of humanity and a lot of love in that answer. That's the one I put a little bit more into, just because I think as a player, you can see this coming from a mile away. I would understand if those guys were still shell-shocked, given, even though Shedeur's been here for a year, Kevin's still been the guy for 6 years.
I don't know. I think it did. I would be curious to find out if it rubbed anyone the wrong way, because he mentioned in the beginning portion of the interview about how he just found out a couple minutes ago, and a lot of the players had talked about how they found out through social media, and I did wonder if that was something that maybe didn't sit well as well. Like in Arizona, for instance, all the Cardinals players came out and said how Jonathan Gannon had talked to them, and he'd gotten a hold of every one of them, and he'd made it some big, what do you do? And I don't really care if you do or don't, but clearly Stefanski decided he didn't need to do that.
I think that's on the organization. And I do think, again, I don't want to say something that I don't know the specific details of, so I'll treat it as an if. If the Browns organization didn't find a way to get a hold of everybody before Jimmy Haslam went out there, before the news broke, that would be something that I think befits a bad organization. I don't like that.
Wouldn't you have thought that that's kind of what the post-game celebration was yesterday in many ways? I kind of looked at it as if everyone knew he was going to be fired, and then he probably went in there and he probably said some things that got everybody real riled up about that reality, and that's probably why they went as hard as they did celebrating.
I thought that's Shedeur's comments from yesterday. I thought that's what that was about, where Shedeur was like, we had a great talk this week. I'm like, oh, it sounds like Kevin was saying goodbye. Whether he said deliberately, just so you know, I won't be here after Sunday or not.
It's odd. The reactions, I think, are odd to me. Not only the idea that like Shelby Harris went to one extreme, and then again, DeJuan Jones being the guy to go to another, but then Carly Teller is tweeting out, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, which is a Taylor Swift lyric, by the way, but it's been around for a while. But the point is like...
It's also a saying before Taylor Swift, just so everybody's clear.
For sure it was. But when people say that, they're going to the Taylor song.
Yeah, but that's... That's such
not?
a basic B move.
Are they not?
I can't allow it.
No,
This is like saying since I was a child.
No. This is like when something that like Superbad says, for instance, you go back and watch the movie and then you're like, oh wait, no, everyone just talks this way. Like, no. She gets credit. There's a lot of heavy lifting.
So she
within
just
that
picks
phrase.
up cliches that have been said, and now she gets attribution.
I think for a lot of people from like 20 to 40 in that age range,
a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. She sang it.
If she didn't
it's
sing
no
it,
longer biblical.
If she didn't sing it, she didn't make it what it was.
Jesus, Taylor sang it.
I'm telling you. I think for a lot of people, that's what it is.
All right. I do want to get to...
Let's ask Ashley Bastock when she joins us tomorrow. I bet she'd agree with me.
Just throw her right out.
I bet she'd agree with me 100%.
Bird in the hand, worth two in the bush.
Did Carly tell her? Did she... No.
Jesus or Taylor Swift?
Jesus. Jesus?
I didn't know if you were saying... I don't know which... I can't...
No, I'm saying you're
I can't infer your Jesus there.
Jesus to that?
All right. I do want to say this. And I want to give Kevin his flowers on the way out. I really want to give him credit for the last 3 weeks. I thought this team was on Cabo Standard Time after the Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they played incredibly well against the Bills. I really think what they did against the Steelers and Bengals was a nice reminder of what this was so good at when he was at peak Kevin Stefanski. I really appreciate the last 3 weeks. That took some of the sting out of. There had been some real lulls in the season. I didn't know if it was going to save his job. I think at the end it didn't factor in at all, judging by how this process has played out.
Which is something we discussed at great length, by the way.
I will, and I think it's wrong, by the way. I think the last 3 weeks, I'm not saying it should have saved him, but do I think it should have factored into the decision? Yes.
That was one of the reasons why I was like, I really want them to win, because I wanted to find out if they would still fire him, because I was hell-bent on the idea that they'd already made up their mind.
Them firing him today was a sign, and maybe some of the comments from the locker room, they knew Kevin was gone, and then this is all perfunctory. And that I don't love. I think if you were really thinking about this, you would have really slept on it. You would have really... maybe taken even more than just a day or two. There's nothing that says you have to fire somebody today, and you could have looked and gone, well, let's just double back on what the last 3 weeks and what happened here and why it matters or why it doesn't matter. I think you could have done a better job of thinking about that, because, again, it impressed me, a guy who's fired Kevin Stefanski 3 times this year alone.
So the sad part about it is it almost makes you wonder if Stefanski, when he really wants to, if he can still do this again at a really high level, whereas basically what he would have been doing the entire time in year 6 is opting into basically playing out the string, understanding he doesn't have enough talent, understanding the team isn't going to go anywhere, and so really not putting his everything into making sure that they play their hardest and they have everything and they have a chance to win every week. Because the last 3 weeks, like, if that's evidence of what he does, if it's his Larry David Spite store, if it's his moment where he gets to basically give the Browns and Andrew Berry a big middle finger while obviously not outwardly giving them a middle finger, well, we took an entirely different football team, Nick.
Although I'll also say, once again, knowing the Browns could fall no later than 7, watching certain Browns fans for now the 3rd straight week root for a Browns loss and root for like the 4th pick instead of the 6th pick. That lost me like 3 weeks ago. No, it lost me even more yesterday when I was like, all right, by the time that game was really in the throes of it, you're like, you're going to get anywhere from the 4th to 7th pick. Let's see how this plays out. I was willing to take the two draft pick going from 4 to 6 to get that win yesterday. That was an enjoyable win, and I do think we have to say that.
Well, but then the Raiders did end up winning, and so like if the Browns hadn't won both games, though, was it they would have been number 1 or number 2? I think it was number 1 after the Raiders ended up winning their game. Like, if everyone had done everything that they had initially, if nothing else had changed and the Browns had just lost the previous 2 weeks, it would have been either number 1 or number 2 for as far as the draft pick is concerned.
I'm sure I will live to eat these words. It doesn't matter that much to me today. It just doesn't. I can't. I mean, one, Fernando Mendoza in Sin City. You're talking about an angelic young man versus prostitution, gambling, and everything. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. You're sending a prophet into Sodom and Gomorrah. I want to see this.
I hope it changes him.
I think I'm rooting for Fernando.
It's not going to happen.
5 years from now.
Stefanski's going to end up with the Raiders, and then it's going to be Ned Flanders 2.0.
It's Flanders on Flanders.
It's going to be everything he ever wanted.
Here's the thing.
With the Kevin Stefanski quarter zip collection being the sponsor.
5 years from now, I want prostitution outlawed in Vegas.
Outlawed? Wait.
I want gambling.
What are we taking away
I want
here?
gambling run out. I want Fernando Mendoza to clean up
doesn't
Vegas.
have that much power.
I want Mendoza to walk in, parting the seas like Moses himself, and he just puts the sinners.
Now, if he could make like
go
a
back
reasonable,
to California, go back to Oregon.
If he could make it every
Texas.
time I go to Vegas, it's not like a 25-hour crap table. That'd be nice. Like get the 5-hour blackjack tables back. Get maybe some comp drinks back in Vegas. Could we do that every now and again?
There's no in between. Either Fernando Mendoza rids Vegas of all its sins, or he becomes a pimp. There's really no in between. That's the stakes I'm playing with. I don't want anything in between.
Yeah.
Good wins, evil wins.
The city's on its last legs right now because people aren't gambling in the current moment the way that they used to.
The right guy
and
to
it's
walk
not
in
the
there.
Sin City capital of the world the way it used to because we basically let everything happen.
That's what I'm hearing. They're weak. Vegas is weak.
Mendoza can't be the one that ruins it.
Oh, ruins it? I would say fixes it.
You'd be wrong. You'd be wrong.
I'm on the side of the Lord. 216-474-0092. Let's go with
I'm
Mark.
going to spray you with some holy water like the priest in the end zone of the Steelers game yesterday.
Probably going to burst into flames.
Spraying you with holy water.
The power of Christ compels you,
I
Nick.
can't believe it. They got this priest out there on the TV yesterday. He's spraying holy water in the end zone, and then it worked.
Listen.
It worked, did it not? Mysterious ways.
It worked. Also,
he works in mysterious ways.
If I'm God with the big G, when that guy gets there, I'm like, the end zone? The Steelers?
But you couldn't do the 50-yard line? Is that the gripe here?
No. Like, you're using that? Not child hunger. Not famine. Not distrust in the city of Pittsburgh. The football game? Okay. All right.
There's a lot of civic pride attached to that game.
Mark in Westlake. Sorry about that, buddy. What you got for us?
No problem. I don't think the Pope himself could save the situation that we have now.
Which one?
Look, Haslam did not mention his culpability in destruction of the team. Swing and a miss, Deshaun. Now, him and Barry, Barry too, but Haslam's the one that made the deal. And,
getting like Nev Chandler vibes here.
The swing and a miss.
Huh?
Mark, if you wanted to make swing and the miss your bit, like whether it's our takes, other moves in Cleveland, I think swing and a miss is a swing and a home run.
That's right.
Swing and a home run.
Okay.
What, Deshaun?
All right. Sorry, Mark.
Mike.
I tried. I tried to help twice, and I failed you, Mark. And I want to own that. Unlike the priest in Pittsburgh, I failed you.
You see more holy water,
and that's on me. We're gonna need a dump truck. We're gonna need one of those crop planes that flies over with a pesticide to fix the Browns.
Well, what do the Steelers do as a follow-up? Do you have like a bunch of Cardinals come out and you have like the highest up of the Pittsburgh diocese, and then they all spray holy water?
Think about this. Druids. Huh? Old school Druids.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
They got the cloaks on, they got the fires. They're in it, right? They're not talking. They're just focusing. That's what you do. Druids.
Okay.
Didn't look Jewish to me.
Didn't look what to you?
It's a Spaceballs joke. I'll tell you when you're older. 216-474-0092.
Spaceballs. Good timely reference. What?
Yeah. I forgot over there. K-pop Demon Hunters dropping Jonathan Peterlin.
Hey, that's a 2025. Now into 2026. They were everywhere this New Year's Eve.
I bet
they
you
were everywhere.
216-474-0092.
You know how you look like Scott Van Pelt on your television.
I am not the penis man.
What?
I am not yet. Should the Browns have cleaned house and Jimmy Haslam's defense of Andrew Barry, which is no defense at all, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. I will say this. I think I've stumbled across a new guardrail for Andrew Berry in his post-Kevin Stefanski existence.
Yeah.
That I think can help fix his problems as a GM.
Okay, what do we got?
No more third-round picks.
You just eliminate third-round picks? In particular, third-round wide receivers?
No. None. And people will say Alex Wright. Guys, he's a nice rotational player. Stop. Here's my thing.
Okay.
Zach Zinter, bad at guard, somehow worse at center. David Bell, does he have an Achilles anymore? I don't know.
Okay.
Any of the third-round picks, really, Alex Wright's the one guy. Tommy Togiai is great in Houston.
Yeah, for the wrong team.
I think this is my guardrail. You either have to turn it into a second-rounder or you have to turn it into 2 fourth-rounders.
What about Harold Fannin?
That's different. That's 1 year. Small sample size.
I think maybe he just broke the curse. Maybe Fannin is the curse of the third-round picks.
Who was the second third-rounder?
Well, it was Dylan Gabriel, obviously. So that
Biscuit.
reverts back to then being bad. Is that the idea?
Bang Biscuit.
That's not Bang Biscuit.
Yeah, that's a Bang Biscuit.
That's not Bang Biscuit. You gave a thought you hadn't thought completely through there is what happened.
I still win.
What do you mean you still win?
You did a whole
rant about get rid of his third-round picks.
He's had
Harold
75.
Fannin Jr. is one of the best picks he's ever made.
Yeah, a blind pig finds a nut or a squirrel or something.
Because of that, I need to keep him shooting.
No,
because he found Harold Fannin once in the third round. I need to keep him shooting in the third round now.
Matt Millen drafted a good player once, right? How did it work out when Detroit just kept letting him shoot?
He wanted to completely get rid of the third round completely for the man.
Yeah, but into second rounders or fourth rounders.
Are we at least giving the third rounder to somebody else?
Yeah, we're not. We're not offering it up to the gods.
I just assumed that's what you were doing.
No,
you're just lighting it on fire.
You're trading up
as if it's always going to be bad because it always has been bad. So we just cease to exist now.
We're just going to take Cade York again. That's what I'm going to do with that. I'm going to upgrade him to a third round pick now, even though he's already been drafted.
Well, yeah, and Cade York was a fourth round pick.
But that's why I said upgrading him.
Yeah.
2-1.
These are Cade York used headphones, by the way. We talked about the Tyvis Powell headphones off the break that he threw in the trash and just got rid of as if we'd sell them on eBay. Cade York came in the studio one day and he used my headphones. And so these are Cade York game used headphones is what they are. It's a fun fact for you. Clearly you didn't like my fact. I think you're confused about my fact is what happened here.
No, I just don't know what to do with it. So maybe confused is the right word.
I could tell.
Yeah, because I kind of want to make fun of you for bragging about that, but
it's not bragging.
I want to make a wide right joke, but then
it's not bragging.
It's really more of a wide left joke because he sliced and he got kicked it poorly all over the field.
Yeah.
216-474-0092.
About that Harold Fannin in the third round.
You got one. Good for you. You got one. And oh, by the way, I was right about Harold Fannin Jr. You know what? I haven't done enough. I was right.
We were about Harold Fannin, though. That's the thing about that. Is that
not enough people went hard in the paint.
I don't know that anybody said anything but, oh, yeah, they should take Harold Fannin Jr. because he's going to be awesome in the NFL. And if anything, we should be yelling at the draft pundits that put him in the third round because I don't think I met anybody throughout the entire process that was like, oh, yeah, that guy isn't anything but awesome. As your guy, I mean, BGSU, what is your guy?
We've stumbled on a thought here before we get to the
Mason
calls.
Graham was more your guy than anybody.
But more Harold Fannin Jr. Because it's better for me today. But now that we've talked about Harold Fannin Jr., I would like to take with you together, thought partners hand in hand.
Let's do this.
One giant victory lap. And I promise you, this is not to the fans. This is not about you. Because you guys are allowed to have hope. You're allowed to have brown and orange colored glasses on. I'm not trying to rub your nose in it. There are people in the media, though, who I am. You know who you are. You know what you've done. And now I will shame you sufficiently. We told everybody this was going to be a bad season. We told everybody that quarterback room was a bridge to nowhere. We told everybody Shedeur was better than Dylan Gabriel. We told everybody that by Andrew Berry going into the trade deadline bye week and not doing his press conference, he was getting ready to bus toss friggin' Kevin Stefanski, while everybody in the media said, but Jimmy Haslam said in March. Not everybody. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here. We were pretty much right on every step of the way, and I would like it to be known for the record, we were right.
All right, and we do love I Was Right Radio.
And I didn't need to talk to a former Browns quarterback to change my I was rightness.
Well, yeah, you had 4 wins at the beginning of the season. I had 6 wins at the beginning of the season, and they ended on 5. There we go.
And John Fanta lost
this is not a good look for Fanta.
Listen, by the way,
it's not a good look for Fanta.
May I just say, may I just say, 4-0 burger bets. I was right again. But may I say, you did it the right way. You've already sent me the gift card for Swenson's.
Thank you for opening it today.
It's a slight. I haven't opened it yet. It's a slight.
I haven't got the emails that say you haven't yet, so please do.
I'm not going to do it. It's a slight cop out, not bringing me a burger and handing it to me. But you didn't do what Fanta's doing, which is try and spin a yarn that doesn't make sense to anybody that isn't huffing paint or on, Columbia's finest.
I thought I was going to win that bet. Ravens. The bet was Ravens would win the AFC North. You said the Steelers would win the AFC North, and after that, that field goal attempt goes up in the air, and I was tasting victory. I didn't know. Was I going to retire burger bets with you forever as the champion? But no.
You know what's funny? Happened. I almost, if you had not paid off your burger bet so quickly, I had.
You weren't going to run it back.
No. I had a double or nothing.
I don't believe you because I offered you up with double or nothing a couple weeks ago.
I had a new one,
and you had completely shirked it. Well, all right, I'm intrigued.
No,
you
already sent me Swenson's.
Hit me.
You can't take it back.
Come on,
you can't take it back. Nope.
I want some action.
I'm 4-0, and I'm going to stay 4-0. Rock it in the new year.
You have no belief in the Steelers.
I do.
It wasn't Steelers-Texans, really.
Because I was right.
It wasn't Steelers-Texans.
Because I was right.
Not really. Not really.
Did I say the Steelers from the jump? Did I say the Steelers were going to win the AFC North?
I was right. The end goal was always going to be they were going to get to the playoffs. Yeah. Sure. Now, did you just take a defensive touchdown back to the house?
I gave you the Marshawn Sally. Woo!
The end result was always going to be they get to the playoffs, they're a double-digit underdog, and they get waxed in the postseason. Game one.
But was I right that the Steelers won the AFC North? I
had the Ravens, you had the Steelers. It was what it was. It was what it was.
I cannot recall, but now I recall.
Yeah.
It's nice to be recalled.
Yeah.
Let's go with Alex in Chagrin. Welcome to the show, Alex. Please be our first sober caller of today.
I am sober.
Yeah!
Sober enough to realize that they are so dysfunctional over there, they don't even know how to fire the right people, let alone hire the right people. I mean, under the division of labor, we were always led to believe that Andrew Berry and Podesta picked the roster and Stefanski was supposed to coach the roster. And then they give the guy who was coach of the year twice, David Bell and Zinter and Jedrick Wells and all of these misfits, and they wonder why the coach of the year suddenly became a bad coach. It's utterly ridiculous. Barry should have got fired, and Stefanski, for making lemonade out of what he was given with the likes of P.J. Walker and the rest of them, should still have a job. I do not get what this fascination with Haslam is with keeping Andrew Berry around. I know what he said about having one good draft. Okay, but how about the fact that he never had a quarterback here and all the other drafts he was involved in?
He had Baker Mayfield.
Well, they tried. The problem is that he tried to get a quarterback here, and that was the worst trade in NFL history. He did try, though.
Okay, well, he failed.
He did. That's why we would have fired him.
We agree on that.
We both would have fired him. We're right there with you.
Yeah, so, I mean, Stefanski should have a job. And by the way, I don't think he's the next Vince Lombardi, but I think he's a high-quality coach with given right talent and a lack of meddling from ownership is probably going to do pretty well, and we're probably going to be regretful that we let him go. So that's all I wanted to say, guys.
Alex, that was sober. It's Jed Wills. It's D. Podesta. You don't drop the D there. All right, so here's the thing. You're right. Kevin Stefanski deserved to get fired less than Andrew Berry. The problem is they both ended up being deserving of getting fired.
Exactly.
And I'd like what he's pointing to is something that I do agree with, that when you're able to pretty succinctly call out this game of succession that was played, going all the way back to the end of last year, in almost painstaking details. I was a little over the top about the I was right thing, but every step of the way, we've pointed out what inevitably did happen. When you're able to do that ahead of time, like you're Nostradamus, it does speak to an owner that is way too malleable and way too... I don't say you can manipulate him, But it's way too open to the last guy that was in his ear.
Well, and so, you said manipulate, though, and that it kind of really does make it seem as if Andrew Berry has his job today because he's at the right-hand side of Haslam, and Kevin Stefanski doesn't because he wasn't Haslam's guy when the musical chair game stopped having chairs to be able to sit in. That's just how this worked, and it's fine. That's okay, but it's not for football reasons, and that is the part I think that is really getting people angry today. Like Andrew Berry, for football reasons, you can't defend. You can't defend Stefanski either, but it seems like Andrew Berry kept his job because he's Haslam's go-to guy now.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think it was Mike Renner of PFF say that Berry surviving, to him, said that Haslam was truly the mastermind behind the Deshaun Watson trade. And it is wild to me that we are 3 years removed from that trade, going on 4 years. We have had definitive and conclusive reporting, incredible reporting in town on this, and people still have given Andrew Berry the pass on the Deshaun Watson trade. And honestly, he got a pass from Jimmy Haslam, being the only guy that survives. Because listen, here's my problem with Kevin. This is what Kevin owns, in my opinion, in the Deshaun trade. He could have stopped it. He could have stopped. He could have gone to them. And
I don't think he wanted to.
Well, no, okay. Even if he did, he was happier to be rid of Baker Mayfield
still even have
than he was to deal with the problem with Deshaun.
The initial reporting was the two of them together, but some of the initial reporting that we had within this was Jason Lloyd going up to that hotel room where Stefanski was laying out all the different ways that Deshaun Watson was going to be the next greatest thing the Browns have ever seen. He's just as responsible as anybody when it comes to not stopping it, but he had his hand in this.
No, 100%. But Paul DePodesta, who I think probably had a bigger say in all of this because he was Mr. Process and I think he was the idea guy, a bad idea guy. I think DePodesta got what was coming to him. He's not here anymore. You could say he got a promotion, but 50%, the Rockies guys.
But if 50% of the main people that we think were involved in that deal got fired this offseason or during the season in the recent calendar year, you are chopping away at the idea that, they're starting to have people pay for what is the worst NFL trade in history.
Yeah, but except the guy who I think it was his baby.
And I think that's where people have a real problem today. I think people know the two people that had the most hand in all of this, and they're the ones that are scot-free. Unfortunately, though, this is how the cookie crumbles in the NFL. You have an owner; he's not selling the team, and then again, the only crime that Andrew Berry committed here, when it comes to being able to keep his job, where Stefanski wasn't able to. Which I don't know why I called it a crime. It's not a crime. The only thing
it's really more of a hustle.
The only thing the hustle, great way to put it. The hustle that he had here was getting Haslam to believe that he was awesome at this. But Haslam does this. He did it with DePodesta for 10 years before he was like, all right,
he did it with Banner and then Farmer and Payton.
It's not hard. If you're in his inner circle, it's not hard to convince him that you know everything about football because he's so desperate to want to get this right. And here's where I do give him a little bit of credit. He's so thirsty and desperate to want to get this right that anybody that seems the slightest bit like they have a clue, he just wraps them around like he's like they're a big snuggie, and he just comforts them and was like, all right, you're now my guy, as if it's going to be the answer, and it hasn't been the answer.
Yeah, and it's funny because I've seen a few people defend the use of search firms these guys aren't football guys, and I'm like, I don't think you have to be a football guy to be a good owner. I think you have to be good at judging people. And I think inevitably, whether it was Hugh, whether it was Joe Banner, whether it was DePodesta, I think that's Jimmy's greatest failings. And the problem is, you got to do it again.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the people that have a clue that have come in this building in the previous 10 years aren't the ones that have been able to be buddy-buddy with Haslam. Yeah. I'm speaking about John Dorsey. I'm speaking about Greg Williams. The guys that we actually are like, oh, they did some stuff here. Those are the ones
honest.
Yeah, honest, and will shoot and will tell Jimmy to his face when he's being ridiculous. Those guys don't last here. Yes, surprising fact. These owners, they want a bunch of bobbleheads around him, and right now that's what he's got. Andrew Berry is a big bobblehead for him, and that's fine, but it's not going to lead us to winning.
Curtin Columbus, we got about 45 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. I thought it interesting during Haslam's debacle of the press conference today. He mentioned in defense of Berry that he had 4 really strong players picked in this year's draft. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Who were the 4? Got to believe Mason Graham, Judkins, Fannin, and Schlesinger. Well, who does that leave out? And I don't know if he intentionally did it or would like your thoughts on what Haslam sees and why he made that comment.
Okay, that's interesting. Obviously,
Appreciate
what he's inferring there is that he left Shedeur Sanders out of the counting list there. Clearly, you leave out Dylan Gabriel. That is what that is. But yeah, I mean, I don't think people look at Shedeur at the end of the season and say that's a bona fide hit with a fifth, even as a fifth-round pick. Although I would probably look at it as if you had a fifth-round pick start any games, you probably got the most out of a fifth-round pick that you could possibly imagine. But that's neither here nor there.
3-4 record, Buckaroo.
You got to. Yeah, that's a good point.
Quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The match.
FanDuel.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Move over Michael Strahan and TJ Watt.
Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett! Sack number 23! The new single-season sack king!
Myles Garrett has done it. The NFL's new single sack record holder. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Nathan Segura coming up, Browns analyst at 5 o'clock today. We get the lead at 5:20. Daryl Ryder joins us for most of the 6 o'clock hour. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we continue to take your reaction to Black Monday here. Kevin Stefanski gone. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? More reaction on this coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We also have to get to Myles Garrett's big day and the payoff we've been waiting for. And what an absolute clown-ass organization the Bengals are. But let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, as we've been talking about all show long, Black Monday, as of right now, 4 coaches have got in the last 24 hours. Raheem Morris in Atlanta, Stefanski here in Cleveland, Jonathan Gannon in Arizona, and then Pete Carroll in Vegas. I will ask you, which of those coaches do you think maybe has the best case that they shouldn't have been fired?
Well, every one of them deserves in some degree. I think Raheem Morris got a raw deal in many respects.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the Falcons are setting up there. I really don't. I don't know what their end game is. But even by Falcon standards, this one was pretty quick.
Yeah, 8-9 the last 2 seasons. He'd only been the head coach for 2 years. I'm not saying that, like, between the Penix thing and the Cousins thing, that got weird real quick. I get that. I don't think he was as fireable as Arthur Smith, right?
No.
Like 8-9 and back. I almost don't know if 8-9 is the lowest you've gone in a certain context, depending. I almost don't know you should be able to be fired.
Do you see that weird video of him too after the press conference going up and like hugging Arthur Blank?
Yeah.
And like everyone in that little section, and it was like they knew they were going to fire him. It's just a cold world.
It's a bit of an ass out hug. I understand why Arthur made the move.
It's just a cold world.
You've worked together for 2 years. You've known each other for over a decade. You can't pull those hips in? Come on now.
I that one surprised me, honestly. When I got the report last night, that one did surprise me. I didn't think that was going to happen.
I struggle with the Carroll one only because you knew he was old when you hired him. And I think now it's fair to say, I think they forced Chip Kelly on him. There's something about that marriage that felt like they were trying to do too many things at once. I don't think Pete Carroll is why that thing failed.
No, but the cool thing about it is that for Pete Carroll, at least, they didn't cause much of a commotion across the NFL this year or anything like that. And so, this is not going to diminish anything that he's already accomplished, and no one's going to remember this 10 years from now.
And it might have gotten Max Crosby traded.
We'll see what Kevin Stefanski has to say about that.
Look at that. You really think he's going there?
I'm convinced. Yeah, I'm convinced.
I guess, listen, I
think it's a perfect landing spot for him.
Yeah, but it's Vegas. It's the only organization that...
And he's the one coach that could handle Vegas. He's not going out to the slots and painting the town red and doing all this other stuff.
Yeah,
he's deep in the playbook.
He's got Tom Brady and Tom Brady's boy, John Spytek. And that weird
there's commotion.
Goof.
There's commotion everywhere. There's always going to, and with the Raiders, there's always going to be commotion, and it might always fail because of that commotion.
It's just because of Mendoza,
between Stefanski and of course, between Stefanski and Mendoza, that's like the calming presence that just brings everything out. It's basically what the Browns wanted if Baker Mayfield was a choir boy.
Get ready for Missionary Mondays in Las Vegas.
Now, here's the funny thing about it, though, is that if he turns Mendoza into a check down Charlie, and then all of a sudden 2 years in, people are like, oh no, this isn't the guy we signed. His game is as conservative as he is right now. Like, what's going on?
I just need you to throw to the line of scrimmage. That's what I want of every quarterback. Here's the problem. It's not just Kevin. Every QB now. Hey, if you have nothing, throw to the line of scrimmage. I saw so many checkdowns, and not good checkdowns. Oh, hey, there's a guy in the flat 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Yeah, throw to him. Fire yourself into a freaking cannon, football coaches.
Omaha!
I'm a football guy. That's what I do.
I get it. All right, CBS's Matt Ryan.
Have some Senka.
It's funny calling him CBS's Matt Ryan. He is expected to be hired as the Falcons' president of football operations. And so he's going to oversee the general manager that's going to be hired and the team president. According to Arthur Blank, the final say will all fall at the feet of Matt Ryan, who's never done any of this before and is basically just a good ambassador for Falcons football. Is this a good idea by Arthur Blank?
Well, I looked at what Tom Brady's done in Vegas and thought,
what it was?
Give me some.
Well, you don't get to own any of the team, but we'll just give you the most powerful position we have while giving you, quote-unquote, final say in all of it.
I almost feel bad for old man Arthur, and then I realize he's a billionaire and he's going to be fine and he's lived a wonderful life. No, this is galactically stupid. I'm not saying it won't work out because you never know, but like you're looking for is there a salient plan here? I'm going to have two different search firms run the head coach and the GM search, and then Matt Ryan's going to pick both of them. That all this feels pretty dumb to me.
Well, but then again, the people that they hire, though, are all going to report up to Matt Ryan, and Matt Ryan's going to have the final say in all of this, according to what Arthur Blank put out in a statement. So,
he's a borderline Hall of Famer in the NFL. That makes
you won a league MVP. Got you to the Super Bowl to blow a 28-3 lead. Like he did some things.
If he's a Hall of Famer,
he's not a Hall of Famer.
Cancel the Hall of Fame.
But it is interesting.
You can't even have a Hall of Famer. You don't have Jim Kelly. You don't have Troy Aikman with the Dolphins thing. That's a weird thing.
It's fine. Whatever gets Matt Ryan off my TV. I didn't particularly care for his halftime reports, although he fit more halftime reports than anything else he was trying to do there.
Right, then I'll ask you, why couldn't we have done this with Tom Brady? Because that would have been nice. Been real nice.
People really like Brady right now.
It's because they thought he was barely
he's had a turn.
speak.
He's had a turn for people.
It's the weirdest thing. He's still bad. The Falcons beat the Saints yesterday, giving the 8-9 Carolina Panthers the NFC South and the number 4 seed. They host the Rams this Saturday in the dreaded 4:30 Saturday game. The one really it's not a lot of people are going to watch. Should a team with a 500 record be in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. I think part of the idea is that so what's tough about this convo is that in most years when you have something like this, not most years, we've only seen it a couple years ago with the AFC North.
It's about 3 times now.
And then the other time was like 1935 or something insane. But
I was there.
At least when it happened in the AFC North a few years back when the Browns went 11-5 and had the season with Flacco, you looked and you're like, oh, there's Burrow, there's Lamar, it's the Steelers and Tomlin. Like, this is just good teams beating up on good teams is all this ends up being, right? But ultimately, you win your division, you get in. But this division isn't very good, and that's what makes us hard.
I've arrived at this conclusion. 8-9 team shouldn't be in the playoffs, and I hate to do it because it's my boys in Carolina, and I know they're going to have a great week there right before Carolina gets bounced out because that's not a good football team. I think...
Well, so you want to get rid of division championships then? Or
I
division
think
titles?
division titles should matter unless you're below 500. I think that should be... And then, and in fairness... If the 8th seed is also 8-9, the division guy gets in, but he's a 7th seed.
No, so in this scenario,
if there's a 9-8 team, that was your 8th seed, that guy should get in because you won more than you lost.
So in this scenario, if the Ravens would have won yesterday, for instance, then the Ravens and the Steelers both would be in because they're both above 500. Sorry, wrong conference. Turn this completely around. I was trying to find a way to put them both in.
You galaxy brain.
I know. I was trying to find a way to put them both in after my burger bet that I lost.
But no.
Just failed miserably.
So listen, it is completely conditional, right? It only happens in this extremely unique situation.
Yeah.
Which is it matters. The divisional championship matters until it doesn't. The two things that have to happen is,
let's see. Okay,
a division champion has to be below 500.
We have 8 teams that are above 500 in the NFC.
Yep. So who would be the...
So it would be the Lions or the Lions or the Vikings?
I'll allow it. I'd rather watch the Lions. The Lions would have a better chance at winning a playoff game than this Panthers team. They're straight booty cheeks. Honestly, they're lucky to be an 8-9 team because they played a last-place schedule. I watched them this weekend, and I thought...
Yeah, Vikings suck, though.
If I'm a Panthers fan, do I want to watch this in the playoffs? The Rams are going to roll.
Of course they are. But like this is I don't need to see Bryce Young in my life ever again. I mean that's just not enjoyable football.
He's not good at football.
No, it's just not enjoyable.
All right, he tries.
Let's go to the college.
God bless him, he tries.
Let's go to the college ranks. The portal was very, very active. Kirk Cignetti and company have landed Josh Hoover.
Look at that.
The big furry has landed in Indiana. And
Cignetti snaked my furry.
Yeah, yes, he did. He got 6 transfers so far, by the way, and a lot of talent here. Signetti and co. They're here to stay. But Josh Hoover to Indiana.
Not just that.
Let's make him a thing.
Sorsby, who I think is also somebody on the quarterback Deadpool right
Texas
now.
Tech.
Texas Tech.
They
By the
put
way,
a billboard up in Times Square congratulating him, which is a weird thing to do.
By the way, that's when you got money. We got that Times Square money.
Texas Tech, man.
So Sorsby's the number 1 quarterback. Sam Levitt, it goes to Kentucky. I don't know. It was the weirdest
Sam Levitt got paid like $7 million, is what they said.
The good thing about Texas Tech is it's emboldened every billionaire weird knob to do what you and I would do if we were billionaires, which is for at least one season. I would take my monies, I would go to Eddie George and say, I'm going to give you $40 million. I want to be in the playoffs next year.
I know, but then you spend it on like Sorsby, and then Sorsby gets you nowhere at the end of the day.
Well, not with that attitude.
I know. Well, think about it.
By the way, I wouldn't stop there. After 1 year with Eddie, because I'm a BG guy first and foremost, then I'd move to the Akron Zips for 1 year.
Let's talk about it.
Then I'd go to Kent State for a year, and then I'd stop because that's $120 million.
I dismantled the furry convo within an hour of us having the furry convo because it was a Google reversed image and a quick find out that he's never been to a furry convention.
I don't believe in that voodoo.
He's never been to a furry convention. It was a made up college football Reddit board that then spread like wildfire. Is it on?
Because he's a furry.
Is it on Signetti? Google me Signetti to make sure that nobody Googles and finds out Josh Hoover actually went to furry conventions. How do we stamp this down?
This is him prolonging the bit. Google me, but not the quarterback. That's simple. It's kind of like it's almost like a throwaway line. Like he's like leaning against it.
If somebody started a furry rumor about you, how would you dispel it as quickly as possible?
I wouldn't care.
Oh, come on. You wouldn't care at all? Jack, you don't believe that at all. Look at you, Jack.
You would be furious.
I look like a bear. What are you talking about? I look like a guy that is just hair.
It doesn't mean you want to invite furry convos about yourself if you're not an actual furry.
Why would I care?
It's a little weird. It's more than a little weird.
So?
It's a little weird. You probably don't want that association unless you're actually participating, and then you do you. We don't kink shame around here.
I wouldn't. I honestly,
you wouldn't care at all.
There is no proclivity.
All right, maybe not you right now, but you as Indiana quarterback, you wouldn't care at all.
No, because I'd be too busy getting boy band. You know what?
Yeah, all the furry jokes that are happening all around.
That's fine. It's not going to stop that train from rolling down the tracks with whatever co-ed you want.
It might.
It's really not.
It might. Maybe not at Indiana.
If anything, they're just going to show up at your door all furried up. Right?
You're like, not again. I didn't ask for this.
Hi, Josh.
All right,
I'm a panda. I'm horny. 216-474-0092.
Some sorority devising a plan. How do we get Josh Hoover?
Put together. I know Jim in Strongsville's good with Adobe Photoshop or some.
He's trying.
Such.
He's definitely trying.
Go ahead and Google me as a furry. Google me. That's not great. I sound old. Go ahead and Photoshop me as a furry.
Next photo you put out, I'm telling AI to dress you as a furry in a bikini.
Well, that's ridiculous. You can't be a furry in a bikini because the suit is your suit.
I was thinking
you can't have a swimsuit over it.
I was thinking head and then bikini. I didn't know. I'm just going to get somebody with that with AI.
You really thought about that.
I'm going to get somebody, not really. It was all in the moment.
The level of detail that you thought.
It was all in the moment.
Sounds like
I'm going to get somebody with
somebody's
that.
telling them
I'm waiting for you to put out a photo on AI. I'm going to have Grok right on that.
The memorable Myles Garrett moment over the weekend. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
come into the game with the worst record in the NBA. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist at 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markach.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. John Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Did you miss a moment in your show? We'll use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Nathan Segura, Browns analyst, coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk Kevin Stefanski's firing. We'll also get his thoughts on the strong finish to the season that the Browns had, going 2-1 in their final 3 games. And, of course, we'll continue with more thoughts on Kevin being fired, what this means for the Browns, what this means for Kevin Stefanski, what this means for Andrew Berry, and the defenses of Andrew Berry from the Browns today. But should be noted, I know we got we did finally get Myles Garrett the sack record over the weekend. One I call shenanigans on Joe Burrow, who said, "I'm not going to try and do anything like to not get sacked," and then proceeded
to a California guy
because I'm out on Joe Burrow. That total B move. He was afraid of Myles Garrett. Then when he knew Myles was going to get him, he slunk down because he didn't want to get hurt. Total coward move. I am out on Joe Burrow. He's cocky and a coward. He can't be both. Choose a lane. But Myles did get the sack, and it was so fun to watch his teammates react to it. And though I've had a complicated relationship with Myles this year from the start of the trade request on, it really just cemented how special this season was, and I was incredibly happy for him.
I got really mad at the people that thought that Joe Burrow took a dive. Like the coolest part of that play was the idea that I thought he went off sides to begin with. Because he was just that quick off the get off. I was like, no way he didn't time that snap out about as perfectly as you could. If there was a play that would encapsulate Myles Garrett, that would be it. And that's what you want in those defining moments. You know, that is like I always thought this was funny with McGuire when he broke the record. It was a home run that went, maybe if the wall at Busch Stadium was 320, it maybe went 321. Like, he's known for these big moon shots, and then his big, like, record-breaking home run barely clears the wall. Like, no, Myles is known for his ability to just get off quicker than anybody. Phrasing? Easy now.
I didn't hear it.
Phrasing? Didn't hear it?
I'm listening. I'm active listening, but I didn't hear it.
And he was able to do so successfully in that play.
I mean, let's just say, like, totally, the last 3 games, Myles had a huge impact on it, and he turned 3 Hall of Famers into guys who would rather, like in the case of Joe Burrow was not dropping back and utilizing his elite wide receivers for most of that game because he didn't want to get sacked.
Yeah,
and it was befuddling to watch in real time.
Well, they chose not being sacked over winning the game, which is just something you don't see in the NFL basically ever, and especially with what the Steelers did, the cowardly play that they had there. But Joe Burrow, for 3.5 quarters, legitimately played as if his whole goal was to make sure that Myles Garrett didn't get that record, and I was surprised by that.
I think the most surprising thing to me is once they got the record, I was really worried. They got the record late in the fourth quarter. I was really worried. I was like, oh, they're going to lose this game because, one, they had the big celebration. They had the whole big song and dance. And I think you got such a release of joy from the team collectively. I was worried that they were going to forget there was a game going on, which made it even funnier when Cincinnati didn't win the game.
I think Myles needed that win. I think Myles wanted that win. Because Myles also knew, too, if you ended up losing that game, then any sort of, hey, look at me, wasn't that awesome type moment at the end of it, where it should be, by the way, he should be celebrated, it just gets completely thrown down. Meanwhile, if you win, everyone's celebrating like crazy. Everyone's doing whatever the reports were with that locker room, just losing their mind yesterday. Like, that all then gets to happen, and it's all a feel-good moment, and everything's great.
I think Myles needed it, and honestly, I think, given the amount of texts that I got right after he got it, and the amount of text when he almost got it 2 or 3 times during the game, the amount of text I got when that would happen.
Although it kept turning Burrow into a better player. He kept almost getting him, and then Burrow would make this move to go 12 yards. Yeah. And you're like, wait, he's got the first down. If this was a normal situation, he would have taken his sack.
So, but I was just surprised how much across the board that in the moment, like, Browns fans might have been cynical about whether you win yesterday. They might have been cynical about Shedeur or Stefanski or any of it. But there was something pure about Miles making that I just, it was pretty cool to see. And again, like, I think the story matters. The story matters from Miles asking for a trade request on Super Bowl Radio Row that week. Big public demonstration.
Yeah.
The goal has never been to go from Cleveland to Canton. It's been to go to Super Bowls and then go to Canton. And then to watch Miles and honestly compromise his values for a paycheck from the Browns. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's how it felt as somebody who supported Miles' trade request. And then to see the weird vibe with the dinosaur press conference, cupcake press conference, and Miles' kind of caginess early in camp about it, and then to watch him go off and have the most, from the sack perspective, the most statistically relevant record you can have, one of the best records to hold in the NFL. I'm not trying to do the script writers thing because that is so hack at this point. But you really couldn't script it better. And then to come out the other end and be like, you know what, Miles, we're good. That made this season worth it on some level.
I'd given up on him getting it at about halftime.
I think that's fair. I think a lot of people got
I just thought it was like there was just no way. And then he had a really good opportunity in the third quarter. I thought that was the best chance they were going to let him have. It's funny, in the pregame talking with Coach, I had made the argument that I thought Joe Burrow at some point in the fourth quarter would just lay down for him if he hadn't gotten it, just because it was going to be Joe Burrow's got such respect for the game. He's got such respect for everything. But I think I just thought he'd have. He thought it'd be cool for Miles, basically, and but like that was not how he was playing that game at all. No. That was you had to make a dynamic play in order to get that done, and he was able to do it.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I can't speak for all fans because I think everyone's going to remember this differently, and I think what happens going forward has a big impact on that. How I'm going to remember it was one of three things that made this season watchable. Like, this pursuit of this record kept me engaged as a fan and as a media member deeper than if he hadn't done it.
Okay, Shedeur, obviously, Miles, and then is Stefanski the third?
I think the organizational dynamics and whether Stefanski could keep the team competitive into the last snap. I know that's a very complicated way of saying that, so yes, but with some English.
Yeah, we need to get it quicker on this.
But yeah, I mean, I think those three things, that's like... It's number one with a bullet.
Well, and
it made this season memorable in a good way in what was a 5-win season. You don't say that for a lot of things.
And part of why I think they didn't fire Stefanski yesterday and they waited to today, and I know he had to meet with Haslam, but he already met with Haslam on Friday. I really do think it was the idea that he wanted to make sure that Miles got his day and it didn't get overshadowed. And clearly that. All right, so you got the news from Schefter.
What's that?
Let me say the news from Schefter. He says they're currently Stefanski's expected to speak with the Falcons, the Giants, and the Titans about their head coaching vacancies. That's what he says. The Falcons, the Giants, and the Titans. Raiders are just so dysfunctional. They haven't gotten their ducks in a row yet. That's what's going on with the Raiders. They haven't got their ducks in a row yet. He'll speak to the Raiders.
My professional advice would be don't take any of those three jobs.
I think the Falcons are a good job for him.
I think it's no.
That's a lot of talent there.
Cousins, he can work with Cousins.
He's always loved Kirk Cousins.
That is the win.
The job would be fix Penix is the job, but you got Bijan. You have all sorts of talent there. Drake London.
You've got some edge rushers now. I think it's probably the best of those jobs. I would steer clear of the Giants job. That feels like a bad situation. Shane is not going to be there for the next 5 years. The GM. Tennessee is Cleveland on steroids. It's just the worst job.
He needs to stay as far away from Tennessee as he can.
And I would actually say the same about Vegas. So that's the latest on Kevin Stefanski. So Jim in Strongsville definitely put you and me. Photoshopped us in furry costumes there.
Yeah.
I think I'm dressed like Mike Wazowski, and you're dressed like Sully from it. I don't think those are furries. I think those are animated characters.
I haven't seen that yet. I saw Roberto Shenanigans.
I got to say, Roberto, that's a great club for me.
A jacked person in a bikini.
Gave me a jacked person in bikini, and although I don't think this person is maybe well-to-do down below the Mason-Dixon border, is not the worst representation you can get. Like, is it?
Oh, yeah? My eyes didn't go there.
Is it? I'm trying to see what Roberto thinks I got. All right? I think this is fair.
You think Roberto was scanning internet websites in order to make sure that he represented your package, his idea of your package correctly?
I think if he did, I think they could have done worse.
All I'm saying,
I'll say that right now.
Moment you post a photo out there, I'm telling Grok to go ahead and throw one up with you in a bikini.
That's fine.
Enjoy the
as
bulge.
long as you give me.
Apparently, that's what Grok does
you
now.
You don't have to overdo it. But you give me something to work with. You know.
Well, these are all been very flattering. Apparently.
To some degree, like, are they ones
Even
I want
the
my
Jim and
kids to see?
Strongsville one wasn't bad.
I think you make out worse in that one.
Well, I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah,
That one hasn't come to my inbox yet.
I'll say this right now. I'm retweeting them. I'm retweeting both of them.
Retweet all of them?
Yeah, I think I will. Bonjour Bob.
Why?
That's Dirty Pool. You'll see. You got to see the Bonjour Bob one.
Oh, I do see. Okay, I see the Jim and Strongsville one.
I got to say, I love listeners every day that we have you guys. Really. Days like today, where we're talking about a major head coaching search, and you're out here photoshopping me into
I noticed you only retweeted the one that makes you look jacked. I noticed that.
Oh, no, I retweeted all three of them.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm a man of honor.
I hadn't gotten to that yet.
I'm a man of honor. As long as you make me look okay. You know.
As long as you don't make you look like a slob. Basically.
Like you got a micro something or other. All right? I just want to be warmly quoted and attributed.
So that is where we do draw the line.
Yeah.
Don't care about being a furry, but that one, that's where we draw the line.
Nope, not the truth. Anything but the truth. Now, that being said, I think Kevin should sit out a year.
I mean, he's basically the belle of the coaching ball right now.
He'll be that in a year.
I don't think so. I don't know who's going to open up. I don't know what. Maybe it's before. Maybe it ends up being Harbaugh or Tomlin, which I guess we still have a possibility this year that if he doesn't get one of these jobs sooner, he's going to be usurped by one of the guys I just mentioned.
I think everybody within the Browns can learn a lesson, right? I think everyone has something, or at least one thing, from the failure of the last 6 years that they can glean from this. For Kevin Stefanski, you're in a better position now than you were when you got the job. You went from not on the board for pretty much every major coaching search out there to being everybody wants you. You don't get that again. Like, you succeeded enough in Cleveland to build a resume and to impress people. You only get to spend that currency once.
Yeah, and as far as fired jobs are concerned, really, the Falcons' job is not a bad job.
It's not a bad job. I don't think it's a good job.
As far as fired jobs are concerned, now it will
it's better than the Giants and Titans, but higher bar.
Even the Giants one isn't that. It's not that bad of a job.
It's awful.
I don't think it's awful.
Well,
it depends what you think about Jackson Dart. That's the job.
So that's one, and I think people crowned him way too early. And two, if Shane gets fired this next offseason, you're a lame duck. That's just, there's too many dynamics there that you can't speak to. The Giants bringing back their GM, I think, made it really impossible to get the kind of head coach they want to get there.
It might end up working out that way. But again, if you're talking about fired coaches, for the most part, you're going to end up in positions that aren't that great to begin with anyway. Like that's typicly how these jobs end up opening up.
Went from a bad organization to the best situation you can.
But what that was though was that was Robert Kraft at the time understanding that he promoted the wrong person to begin with, and after a year getting rid of him. You can make an argument that if Robert Kraft hadn't had the stability of having 20 years of Belichick prior, it would have been. Go ahead. What do you got?
I can't.
Were you jacked again, or did you get the micro this time?
Somebody else got the bikini treatment from Roberto Shenanigans.
Now, come on.
That is some dirty pool. All right, Adam and Rocky River is our friend. All right,
What are we doing here?
Looks good. Honestly, looks good. I'll say it right now. 216-474-0092. You heard Kevin Stefanski linked to the Titans, Falcons, and Giants. Should he take a job this cycle? And we'll get to what I will say, preeminent defense of Andrew Berry. Pass in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Report is brought to you by Clean Express Auto Wash.
Wash Smart Unlimited starting at just $22 a month at any Greater Cleveland Clean Express Auto Wash location. Or treat yourself to the very best signature cleanest Unlimited Wash Club membership for just $42. For locations, hours, or to buy online, visit cleanexpresswash.com today.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Nathan Segura coming up in about 40 minutes. The latest on the head coaching cycle there. They report that Kevin Stefanski will talk to at least the Titans, Falcons, and Giants as he looks to decide what his next move will be. But we were going to do this earlier in the show, and obviously we've had a lot of reaction. You guys can get in on 216-474-0092, because I will go back to the idea, and I don't think you and I have had the direct conversation. I think Kevin can be fireable and was fired with cause. And I also think he was a fall guy for the Browns' many failures, the way that every single year, even when they've won here, they've had a fall guy.
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, both Stefanski and Barry would be fired today. That's in a perfect world. But then also, I think you brought up an interesting point earlier. That would leave Haslam by himself to try to figure this whole thing out, and that's not good either.
Yeah, it really was. And I think this might... There was just no way that anything that happened today was going to make anyone feel better, because there's a gotcha with any of it. Hey, they cleaned house. Cool. Who's making the hiring? It's going to be Jimmy Haslam or Korn Ferry. Not great, Bob. All right. They've fired Barry, but Stefanski's back. Okay, who's hiring the new GM? Not great, Bob. There was no scenario in which even Kevin and Andrew coming back, that's another dubious pill to swallow.
Well, then we just would have been mad we didn't get our pound of flesh. And how do you possibly win 8 games over 2 years and there's no changes? It really was. They put themselves in a lose-lose situation. But when you lose as much as they have, I can't feel bad for you. This is just their reality.
You know the problem for Andrew Barry, right? With all this?
What's that? What?
He's next in line to the fall guy throne.
Well, yeah. I mean, clearly he is a year away or even 3 weeks away, depending on what coach they hire, from being gone.
Yeah, like not only does he have to ace the head coaching hire, I think they need to be in playoff contention next year. This is really this is from the heart. I really do mean this. I do not have anything. I get frustrated with Jimmy Haslam. I get frustrated with how the organization's run. I don't know how they talk like they've accomplished things that they haven't accomplished. I get really frustrated by a lot of this stuff because it's not that hard. It really isn't. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's not this hard. But that to me is Jimmy Haslam's lesson in all of this, that by doing what he's doing proves he hasn't learned it, which is stop looking for a fall guy. When you're 11-6 and you just made the playoffs, no matter if it was with or without Deshaun Watson, take the win. When you have one bad year with a young quarterback, you might have to prolong the contract decision, which might get ugly, might get uncomfortable. In the end, as we've seen with everything, money solves everything down the line at some point. The decision will out itself if you're just patient enough. The thing that I want these guys, that I need Jimmy specifically to learn, and anybody who influences him in this direction, is stop looking for fall guys. If part of Kevin Stefanski's legacy is he's the last fall guy, then to me, it was money well spent. The problem is, and this is where I get ultimately frustrated thinking about the road ahead, is I think you, me, and everybody out here knows this won't be the last fall guy. That unless everything goes perfectly and you're winning Super Bowls every year, Jimmy's always going to be looking for that guy. That's not leadership.
Yeah, but what is different is that at least the fall guys this time around, and really for the past 6 years, they weren't people... Joe Woods is a defensive coordinator, Alex Van Pelt, offensive coordinator. They're people that mattered, but it's not people that, it wasn't the head coach and it wasn't the GM. And I think that's really what he was seeking after. I think this is why it was so hard for Jimmy today, is that I think he wanted to have the idea out there that he could stick through with the head coach and the GM, but you just don't have to sit through it forever. And for 6 years, this is way longer than I think anybody, if you would have asked him 6 years ago, they ever would have thought Jimmy would be able to do with the head coach and a GM.
And listen, by the way, that is a great point that we haven't brought up yet. I will give Jimmy his flowers for keeping two guys empowered, keeping a structure in place for 6 years. This year, felt like a lost year because of it, but hey, you tried. You did try. You tried to do the right thing by two good guys. I get that. But now comes the next part. And that probably requires having somebody in the organization that doesn't just go, yes, Jimmy. Mm-hmm. That probably requires a real leader of men, and I've seen them. I've seen guys who will just tell you the stone cold truth to your face. If you want to be a good NFL owner, if you want to win, because I think that's what's interesting. Jimmy has done so many things in the thirst to win, except hire and commit to somebody who can give him bad news and he can digest it without spitting it back up and that person's career in the process.
Right, which again, I mean, that happens with a lot of billionaires, right? That happens with a lot of really rich, powerful people. They like a lot of bobbleheads around them. They don't like necessarily people that tell them no, and you can't do this, or you have to be patient with this. Like the hard part about the Jimmy Haslam discussion is that I see a guy trying. I see a guy that legitimately cares about this organization and trying to win. And like, I think there's so many times in football you can make an argument that are you trying to win a Super Bowl, or are you one of these teams that are trying to look like you're trying to win a Super Bowl? I genuinely do think he's trying to win a Super Bowl. I genuinely do believe that. I think he wants the very best for this team. It's just he can't get in his own way.
But then learn the lesson.
In his own way.
Spending money isn't the only part of winning a title, right? That's a great trait to have. You're willing to put your money on the line and do the cap machinations that allow you to continue to churn more money in. Those are good things. But that, without being a cognizant leader, somebody who can be consistent and not impetuous and not come in and maybe not succumb to, hey, who's talking in my ear now? That matters. That matters as much as the money.
They've never looked better when he just stepped away for a little bit. When he was doing the Columbus Crew, when he was buying the Bucks, when he was doing all these other things, they never looked better. And I don't know at that time if he still had his Monday and Friday meetings with Stefanski, but as far as I know, those started very recently and have not been going on for the whole 6-year stretch. Like, when he was away, that was the best this team ever looked. I really don't think it's an accident that those two things coincided. That's I thought this with a few different owners across different sports. I think about this with Dolan in New York, for instance, when he was off doing the Sphere in Las Vegas and all these other things. Nick started to look competent. Then all of a sudden he's back, and it's like, oh no, they have problems again. Like, this is.
You can only go to so many Dead and Company shows.
Well, now they got the Wizard of Oz out there. It's on track to sell like $2 billion worth of tickets or something insane.
You want to impress me, Sphere? Make it a real tornado.
But he was a real one?
Yeah.
You're going to manufacture a tornado? What do you do?
You got a lot of money.
you have enough money
to do this. It's got its own ecosystem.
Yeah,
I don't know science.
Chairs flying everywhere.
Yeah.
But
there's a threat of death makes the show so much more real.
Well, it's Fear Factor real life.
Yeah.
That's how you get
impaled by a chair and survive. Oh, you're a god.
Or just an idiot.
I really took us into the wrong direction.
Or just an idiot. No, that's fine. But like some owners, though, this is how this works. Some owners go away. When they do, it looks good. And in the time we've seen Haslam go away for a brief period of time, it's actually the best the Browns have looked since he's owned the team. And so I just don't think that's an accident. But I do see somebody trying, and I do see somebody that is in a painstaking way trying his best to get this right and just keep stepping on the rake.
216-474-0092. Was Kevin Stefanski the scapegoat? And we say that because I really want to make this painfully clear. You can be the scapegoat and still it be justifiable that you got fired. But speaking of justifying, we finally are going to get to Jimmy Haslam's defenses of keeping Andrew Berry employed and allowing Andrew Berry to run the head coach search, which again, if you guys remember, Stefanski was hired first, then Berry was brought back as the GM, and Haslam had both those guys reporting to him directly. If Andrew Berry is hiring the next head coach, that means Andrew Berry's the boss of the next head coach. So he not only did he keep his job after the worst trade in NFL history, he in a way got like a promotion.
He got more power, which after 6 years, if you keep your job, you probably should have more power, even if we think you shouldn't have your job.
I don't know about that, but
it's usually how it works in the NFL.
I have said I think I can make this deal with the devil because I'd rather in the pile-on of dookie of options that I can make for hiring the next head coach. Jimmy's at the bottom of the scrum. Andrew's not at the top of the scrum of guys I want making that decision. Yeah. But of the guys that my options were, which were Jimmy Haslam, Korn Ferry, search parties, the Donner Party, and then Andrew Berry, I guess I'll go with Andrew Berry, right? But that's not the route.
And we'll see, by the way. We'll see how long he has that power.
You're hoping for a Gladstone, I know it.
Yes.
And
yes, I am.
I got takes on that guy that I'm not going to give out now. The point is
it his age?
Because it's not 1010 XL in Jacksonville. I think that's why.
Oh, okay.
However, here is we cut up about a 90-second clip from Jimmy Haslam defending why Andrew Berry is still employed. Here's the first part of Jimmy's defense where he kind of goes into Andrew's forays into free agency.
There's questions out there, well, why didn't you change both of them? Or why didn't you change Andrew and not Kevin? And I would say this, I think Andrew over the last year has done a very good job. And I want to go through that because I think it's important to talk about the moves he made to strengthen our team. I think it began with what I would call a very efficient free agency. We added one player, and that player made a substantial difference in our football team, and that was Malik Collins.
Malik was fantastic, and you saw the Browns defense be less fantastic once he was gone. When you have to specify, I want to talk about the last year. When somebody's been here 6 years, you're already not off on the right foot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to be grasping at straws. I think we all are. If you want to try to defend Barry, it's always been hard. From a football perspective, it's always been hard.
Now, from the football perspective, here's the next part of his defense where he talks about the 2025 draft class.
Andrew negotiated a trade a week or two before the draft started, in which we added 3 draft picks. Then I think we had one of the better drafts that we've ever had. I think we added 4 really good football players who were either first team all-rookie or second team all-rookie.
So this is the best defense, which is those are 4 players who should help you for the next 5 to 10 years. And guys, that's in year 1. A guy like Dylan Sampson might be giving you more value in this draft class. Theoretically, either quarterback is going to be in that room. If either of them catch next year with a new head coach, that is more added value. It's still just one draft.
Right, and the draft isn't even, we wait 3 years to decide these guys. Like, it's still very early for this, but okay, that's fine. I'll bite if that's, and by the way, this should have been what he talked about for 20 minutes.
Yes.
He should have just waxed poetic on the draft class and called it a day.
Well, but you got Malik Collins. Hey, you signed one real free agent, and that was a banger. And the draft class, wait till you see what column C brought from Jimmy Haslam's defense of Andrew Berry's job.
I think it would be short-sighted to not just look at free agency, not just look at the draft, but also to look at a couple of other moves Andrew made. We have struggled to have a consistent place kicker here really the whole time we've earned the team. And I guess the way we started this year, you'd say, looks like you're continuing to struggle. Andre Schmidt is a great lesson of when you fail, pick yourself up, persevere, and good things will happen. And the signing of Andre and bringing him on, holding with him that first week when everybody was saying you need to cut him, you need a new kicker, I think we've hopefully solved our place kicking woes for a long time. Quality person, the team believes in him, and we're glad to have him. And then lastly, I think something that's underappreciated was the Tyson Campbell trade. Tyson is, here again, a really good player and a really good person.
I actually think the Tyson Campbell trade is a real part of this and probably should have been lumped in with the Malik Collins thing. But with all due love and respect to Jimmy Haslam, Jimbo as I call him, I've never met him. And I do mean all due respect. If one of the top 3 defenses of your GM is he found a kicker, I'm sorry. I think you've grasped one too many straws for me.
Also, well, that just completely ignores the idea that you got this kicker because the guy that you paid more money than like 90% of kickers in the NFL to, Dustin Hopkins, didn't work out after you gave him the bag a year ago.
And also,
it just kind of ignores that.
Who drafted Cade York?
Interesting little.
Was that John Dorsey?
No, it wasn't.
The Dorsicle did draft a kicker or two. But it wasn't Cade York in the 4th round.
No, that was the Seibert time, was it not?
I believe it was.
Yeah,
5th round, I believe.
Yeah. It's not a great defense. It's like the meme. It's like the idea there, like say less. Yeah. Say less. You should have just said less there. You should have gone on and on about the draft class because nobody could have defeated that in any sort of way. Hell, talk up Tyson Campbell if you want. Talk up Malik Collins. Andre Schmidt needs to be like a byline, like a little bit like, I don't even know that you bring him up. I don't know that you even bring him up. You're not winning bringing him up.
Yeah, because you almost lose by mentioning the kicker.
Anytime you go to kicker, you're losing that convo.
We can all
You're not winning that convo going to kicker.
We can love the circular nature of missing the week 1 kick against Cincinnati, which made a lot of us, including myself, say incorrectly he should be gone, and that he finishes the season by making a 40-plus yard kick to then beat that same Bengals team. Love that storyline. You couldn't write it better. I am so happy for Andre Schmidt. I'm also not calling my friends and being like, we got to keep Barry because the Schmidt guy.
Yeah, it's just
unreal.
It's just a really dumb explanation. But that's why I think the Gladstone play is in play. Only because when you have that type of defense, Nick, that type of defense doesn't scream, I'm committed to this guy more than I'm committed to. If we land the greatest head coach in the world and his condition is Andrew Berry's out on his ass, now I want to tell that guy no. That audio tells you in many ways. If you're a head coach out there, let's talk turkey. We can bargain when it comes to what Barry's responsibilities are here or whether or not he's even here anymore.
How big of a credit are you giving Andrew Berry for Andre Schmidt? 216-474-0092. And the best possible outcome for Browns fans that we haven't talked about yet in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
NBA, and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. An afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
And don't forget to drop those corn emojis.
Those corn emojis. Get dropping.
And hit the like button. We like to be liked. Our videos like to be liked. And don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan. I almost said.com. 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. But drop those corn emojis, y'all. Nathan Zagura coming up in about 15 minutes. We will talk about the coaching change. We will talk about the Browns' strong finish to the regular season. But that Steelers-Ravens game, I hate it that it was a Steelers-Ravens game. That was a tremendously fun game that left everyone unsure of what was going to happen from moment to moment in the fourth quarter. It was perfect.
It was just wow moment after wow moment after wow moment. Lamar hadn't thrown for more than 60 yards into the fourth quarter, and then him and Zay Flowers just connected, and all of a sudden he put the cape on, and I really thought I was going to win a burger bet there. I really did.
It's a real shame.
I really did.
Was there a greater...
I can't believe Aaron Rodgers made that throw down the sideline at the very end either. I didn't think he had it in him.
believe it either.
No part of me thought he had that in him.
Yeah, like they might actually win against the Texans because he remembered he can throw the ball down the field.
That was his aha moment. That was his like, oh my gosh, I can do this.
I still got it. The ayahuasca made me forget.
As they left, they couldn't leave him more wide open if they tried.
Also, my wife's not real.
That was funny. The gifts afterwards of people being like, Aaron Rodgers' excited wife after watching this game on her couch, and it's just a photo of a couch.
I can't make the other jokes that I'm thinking about.
The other jokes.
I do not wish to.
You were one of the first people that was like, there's no way she exists. There's no way she's real. And then we had Steelers wives and girlfriends being like, we've never seen her. We don't know where she is. We don't know why everyone talks about her. And, it's pretty apparent he just made it up as a big ha-ha with everyone.
Still the funniest bit possible.
And he's sitting on the bench, and there's a moment right before the Ravens go to win the game with the 44-yard field goal. There's a moment right before where Aaron Rodgers looks pissed because he knows he's about to lose this game. It's the final regular season game of his career, potentially. It's going to go up in smoke. And Mason Rudolph looks over to him and makes like a smile. You could tell he tried cracking a joke. Aaron was having none of that.
Yeah.
I thought Aaron was going to pick up Mason Rudolph and toss him off the bench the way that Myles Garrett basically, he would have taken his helmet off and done the Myles Garrett to Mason Rudolph.
Would have been the funniest possible outcome.
Pissed. Like, don't even joke at me right now. Don't even look at me right now. It's Stephen Vogt in the dugout.
With Albernaz?
With Albernaz, like, tossing sunflower seeds at him, being like, now's not the time, buddy. Now is not the time.
So I think the greatest misdirect in NFL history is Boswell missing the extra point, which then puts the Steelers up only by 2. The Ravens seamlessly marching down the field, and Tyler Loop lining up for 44 yards in today's day and age. It's not a chip shot. You should make it. If you're a good kicker with a game on the line, I know he's a rookie, so but you couldn't design a more oh no, oh yes, oh no, oh yes on either side of the aisle. I was at the end, I can be honest, I was rooting for the burger bet. I was. Mostly because I realized that I think the best scenario that could work out here is I think the Ravens getting fired makes Harbaugh more likely to get fired.
Right.
So them losing, Harbaugh potentially gone.
Right.
And then I think there's a beautiful scenario where Tomlin beats the Texans week 1, the playoffs, loses the next week, and then pieces out to TV for a year, and then rejoins the working masses in 2027, which would be maximum chaos. in the AFC North other than Zach Taylor getting fired, which nobody thought was going to happen.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out maximum chaos. And so the Ravens winning that game would have been, because they don't fire Harbaugh if he wins that game. He goes to the postseason. They keep this thing going. Maybe even they have a chance to beat the Texans, everything else. I don't know. It's with certainty that the Steelers will, or at least Tomlin will make that move if they had lost that game. If anything, he might have more to prove. This is the best case scenario for the Browns. This is it. Ravens lose that game. Harbaugh, it seems like he is, it's not all but gone. He could still end up keeping his job, but it puts us at the highest percentage chance of that happening. And now with Tomlin, I mean, it's definitely on the table. Tomlin goes and does TV.
I always say that we put a little too much into it. You and I debated which Shador clip about Stefanski potentially getting fired, then absolutely getting fired, which one maybe held more water for each of us. You can put a little too much water into the bucket, too much weight in the bucket for like a post-game thought process from a player. That said, here's Lamar Jackson being asked if his and Harbaugh's future in Baltimore.
We just lost a game, a divisional game, a game to put us in the playoffs. I'm not even thinking about that right now, to be honest with you. I'm still caught up in what just happened, That's not my focus right now. That's you asking me about next year, Jameson. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you, like, he asked me, are you stunned? I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Like, I know we lost, but that's all.
Lamar, you've been in the NFL 8 years. I love Coach Harbaugh. We're going to see what's going to happen, but that's my guy.
He didn't want to publicly endorse him.
Hey, I love being a Baltimore Raven, and I also want to be here. Non-answers to both questions. That is your answer.
Meanwhile, he answered online about, he just quote tweeted the missed field goal and did an SMH. Lamar's in his feelings.
Shake my head.
Yeah, Lamar's in his feelings right now.
He's talking that youthful language.
He's had a lot, and apparently not enough video games in his life to go ahead and distract him because that's something he enjoys.
See, you would have thought if he wasn't on social media,
get on the controller. Get on the controller. Hang out with Kyler Murray.
Don't play Madden.
I didn't say that.
Maybe a little Call of Duty. Maybe a little Fortnite.
It is funny if he played Madden and was like, God, I suck at this.
And he still lost. Tyler Loop still missed a field goal. He simmed it just to that point.
Just to get there. Yeah, it's tough. But I think that was the best outcome for the Browns. It might end up with none of it. We might end up with both coaches are back next year, and we're doing the same conversations halfway through the season the way we did them right now. But that last night gave us the best chance of having Harbaugh gone and then Tomlin potentially being gone too.
Yeah, Tomlin and Harbaugh being threatened, rumored, whatever have you, to be fired in October is nothing new. That rinse and repeat since 2012, maybe.
Yeah, we've done it a lot, yeah.
What makes this difference is that it's a real conversation of Week 18.
Well, and even yesterday, like all the pregame shows, they were talking about Harbaugh more likely than Tomlin. But you bring up Tomlin going to TV, okay? And again, I mean, cite the source. It's Tony Pauline, but like the reality is
also Mike Florio. Then dying.
Where do you think Florio got it though? Like that's classic Florio.
I thought he was making it up. Like
classic Florio. But like the point is that like. We've heard Sean McVay rumored to do TV before, too. A lot of these guys, I think they look at that as something that could be a year break reset, and it's not the end of the world.
Also, who thinks Mike Tomlin's going to be good at TV?
I think it's the...
He's just going to glower at everybody.
I think it's the motivating side of him that people think would be good, but I'm with you.
Gruden's good at TV. In fairness, I will correct myself.
No, I think you're right, though. I think your initial read was right. Like, I don't know that he'll be great on TV. He's got a lot of Tomlinisms.
Should we play one?
I love Tomlinisms, yeah.
All right, so this isn't, I have to say, this is a cliche expression that he has.
We got a lot of forks, we need more spoons. That's a Tomlinism.
I don't think he's going to get full credit for being asked about what would have happened if the Ravens had made that kick.
You know how it is, if my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
That one doesn't go to Tomlin. This is like me trying to give the one to Taylor Swift earlier. That one doesn't go to Tomlin.
Yeah, but no, you're right. He didn't invent the saying. The problem is you can say you got to say the body part, right? Oh, if my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle. Say the words. What are they? Present them. Use the word, Mike. It's a little cowardly.
He's got a mic in front of him.
Sean Salisbury, mutual friend.
Your friend.
Thank you. Has said it on air on this station with you and me and on his own show.
He says it all the time. Yeah. Says it all the time.
You know why? He's got some balls.
Because he has them. Yeah, because he
actually has them.
That's right.
Yeah. Honestly, this was like Mike Tomlin was sitting up there like he invented football.
Did you want him to drag it out and be like?
I wanted him to present the word. Say the word.
The hang up is he didn't say the word?
Yeah. It's not as impactful if my aunt had male parts.
He was trying to be a little, he was trying to have some taste and not be tasteless, I guess,
it's
and not be
tasteless
classless.
comment.
Well, I maybe.
You tried to classy up a tasteless comment?
You're right.
That's
you're
not
right.
the point
there's
of tasteless comments.
No way. If you're gonna say it, you got to say it the whole way. But
go hard or go home. Mike
Would the
Tomlin.
NFL have fined him if he had said it? I don't know that they would or wouldn't have.
The Rooneys might have gotten some holy water thrown on him. Maybe the Rooneys would have had a problem with it.
I don't know that Tomlin does a lot in these press conferences in the way of doing any swears or anything close to a swear, but I don't know. You're right. It's a weird thing to stop short on.
Yeah.
Now I imagine
like
he didn't think that that game would play out in that way, where all of a sudden he would need to use that line at the end of it. That was all top of the noggin.
He had "I just won a Super Bowl" face. If you go back,
you see him bare chesting.
Now that was funny. That was legitimately funny. When I saw that,
what was that?
I was like, "That is some."
He was
flex.
feeling himself in a way.
Yes.
You know, but that's how you know if he goes to a club, he dances funny. Because this is the best that came out. His great wild emotion. This is what came out.
What do you think? What do you think he dances?
I think pretty.
Is he a little too hippie?
I think he's got no sense of dance. I think he's got no sense of.
Does he just do the one to the left, one to the right?
You know what he is? He's his big move is the grocery store. Take the can off. Take the can off the shelf. Yep. Put it in the basket. Yep. Off the shelf. Put it in the basket.
And then when people don't respond to it, he just goes to somebody new.
That's it.
It's like he waits to find his audience. 216-474-0092. Was this the best possible outcome for Browns fans? The Steelers beating the Ravens, which might mean we could have two new coaches in Baltimore and Pittsburgh, depending on how things play out. Nathan Segura, Browns analyst, joins us in 5 minutes to talk Stefanski's firing, the head coach search, and more on 92.3 The Fan.
picking and choosing, we should have picked either side. If one goes, then they both should have went. But if we're picking and choosing, we're going to find out more here of whether or not we made the right decision as the Cleveland Browns, and whether or not it could have been Kevin stays and Andrew goes. Because there's a lot here that this next head coach, you're going to have to clean up.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
JP back with you on Afternoon Drive. It's Black Monday around the NFL. Kevin Stefanski is the Browns head coach. No more. After 6 years, he was let go today. We've heard from Jimmy Haslam, Browns ownership. We heard from Andrew Berry today. You guys have heard a lot of the sound. We do have the lead coming up in about 20 minutes. So you're going to hear more of that sound if you missed any of it. We also have Daryl Ryder coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. He'll be live in studio at 6 and 6:20 to break down today's happenings. Of course, we're still reacting to the end of the regular season. The Browns get a very nice win over the Bengals. Thank you, Andre Schmidt. Little circle of life there, really. And, of course, the Browns finishing the season with back-to-back wins against divisional opponents. But Kevin Stefanski is no longer the Browns head coach. To talk about that now, Browns analyst Nathan Zagura joins us. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He joins us on the hotline here. Nathan, welcome to the show, bud.
Thanks, guys. Good to be with you.
I know days like today are tough. You're a part of the organization. I know you have gotten to know Kevin Stefanski through these last 6 years. So I guess we'll just start with your reaction to today's events and, current state of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, obviously it's certainly a sad day in some respects, and I got a chance to know Kevin Stefanski, not just as a coach, but really to become a friend and know him as a human being, to golf with him, to work with him at his foundation. And the man, he really, embraced his community, embraced his city. And he's a great, great guy. And he's a 2-time coach of the year. And so, when you get to form these relationships, and I actually got a chance to talk with him today and was actually with him as he walked out the building and just kind of getting your head around. And it's been a while. When I've been there 13 seasons, so I've seen a lot of coaches. This will be my 7th head coach if you count interim Greg Williams when the Browns announced the next hire. But I'd never had anybody who was there for 6 years like Kevin Stefanski. We do the Kevin Stefanski show throughout his whole tenure. I talk to him every week. And like I said, I really got to know him. And, it's just crazy. He goes from being, outside of the Haslam family, one of the most powerful and important people in the building. And then you walk outside with him and watch him get in his car and drive away knowing he's not coming back to this building. And so that's the hard part, the personal part of it. Obviously, it's a very results-oriented business, and 8 wins in 2 seasons. You heard Jimmy Haslam say that was not acceptable, and there are a lot of reasons why the Browns got to where they did. And obviously, Jimmy felt a change was needed and made that change with Kevin Stefanski. And I am obviously sad about it, but it does give sometimes new ideas, new energy, new accountability, new culture, all of those things, and hopefully, new results for the Cleveland Browns. But you can't look at the history of this franchise coming back from 1999 without thinking of Kevin Stefanski very favorably as a 2-time coach of the year, as a man who took this team to the playoffs twice, and as the guy who gave them their first playoff win in a quarter century.
You said you walked out with him. You spent some time with him today. Then what was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I think anybody in that position would be disappointed with the outcome or the decision. Nobody likes to be, broken up with. Nobody likes to be fired from their job. So I think that there was some sadness, but I think that, he knows who he is. He was grateful for the time he had here. 6 years is a heck of a run. Obviously, in the modern NFL, 6 years is a long time to be a head coach. And I think he knows very well that he is going to be coveted and have other opportunities. And so I think he's excited about what's next, grateful for what has come, grateful for the way that, he was treated by the Haslams in his time here, grateful for being in this city and the way the city embraced him and for all the people he got to meet and work with. And, it is a sad day, but as I said, it's an opportunity now to go forward for this organization and to put a new leader at the top of their football operation who hopefully can bring, the winning and the sustained success that the great fans of the Cleveland Browns deserve.
Nathan, obviously we can get into this coaching hire. We can get into the end of the season, all the stuff. But I think you're a great person to talk about this because you've seen all those different levels. How do you think Stefanski will be remembered in Cleveland?
I hope favorably. I hope he's remembered as I said. He went to the playoffs twice. He was a winning coach for the majority of his tenure here, and somebody that, as I said, not only made a great, I think, impression on the field, brought us all that win over the Pittsburgh Steelers in playoffs. 2-time coach of the year, as I said. So I think he should be remembered favorably. I think he should be remembered as a guy who brought stability to what had been an incredibly unstable organization. And whatever is built on this going forward, I think in some ways is built off of that stable foundation that he provided for. And so that he should be remembered favorably. And he's a great guy. He is a great guy. He was a great representative of our team and our city.
It seems like he's lined up to, and obviously he's already got interviews apparently lined up with 3 different teams. I think the Raiders are a great spot for him if he does end up taking an interview there and ending up there with Mendoza. I think that'd be great. But when you think about Stefanski, should he go into this cycle or should he kind of wait a year and hope that a better situation does materialize?
That's his decision. I think all the reporting is that he does want to get involved in the coaching cycle. Now, Vegas could be intriguing, but then you're putting yourself in a division with Mahomes, Herbert, and the current number 1 seed Denver. I like the Atlanta fit for him. You've got great skill talent on offense, and Bijan and Drake London and Kyle Pitts. Cousins is there, who he's worked with in the past, that could guide you into the quarterback of the future. And that's a division that is imminently winnable. I mean, the representative of that division was 8-9 this year. So that feels like a good place, but that's a personal decision for him, and you'll see what options he has. And I think that he very much cares about in his second opportunity getting a chance to win and contend. And I wish him the best. But now for me, it's about the Browns and who they're going to get next and what that's going to look like and how this team can become the perennial contender that we all want and deserve it to be.
Nathan Segura on the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline with us, Browns analyst, breaking down the Kevin Stefanski firing and the path forward with the Browns. With that, if you've got a name, we'll take it. But if not, what traits would you like to see in the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, I certainly do not have a name. I think that'll be interesting and fun to follow as things progress here. But I kind of look at successful head coaches in the NFL as being in 3 buckets. 3 buckets. And one is kind of those, what I would call, a culture tornado, a force of leadership. And guys, easy come to mind would be a Dan Campbell, would be a Mike Vrabel, would be a Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin. Those are the guys that kind of fit in that bucket to me. And now they're more than that. They know X's and O's, obviously, and all of those things. Then you have the guys that you would call are kind of, the scheme innovators or just great scheme guys that, that's how they get their job. That's how Kevin Stefanski, coming off of that Kubiak system, that's the bucket he would fall in, how he got his job, how Liam Cohen got his job, how Ben Johnson got his job, Kevin O'Connell, guys like that, how they got their jobs. And then there's the third bucket, which is what I would call ultimately the guys that are perennially just incredible coaches. And certainly what you want is you get a guy for either bucket 1 or 2 ultimately. And of course, all the guys that are in bucket 2 have some leadership traits. All the guys that are in 1 have X's and O's traits. But then you get the bucket 3, which are the guys in my mind, and I'm leaving people out obviously, but currently would be Andy Reid, would be Sean McVay, would be Kyle Shanahan, would be Sean Payton. I think Vrabel probably fits into that as well. But those are the guys that are culture forces, and they're great X's and O's guys. So that's the perennial success bucket. Sirianni's won a Super Bowl. I guess you'd have to give him some credit, and maybe put him in that bucket as well. But that's what you're looking for. But I think as you listen, and I listened to Andrew Berry, and I listened to Jimmy Haslam today, it was clear to me there are 3 things facing this organization that they want to get right. Number 1, they want to get the culture right on that football side. First and foremost. And so that leads me to believe that that's going to be a very important component of what they want out of this next head coach. Number 2, they know that they need to address the offense. They need to get playmakers on offense and address the offensive line. I think that was reiterated by both of them today. And then the third part is understanding the quarterback. And that wasn't an order of importance. And I think it all kind of goes hand in hand, though. But, successful coaches have good quarterbacks in the NFL. That's kind of the way it goes. And so figuring out what does that look like with what we saw from Shedeur Sanders. What does that look like in terms of available quarterbacks that will be in free agency or available via trade potentially for the Cleveland Browns? And so those are kind of, as Jimmy said, over the next 120 days, the most important things facing this organization is, how do we get all of that right? Find the leader of our football organization here, the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, leader of our football team. We've got the combine coming up. You've got free agency. You've got the draft where you're going to have, 3 picks in the top 40, 4 picks in the first 3 rounds, 2 in the first round, and putting this thing all together. And obviously the quarterback goes hand in hand with that. But I think that, you need to be a leader of men. You need to be able to hold people accountable, and you need to obviously be able to, depending on what you get, if it's an offensive head coach and defensive coach, make sure that, it's operating the way it needs to on your side of the ball and obviously overall.
I thought Miles' sack yesterday was basically perfect because there was when in real time I thought he jumped off sides. That's how quick he was with the snap and timing everything up, which is almost just a perfect iteration of a Myles Garrett breaking record sack. I loved that being a part of that story. You had the headsets on, you had the call, you were in the building. What was your reaction to it, especially after watching for 3.5 quarters where it seemed like Joe Burrow wasn't going to even give him a chance?
Yeah, it was getting tense. It was getting down to it, and certainly there were a couple times he had gotten close, but it felt like for the most part, that the design was a little bit to make sure that it didn't happen or he wasn't going to get there. He was getting chipped by Drew Sample on just about every pass rush that he had. He finally got a one-on-one. It was the fastest get-off of any sack this year, according to Next Gen Stats, and significantly faster than his usual, which is also 0.7 seconds. I think this one was 0.23, and 0.7 is the fastest get-off of any player in the league. So it was vintage Miles, got around that corner, got it. Andrew, I thought, did a great job on the call. The emotion of it, the passion of it, letting the crowd hear. I got a little in there at the beginning as I saw Miles coming. I'm like, you got him, and it was just kind of a relief. And you felt great for him and great for the team. You saw the reaction of his teammates and really everybody. And it was a very cool moment. And, it's not often that, in this line of work, you get to be a part of special moments. That is true and very cool. But to be a part of NFL history was really awesome. But I thought Andrew did a great job on the call.
Nathan, I do want to ask you, what do you think that you saw down the stretch? Final 3 games, the Browns go 2-1, the Pittsburgh win, obviously the Bengals win. Of that late push, going 3-4 down the final 7 games, what do you think is transferable and can be built off of going forward?
Well, certainly the defense, right? I mean, you saw what Pittsburgh did last night to the Baltimore defense. We held them to 6 points. Same team, no DK Metcalf, and yes, they got Calvin Austin back, but I think that defense certainly is transferable. I think that, on offense, what you saw from Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins throughout the season, you can take that forward with you. Andre Schmidt seems to be a guy that you can take forward. I mean, you mentioned it kind of coming in before I got on the air, but what an incredible, bookend to the season to start your career against Cincinnati, miss a couple of kicks that, probably cost the team the game, be run out of town by just about everybody, and this organization sticks by him. He's become one of the best kickers in the league since then, makes the 49-yard game winner as time expires. That was awesome. So that's transferable. And I think offensively, we saw some glimpses. We see that, Malachi Corley's got a role in this team. We see that Isaiah Bond can get behind defenses in the NFL. I mentioned Fannin, and I thought we saw glimpses from Shedeur, as we've talked about over the weeks. Very good quarterback play in spurts. We have not seen it consistently. Then, the first half against Cincinnati was tough. That was tough to watch. 2 first downs. Did not look good at all. But when the game was on the line, he showed up and got them into field goal range for Andre Schmidt. He hit Isaiah Bond. He made some plays with his legs. He got the ball to Jerry Jeudy and then set it up for Andre Schmidt. So those are the things that I think are really transferable. But I think it's going to be starting with that defense and then understanding that, having a dominant defense is not enough in the NFL. You have got to be able to consistently score. I think that the Browns clearly have realized that based on the comments of Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry today, and there will be a significant focus on bringing in weapons on that side of the football, buttressing that offensive line so that we can be a team that can win by outscoring you as well as being a team that can win by just shutting you down defensively.
Nathan, you've been a great guest all year long, man. I know this is not the way you wanted it to end. Obviously, there's a lot of feelings with everything and how everything went happen, but we appreciate your time. Great job. And, hey, it's going to be an interesting offseason to say the least, friend.
Yeah, certainly will. Thank you, guys. Always enjoy coming on with you guys. And, it is definitely, it's a sad end to this season. It's a sad end to the Kevin Stefanski era. But, as they say, now there's hope. You got to go find this coach, get it right, and get playing winning football. And that's really the focus of everybody in that building, and hopefully that comes to fruition as early as this year.
I'll send you over my 20-man list in the next couple of minutes here. You just forward it to the right people.
Sure.
All right, buddy. See ya.
Thank you, Nathan.
Nathan Segura, Browns analyst. He kind of no-sold at the end, but I get it. He's not going to forward that. I wouldn't expect him to.
You had him until you asked for it to be forwarded.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's when.
He's like, I'll take a list.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm not forwarding that to anybody.
All right, clown. That's what he was thinking.
That's what he was thinking, yeah.
Which is fair. As a clown move. Browns analyst Nathan Segura there on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what Nathan had to say, and we got the lead coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote.
And follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
The Kevin Stefanski era is over for the Browns. Who will Jimmy Haslam turn to next?
We'll start the head coach search literally this afternoon. Andrew Berry will lead that effort. Key members of his organization as well as ownership will be involved in the process.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan. It's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ryder joins us in the studio coming up in about 40 minutes' time. No hyperbole, no hot air, just Daryl Ryder. But in studio for the 6 and 620 segments. I just wanted to build our guy up a little bit. But let's get to the lead here. Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined us last segment. We asked him about his reaction to Kevin Stefanski being fired today after 6 seasons in Cleveland.
It's certainly a sad day in some respects, and I got a chance to know Kevin Stefanski, not just as a coach, but really to become a friend and know him as a human being, to golf with him, to work with him at his foundation. And the man, he really, embraced his community, embraced his city, and he's a 2-time coach of the year. And so, when you get to form these relationships, and I actually got a chance to talk with him today and was actually with him as he walked out the building and just kind of getting your head around it. It's been a while. That's the hard part, the personal part of it. Obviously, it's a very results-oriented business, and 8 wins in 2 seasons. Jimmy Haslam say that was not acceptable, and there are a lot of reasons why the Browns got to where they did. And obviously, Jimmy felt that change was needed and made that change with Kevin Stefanski. And you can't look at the history of this franchise coming back from 1999 without thinking of Kevin Stefanski very favorably as a 2-time coach of the year, as a man who took this team to the playoffs twice, and as the guy who gave them their first playoff win in a quarter century.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely passed the test when it comes to, is he a good person? Is he a model citizen? Did he embrace the city? And he did all those things. Like, he did really in a really strong way. Unfortunately for Stefanski, though, that's not what they judge you on. You can be a bad person that never embraces the city. As long as you win games, you get to keep your job. And for Stefanski, he didn't win enough games. It's as simple as that. He lost too many times, and especially over the previous 2 seasons, and so here we are.
Yeah, anytime you work in an organization where every year somebody gets tossed in front of the bus, when that happens enough times, eventually you're the guy. Like, eventually there's not enough bodies to throw in front of that new meat to throw in front of that bus. So I don't think Kevin is the number one reason why this went from playoff window, Super Bowl window 6 years ago to bottom of the barrel, top 5, top 6 pick every year. I don't. I don't know that he's even top 2. But he's in there. He didn't stop the Baker thing from happening. I do think he should get more blame for how the Deshaun thing happened, not trying to build an offense around Deshaun for 2 years and just taking Deshaun's word for it. But again, I don't think Kevin's a bad dude. I think there's a chance he'll be good elsewhere. And now it becomes, can the Browns actually land the plane on a decent guy to follow him up?
And that's going to be the challenge of this. But even if they're not able to, it doesn't change my thoughts on what they did today. You still had to do this. The time was there. He's an offensive-minded coach. He went through 13 quarterbacks. None of it worked out, and we had one of the worst offenses in the NFL over the previous 2 seasons. You had to make a move. You had to do something, and so at least the Browns did, because there was a stretch in there yesterday where a lot of people wondered if they'd actually follow through with it or not. Several Browns players spoke about their relationship with Kevin Stefanski. Here's Shedeur Sanders' comments about the firing earlier today.
We just found out a couple seconds ago, but I think it's just overall the mentality, things are going to happen. That's just how the league is. And moving forward, just focus on, what we can improve, individually for the next head coach. That's not in my hands. That's not my decisions. I can't speak on what other people feel.
You and I reacted to this piece of sound differently. I thought Shedeur's comments on the week he and Stefanski had, where he called Stefanski basically, he was tough. We had to learn to appreciate each other, whatever the exact verbiage was. I thought he was a little bit more relaxed there. In this answer, I think I heard Shedeur just trying not to say the wrong thing.
Is that all it was? I don't know. I
could be wrong, by the way.
Everyone's got their own read on it. You know what I mean? My read on it was it was a chance for him to glow up Stefanski if he wanted to, and he chose not to. And I'm not reading into that lightly. I think there's parts of Shedeur that are happy that Stefanski and him were able to link up at the end and almost seem like they were getting along, and there was a good process there together. But ultimately, it was 7 games, his rookie season, where he didn't feel like the early parts of it was going in the best ways to help him out. So that was the appropriate answer in my read of it for Shedeur.
We are about to find out, supporters, how much you really should have wanted Kevin Stefanski fired or not with his coaching search.
Well, yeah, the new coach could just come in here and say, Shedeur, you're packed on a bus and you're gone.
Yeah, could trade him.
Easily. Easily. It's on the table.
Could retire him.
Well, I don't know about retiring.
I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just saying he could.
But he could do whatever he wants.
Kill the love for the game. You don't want to see
There
that.
is no limit that this new head coach could go.
Send him to the CFL.
Well, he can't do that. He can't.
But if you cut him and then he doesn't get another gig, then he goes to the CFL.
Another gig.
Okay.
Shedeur will get another gig.
Browns owner Jimmy Haslam addressed the media today. He talked about his decision to fire Kevin Stefanski and not Andrew Berry.
I would say this, I think Andrew over the last year has done a very good job. I think it began with what I would call a very efficient free agency. We added one player, and that player made a substantial difference in our football team, and that was Malik Collins. Andrew negotiated a trade a week or two before the draft started, in which we added 3 draft picks. Then I think we had one of the better drafts that we've ever had. Andre Schmidt is a great lesson of when you fail, pick yourself up, persevere, and good things will happen. And we're glad to have him. And then lastly, I think something that's underappreciated was the Tyson Campbell trade.
All right, I've come to my conclusion on this. What Jimmy Haslam was trying to signal to the rest of the NFL is, I don't have a great football reason for keeping Andrew Berry. That's why I'm talking for 20 seconds about the kicker. So if you want Andrew Berry to be gone, don't let that stand in the way. Make your best pitch. Make your best case. If you want him gone, we can talk about it. Let's have a discussion about it, because I don't have great football reasons for keeping him right now. And so if you want to Gladstone this one up, it's on the table.
It's weird because I think when we start talking about cleaning house organizationally, if timelines don't match up, that's a good reason to do it. I think the best reason to clean an entire organization out is, quite frankly, if there's corrosive culture organizationally. And even though I think it's apparent Andrew Berry outflanked Kevin Stefanski in the who's going to be the fall guy for Deshaun and the failure of the first Super Bowl window, I don't think it was corrosive. I don't think it was backstabby as much as it was outmaneuvering. And yes, I'm playing with words a little bit there. I don't think this was John Dorsey and Hugh Jackson. I don't think this was John Dorsey and Freddie Kitchens. I don't think this was Sashi and Hugh Jackson or Ray Farmer and Mike Patton, to be sure. It was bad enough that you needed change. I think Kevin Stefanski probably did more to save his job than Andrew Berry did, but recency bias prevails, which I think is maybe the most concerning thing, that Jimmy is that susceptible to, hey, what happened Tuesday?
I mean, he can be swayed. I guess so there's a couple schools of thought here, right? Like when Josh McDaniels came in and wanted everything, Jimmy Haslam was very quick to be like, no, we don't do that. And so that's the only hesitation I would have, is the idea that if Haslam just doesn't want to make full sweeping changes all at once, or doesn't want to give a head coach in particular that much power, then he wouldn't be willing to go down that road. Andrew Berry is going to lead the search for the Browns' next head coach. He was asked if Jim Schwartz or Tommy Rees could be serious candidates for the job.
Jim's an outstanding football coach. We have a lot of respect for him, a lot of appreciation for him, and he has certainly earned the right for consideration. But that's something that we still have to discuss and obviously discuss with him. And Tommy, he's a very talented young coordinator. He's held in very high regard, not just in college football, but across the NFL. But again, those are discussions that we have to continue to have.
It sounded better for Jim Schwartz than it did Tommy Rees in terms of a candidacy for the Browns job.
And it should, because in the seriousness of it, Tommy Rees shouldn't be taken serious compared to what Jim Schwartz should be.
I do think, well, in that case, there's a fair amount of guys that are going to be interviewed that shouldn't be taken seriously, but I digress. I think Jim, if he wants a shot, should be able to interview. I do think the Browns want to keep both guys. And I think that's going to be really interesting to then see how that plays out. with a potential new head coach who already might walk in feeling like he doesn't have as much power as an NFL head coach in another market.
Well, and obviously we'll talk about some names as we're getting, but like, does that do they go with like a Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator for the Texans, because of his close relationship with Jim Schwartz, and he's one of those names that not only would he welcome the idea of Schwartz being the defensive coordinator, but he would be like, that's the guy I was going to hire anyway. Like, do they go with one of those type of guys almost to guarantee that they can have their cake and eat it too? Because Schwartz is so valuable as a D coordinator, but he really doesn't offer much to me as a head coach.
I sure hope not. Matt Burke, I mean, that's a creative coach. It's not a real guy.
He's been really good this year.
Yeah, this year.
He's been really
Recency
good.
bias.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The Texans defense has been great. He's got that close relationship with Schwartz. That name's not going away.
We're going to wrap this up a little early because a lot of people today wanted to give you their list. They needed to rush. They need to be first to the market with their list. My list is percolating. It's not 100% ready, but it's not. I mean, it's on the way. You're going to hear it this week. My list. JP and I are going to do something that other shows don't have the cojones to do. We're going to negotiate the not list for the Cleveland Browns' next head coach. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. You bet on the team to win, and they take a 17-point...
to you by Clean Express Auto Wash.
Wash Smart Unlimited starting at just $22 a month at any Greater Cleveland Clean Express Auto Wash location. Or treat yourself to the very best signature cleanest Unlimited Wash Club membership for just $42. For locations, hours, or to buy online, visit cleanexpresswash.com today.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Up in about 20 minutes here. He'll be in studio. Man's had a long day. He texted me this morning saying, hey, gotta head to Berea. We're going to hear something here shortly. And I went back to bed. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It was like 7:30, and I was like, I didn't sleep last night. I'm going to get another 45 minutes.
Will we find out the question that Jimmy Haslam did not want Daryl Ryder to ask at his press conference today?
I think we will, because it's going to be the first thing we asked.
Well, Haslam, I don't think he didn't know what question Daryl was going to ask, but they never let Daryl ask it.
Was he profiling? He just saw Daryl and was like, not a chance in hell.
I thought they were on good terms.
I think they are too.
I thought they were. That's what makes the snub of Daryl today so interesting.
So I don't necessarily know if it was a snub unless it was a PR thing, unless the PR staff was doing it.
Well, you only got so many minutes up there. I understand how that works.
10 minutes. Jimmy Haslam.
It was a 10-minute press conference. It felt like 40.
I can go to the Chuckle Hut in Cuyahoga Falls and get 10 quality minutes out of somebody better than what I got today from Jim.
And did you see how? So it was interesting is how Andrew Berry.
What's the deal with these Ivy Leaguers?
Did you see how Andrew Berry started directing his own questions to people and started directing like who gets to ask him in what order? That was a boss move.
Back to our Shador fight.
It was a boss move, was it not?
Yeah, it was.
What was our Shador fight? What do you mean?
Where I had said Shador's got to know that he can't call to some student reporter to do something for his film crew first on a game day. He's got to go to somebody else. And then your rebuttal was
typically the PR guy does. That's what made this so interesting is that it was very obvious when Andrew Berry started being like, no, I want to go to you, and I want to go to you, and I want to go to you, because it's not typically how it goes.
Also, I know it happened with Trent Baalke. I cannot see anyone doing a solid 40-minute open mic set with Browns media and then getting fired three weeks later. Jimmy's got to know. Now, if the right head coach comes along, and we were just talking about this off air.
He was like on the NFL Network a day prior to being fired doing like the most expansive interviews imaginable.
And that's Jacksonville. Let's aim higher. Now, we're going to, so at some point, we'll both put out our individual lists.
Yeah, okay. Do we have to wait a month until we put them out, or can we put them out now?
And not just this.
Should it be sealed, and should I come out with it and then be like, I don't know, is that my list now?
Have you been consulted on 4 levels of coaching searches?
Only 3, unfortunately.
Rookie.
The good 3, though.
Yeah, the best 3.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I actually just had a middle school the other day, like, who should we hire? And I was like, you should hire Jim. He's the janitor. It's a twofer. And it's going to work out great.
Sounds like good management.
Yeah,
it's good bang for your buck.
I was thinking about money. You know, I'm like, anyways.
He's in the building anyway.
Yeah. What murder? He's a great guy. But we're going to create the not list.
Jim.
We're going to create the not list.
Yeah.
So the point of this is a no-fly list for head coach candidates, meaning let's say somebody threw out Jonathan Gannon.
He's first on my no-fly list.
Real quick there. I might feel like, well, he might be my DC, but he's not going to be my head coach. That being said, we have to agree on the not list.
And so
basically it's a double confirmation of this guy shouldn't be the Browns head coach, don't interview him.
Yeah, it's very easy to tell you who they should hire. This is who they shouldn't hire.
Yes.
And we have to agree on it, and then we have to basically give it our stamp.
Shake where there's going to be a little bit of a discourse.
It's kind of like how, the Hall of Fame, each member like stands up and is like, Myles Garrett should be a Hall of Famer for reasons X, Y, and Z, and they have the rep from Cleveland come up and do that. It's kind of like that. If we disagree, we just have to give a case, and then we go from there.
And then somebody goes, Ray Lewis should be in the Hall of Fame, and then somebody goes, what murder? He's a great guy. Also,
you see him on the sideline for the Miami game? Of course you did. Irvin stole the show, but
the blow.
That was a fun one.
Like at some point, cocaine has to give up Michael Irvin.
It just won't.
Like it can't. Like if you said right now,
it won't. That was awesome.
50 years from now,
it was awesome.
What survives? Only one can survive. Bam Bam or Michael Irvin. It's going to run out. It's going to run out.
You got Narcos levels on us there. It was quite the display. I enjoyed it immensely.
Now, Let's begin the not list
Turn into
here.
a real-life mascot on
I
the
think we
sidelines.
should trade names until one of us runs out of names.
Okay.
I'm going to humbly submit Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah, okay, I agree with and then being on the no-fly
I don't
list.
even think it's a discussion.
It doesn't have to be. No, he had his chance previously. He's a great D coordinator. He's been great with the Chiefs. That's all you need to know.
I think Jim Schwartz did a decent job in Detroit. He didn't do a great job, but he started at the bottom. He was kind of the Stefanski of the Lions. So you could sell me a case where Jim wouldn't be a disaster of a hire. I don't know I'd make it, but you could sell me that case. You can't sell me. Spagnuolo was a disaster as a head coach. There's just no, he's really good with the defense. You'd be really good with Chris Jones, Karlaftis, Trent
Clark,
McDuffie,
all those guys, yeah.
all those guys. Come on now. All right, so we agree.
100%.
First on the not list is Steve Spagnuolo. Check him off. I checked him off.
All right, Jonathan Gannon belongs on the no-fly list. I get it. He's a local kid, and so people they're gonna be gravitated towards the local angle of this. They went on a 9-game losing streak this year, and nobody batted an eye because no one pays attention to how bad Arizona is. They haven't won in the entire time he's been there, and in the meanwhile, he's let Kyler Murray run the show. Kyler Murray can't run the show. You can't end up letting that happen. And so I don't think he's a leader of men. I don't think he's a quality head coach. I think he misses on every box I could possibly imagine.
All right. So are we saying that as a DC or are we saying that as a head coach?
No, head coach.
Okay,
The no-fly list is just as a head coach.
Okay,
We want to
just
talk about
making
other
sure.
positions after the fact. We can talk about other positions.
So,
by the way, while we're on the topic, I hate when people throw out unrealistic OCs for their I'm going to build this. He's the head coach, he's the OC, he's the DC, and then you give us just unrealistic names as the OC.
So Bill Belichick not going to be the defensive coordinator?
I don't love that. I don't love that development. It's not great. We need to get realistic
Is there a
here.
specific name you'd like to
Everyone
say?
keeps throwing Mike McDaniel in there as their OC, and it's like he's the coach of Miami. He's not being fired, guys.
All right.
What are we doing here?
I will second Jonathan Gannon, although I disagree with the leader of men. I think it was a bumpy ride in Arizona.
9-game losing streaks.
I think it was a bumpy ride in Arizona. He certainly wasn't set up to succeed, but I think he needs a year and maybe a reset and to kind of figure out.
Ask Marvin Harrison's dad what he thinks about the leadership of Jonathan Gannon.
I've already given you your yes. We're 2 for 2 here. Our not list, this is as strong as it can get. And so there's 3 here. I'm going to go with one. I'm not going to give you all 3 at once.
Yeah, I thought we were going back and forth here.
Matt Nagy.
Yeah.
If you look at the record, it doesn't look that bad in Chicago, but Mitchell Trubisky, just the whole thing, it just wasn't good enough. The only thing this guy has really done is be an acolyte of Andy Reid. He's never had success with a bad quarterback. He seems just kind of like a dude. I just don't see it. I don't understand the fascination. You're not bringing Pat Mahomes with you.
He's getting strong Titans next head coach vibes.
I like that.
Very strong Titans head coach vibes. And so, I agree. No fly list. If they brought in Nagy and then hired him, I would riot.
I thought this would be so much harder. We're 3 for 3.
There's a lot of names that we really need to just immediately X off here. And so we're doing the Lord's work here.
Okay, now what do we do if one of these 3 guys we've already put on there gets an interview for the big job?
Well, they're going to get an interview. Some of the names in the no-fly list are going to get interviews. We just have to immediately remind everybody they're on our no-fly list and it's not happening. Now, what if they get the main job? Then we're just convinced everyone in Berea is a bunch of dodo birds, and that's fine.
Do we accost them in Berea? Do we rabble rouse?
I mean, if you want to. I don't really want to. I don't want to rabble rouse. I just want to yell into a microphone. I just want to consistent. That is my rabble rousing.
I like a little variety.
That is my rabble rousing. Well, I mean, if you want, we can do signs and go down there and do the whole thing.
That's
but
not really rabble rousing.
I mean, my Saturday's already packed in. It's packed in. I got a busy
That's
weekend
fair.
ahead
You
of
got
myself.
2 young kids.
Yeah, I got a lot
freedom.
going on.
My kids are older.
Yeah, I don't want to make a sign. Go down to I don't know. Wherever you even make a sign at.
Hobby Lobby.
Menards.
They got everything in Hobby Lobby.
Hobby Lobby? Yeah, they do a lot of good work over there at Hobby Lobby, don't they?
They got it's a plethora of crafts and supplies.
Joe Brady, no fly list. I want nothing to do with it. You're milking off the success of Josh Allen. Your offense isn't even good right now in Buffalo, and you have Josh Allen as your quarterback. Let that sink in for a second. This is a realistic chance he does get hired, but for myself, it's a no-fly zone. I want nothing to do with it. I'm turned off by the whole idea.
He is not one of my favorites, but he cannot be on my not list.
All right. I mean, he's not on Matt Nagy level. He's not
Spagnuolo.
I get it. I knew this one might
Jonathan
be tough.
Gannon.
I instant no. There's nothing anybody could tell me that would change my mind on Joe Brady based off of what I've seen already with Joe Brady.
In fairness, it's a little bit Matt Nagy simply because, all right, you're getting a lot of credit for Josh Allen being really good at football.
Yeah, great. You're buying into cool-headed Ken Dorsey. Congratulations.
But it's just not a not. It's not a yes.
It's a no for me.
I'm like,
if you do that with Josh, if you do that with Josh Allen, I don't even want to imagine what you would do with basically a lesser quarterback, which is everyone in the NFL.
All right, so Joe Brady is not on the not list. Not Cliff Kingsbury. Not only is he not going to be brought back.
This doesn't work for me.
No, if he looked like me, he'd be coaching quarterbacks at Division II. He has done nothing in the NFL. He's did nothing in college. He's just a good-looking goober. His offense was crap. He's never been like he's never been like a great wizard of X's and O's. I don't know how he got that knockout because Jaden Daniels is good at football.
Because of Jaden Daniels.
I think he's a total fraud. I think to me, this would be
worse. He's been stuck with Kyler Murray, and you can argue he's gotten the best out of Kyler Murray than anybody has. And then Jaden Daniels went to the NFC title game with him. It's not going to be a no for me.
How much of the NFC title was on Cliff Kingsbury?
I'm going to be open-minded to Kingsbury in this. It certainly wasn't Dan Quinn.
I almost want to trade you a Joe Brady for a Cliff Kingsbury. That's how much
this is where we draw the line. I just don't like his good looks. He's a good-looking man.
Yeah, he is totally. But I think he's a bad coach. I don't think he's a good coordinator. I don't think he's a good head coach. I don't think he's good at anything. I really think he is the most fortunate, failed-up son of a gun in the history of football, which is saying something because it's football. But it's no. All right, he's not on the not list.
Steve Sarkisian's on my no-fly list.
No. No, it's a college coach. You're right.
College coach. I don't want a college coach. I don't want anybody that has been. He's perceived to be something that I think he isn't, and
like an offensive genius.
Yeah, and I'll just strong pass on it. I see he's hit the Vegas odds. He's all over these Vegas odds with the Browns coaching search and everything like that. I think it's like 25-1 or something. And I'm out on Sarkisian, and I want to stop that before the train gets rolling down the tracks.
All right, so Joe Brady. Cliff Kingsbury, still in a couple of the fish in the sea. So far on the not list, Steve Spagnuolo, Matt Nagy, Jonathan Gannon, and Steve Sarkisian. I'm going to give you one more.
Okay.
Vance Joseph.
Vance Joseph's having the time of his life.
I don't know what the hell we're doing here.
Vance Joseph's having the time of his life.
Guys, he's a good defensive coordinator. It was a disaster in Denver.
Yeah, it wasn't good. All right, let me throw another one in there because if we're doing defensive coordinators,
we agreed.
Yeah, not even a question.
All right, final one.
Chris Shula.
Nope.
Miami of Ohio people are going to like this.
Nope.
I don't want the Rams defensive coordinator.
I don't know that I don't want him. I don't know that I do want him.
Don't want him.
I think he's a legitimate a legitimate candidate. I like the coaches that he's coached for. I think he's coached for Shanahan and McVay.
But there's a better option if we're going down the McVay track, and I think that's Matt LaFleur's brother, Mike.
Hard pass. But not on the not list.
Oh no! If we're talking sniping someone from the McVay tree, we're going to try to get. Michael LaFleur's got to be the guy.
All right, so here is the not list after 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.
Now,
is that 8? I don't know. Math is 9 candidates. No Spagnuolo, no Matt Nagy, no Vance Joseph, no Jonathan Gannon, no Steve Sarkisian. We'll have more on the not list throughout the week, and of course next week as well. Do you disagree with anybody on our not list, or do you disagree with any of the guys we left off the not list, the not list, as it were? Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move.
This is what Breaking Browns news sounds like.
We have great fans. They're extremely passionate, and they deserve better than what they've gotten the last 2 years, okay? We are going to give you a better product. Our sole goal here is to be a consistent winner, not win 8 games in 2 years. That's not what we're trying to do. That's not acceptable. Our fans deserve better.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Sad that they don't get to throw ahead to Monday Night Football because that's not going to happen. The playoffs start obviously this Saturday, but to put a bow on the coverage of Kevin Stefanski's firing and to talk about the path forward with the Browns, the end of the season, all this many things, we welcome in our Browns beat reporter Daryl Ryder in studio. One, he gets extra kudos because he came down literally in person to see us. Two, he did so after an incredibly long day in Berea.
Yeah. And
3, because he's going to stay multiple segments. There we go, Daryl. This is a golf clap here.
Way to go. Also dressed up nicely for the occasion, too.
I wasn't dressed up for you guys.
But this is a coach has been fired, so I'm going to be in a lot of places today, and so I better look nice attire.
Pretty much. You never know who's going to see you.
Yeah, no, we knew it wasn't for us.
Yeah.
But we were the product of you just not. I mean, you could have easily gone home and just taken it off and put something schleppy on, but you didn't do that.
I could have gone hoodie today, and I thought about it, but,
Nothing's wrong with a hoodie. It's January 5th. You could do a hoodie if you wanted.
Do that in about an hour.
All right, very good. You look nice, Daryl.
So you do. And so we appreciate you being here. One, I actually do want to get to the not list real quick. So we have decided that not only we'll do individual coaching lists of guys that we want to hire, but we have a no-fly list. And it's just for the head coaching spot, and it has to be mutually agreed upon. Here are the guys that we shot down being on the not list.
Okay.
He wanted Chris Shula and Joe Brady on the list, said no. I could not agree to that. I think they belong on the list even if they're not my front runners. I wanted Cliff Kingsbury, stricken from the record. He said no. All right? 3, do you agree with them not being on the not list?
No, I think all 3 should be on the list.
Well, welcome
on
to
the
the
not
party.
list?
Yeah. Welcome to the party, Daryl Ryder.
Yeah.
Jeez, you're just going to say no to everyone.
Beverages start at 6:15 or Durham's in the corner. Welcome to the party, Daryl Ryder.
I have my own list of guys I have no interest in whatsoever. Keep going.
All right. Now, here's the real not list, not the not list. Steve Spagnuolo, Matt Nagy, Vance Joseph, Jonathan Gannon, and Steve Sarkisian.
I have no objections to any of those names. Well done, gentlemen.
All right, very good.
If anything, are we not picky enough? Because Daryl's out here. Daryl might have 3 guys that might be head coach worthy here.
The problem there, Daryl, is that, and when I looked at the Browns' next head coach odds that our friends over there at sportsonline.ag put out,
it's not great.
It is a lot of not great, but it also it's not easy just to eliminate these guys off the front of it and be like, just no, thank you, not even close. Like Robert Saleh is the leader there.
Yeah, I mean, he's on my not interested list.
Mike McCarthy's there as well.
Yeah, okay, I'll entertain it.
And then it goes Joe Brady, then we're in Jim Schwartz, then we're Kubiak, then we're Michael LaFleur, then we're Halfley, and like we're in the
floor.
We're in the section. Well, I mean, in some cases, might be the right LaFleur. I like Mike LaFleur. I'm a Mike LaFleur guy.
Clearly.
Did it go to Lindenwood? Is this a...
That would make me a Mike LaFleur guy. That would definitely do it. No, I mean, I just feel like it's basically the same credentials as Matt LaFleur, and then Matt LaFleur went off to be one of the best head coaches in the game.
They're different men.
Sign me up for that.
They're different men.
Yeah, but they have the same parents, and they come from this Sean McVay disciple tree and everything. Actually, he's had more time with McVay
He's hoping
than Matt
that this
LaFleur
is the
had.
Kelce's of coaches' family. Here.
Basically what I'm hoping for. And if that's the shot in the dark that I go with, that's not a bad shot in the dark.
Somebody's got to be John Gruden, and somebody's got to be Jay Gruden.
Yeah, that's my number one concern about this whole thing is that they're just going to take a shot in the dark on somebody. And for how they positioned this dismissal today, it better be an upgrade from Kevin Stefanski.
But you could argue Kevin Stefanski was the shot in the dark.
No, and that was also a case that Andrew Berry made today, too, and reminding us, hey, we had interviewed him in 2019, came back to him in 2020. Nobody else had spoken to this guy but us, and we got 6 years and 2 winning seasons, 2 playoff seasons out of him. There is something to be said for that, but also keep in mind, I don't think it was Andrew Berry that found Kevin Stefanski. It was Paul DePodesta that wanted him, and I know that Paul DePodesta is the equivalent of a 4-letter word around here these days, but. Between Sean McDermott and Kevin Stefanski, I do have to give the guy credit for identifying 2 bona fide head coaches. Say whatever else you want about his impact on the Cleveland Browns,
and I will.
I will give him the credit of he did identify 2 pretty good NFL.
Well, all right, let's play in this for a second then, because obviously we were both here. We were both discussed a lot of that time and that time frame. There were 8 coaches that the Browns ended up interviewing in that whole entire selection process. Do we know with certainty Stefanski would have ended up better than these 8? It's Robert Saleh, Mike McCarthy, Greg Roman, Eric Bieniemy, Brian Dable, Josh McDaniels, and Jim Schwartz. Can we put that in like some perspective? If you got that was the list. That was the 8 guys.
How many would have done better?
How many would have done better? Yeah.
Half.
Probably. And what's interesting is that
which is weird.
What's interesting is that 3 of these guys are now in the list for this upcoming coaching search already. We're going back into what we already did so many years ago.
Well, and they already have the homework on those guys, plus the additional 6 years of resume that's been added on to the previous interviews. And look, basically when they fired Freddie Kitchens, they just redid the 2019 coaching search. They just basically all right, let's go back into the file cabinet and see what we did a year ago.
They love that, Daryl. You know this. They love that. They love the idea that we've talked to this guy previously, and now we're going to give him the chance.
And that is why I think that if you were interviewed by the Cleveland Browns in 2020, congratulations, you're back on the list this time around. I think that they're going to get a look.
Daryl, we heard from Jimmy Haslam first early this morning. Then
that's something.
And then we heard from Andrew Berry. I'll ask you, because they took different tacks in both the duration of how long they spoke.
One tried to be gracious, and the other one just rolled the bus right over Kevin Stefanski mercilessly.
But they also
at the same time, he's family.
But they also contradicted each other.
That was weird. The story about his 4-year-old was weird.
Oh, I think you guys are talking about different guys rolling people over. Whose messaging was more of a hit for you on the Stefanski decision and all that came with it?
Oh, I would say Andrew Berry, because I just think Andrew was really candid and honest about it, even if I might disagree with his assessment of the situation, because I think he's culpable in creating said situation. And again, I'm not absolving Kevin. He did have some shortcomings here. There's a reason he got let go. But the quote that stood out to me from Andrew Berry was when he said that they didn't make enough progress independent of game outcomes. That's what got my attention, because I'm going to put that in the Andrew Berry, Ivy League translator here. What he's saying is the record didn't matter. It was what we were seeing behind the scenes and the progress of the football team, and that is what caused us to make that change. Whereas Jimmy went with
results matter.
Yeah, said results matter. We only won 8 games in 2 years. That's unacceptable. Basically, it's the same speech Jimmy Haslam gives every time he fires a coach. Right?
Yeah, we've kind of highlighted how it felt like Haslam was saying one thing and then Berry was saying a different thing, even down to like Jim Schwartz, for instance. Haslam was all about how Jim Schwartz, he wants him to be a part of the team and wants him to be there. And then Berry came out and was like, well, that'll be the next head coach's decision.
Yeah, well, or they have to sit down and talk about whether they want to let him interview for the head job, which, by the way, I think they should do. I think ultimately they will do. I don't think Jim Schwartz is going to get the job, though. But I do think he will get an interview here, and I think there's a possibility he might get an interview elsewhere. I don't know that he's going to get another head coaching job, something to keep an eye on. Maybe he ends up back with Kevin Stefanski in New York or Tennessee or wherever Kevin lands.
Ultimately, why do you think they didn't clean house fully?
This one I will put on the shoulders of Jimmy Haslam, and I did learn that Andre Schmidt is a cornerstone of the football team. That was interesting to find out today, which means he's probably going to get cut in the middle of next season.
I was thinking a contract extension and then he gets cut.
Well, that part, yes. But I do think that was a prisoner of the moment decision. What have you done for me lately? And this last year clearly outweighed the disastrous previous 4 years of Andrew Berry's administration of the roster. And so they're going to give him a chance to write this and also find the next head coach. But also, the clock is ticking on Berry.
Yeah, Daryl, I thought it left the door open in many ways. Like if that's your case and that's what you're trying to sell is kicker being a cornerstone, I think he's signaling.
Well, there are a couple of, obviously the Tyson Campbell trade, the draft trades. Yeah,
but if that's what you're trying to sell, I think that was signaling to the rest of the coaching hires out there, potential hires out there, that if you come and part of the condition is if you're awesome at this and I think you're awesome at it, then if you say like in Jacksonville that I want Andrew Berry gone at the end of this, and that's the condition that I have, okay, we can talk.
I think that has to be, because the issue here is that, yes, he had a good draft, okay? Not discounting that, and I do believe guys like Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Harold Fannin Jr. can be cornerstones, right? There's no disputing that. What I am concerned about is he's not good at picking offensive linemen. He's not good at picking quarterbacks, and he's not good at identifying wide receivers that are worth a damn.
Or third rounders.
Or third-round picks, right? I mean, his entire third round, I think he's maybe had Emerson. Martin Emerson was a good find, but the rest of it has been a complete disaster in the third round. And part of the other issue there is in his tenure, the third round is the first pick he made in the draft. Mm-hmm. You know? So there are, and I still go back to the Jed Wills pick. and just how much that set them back by just completely blowing that selection. So they're going to roll with him, but the next head coach that comes in, the clock is going to be ticking on him because, I think that the next time we do this, they both will go. Andrew will go along with the head coach.
Don't threaten me with a good time. What do you think? Okay, let's go Stefanski, Barry, Jimmy Haslam. If we look at the last 6 years and say there was some success, but it wasn't good enough, and now it's come crashing down to earth, what do each party have to learn from the last 6 seasons and certainly the last 2 seasons? Because I don't think everybody has to learn the same thing.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Haslam needs to understand no means no. Deshaun Watson originally told them no. He should have just left it be then instead of saying, hey, train's down the tracks too far, Baylor's,
if
Baker's
Watson,
bailed on us and all that.
I disagree with that, because if Deshaun Watson had been great, then we'd be looking at it like the persistence was necessary, you did whatever you had to do, and that was great. Like, they really believed he could play football.
I have the luxury of hindsight here, and so we know what a disaster it is, and we know that that's why they're in the boat that they're in right now. So I'm going to say, yes, when they say no, believe them.
No,
plain and simple.
But again, if they at the time they believed he was awesome, and so if you believed he was awesome, they did what they had to do in order to acquire
that's their fault
an awesome
for believing
quarterback.
because he hadn't played football
and that's
in over
a
a year.
very fair assessment of that. Is that that's why people are getting fired, is because they had the wrong assessment of that.
No one got fired that had the wrong assessment of that.
Well, yeah, Kevin Stefanski today got
Kevin
fired.
Stefanski, I don't think, wanted Deshaun Watson.
That's not what's been reported the entire stretch of this, and initially reported in Cleveland.com and the New York Times that it was the two of them together. It was Barry and Stefanski. So that's not accurate.
Yes, of course. In the middle of that regime, Kevin's going to contradict the GM.
But also then,
remember, Hugh Jackson said, "Trust me on Cody Kessler," and he wanted nothing to do with that pick.
But Stefanski still deserves some part in all this. I mean, they went to that hotel room where all of a sudden they laid out all the different ways. One of the things Deshaun Watson is attributed for why he chose the Browns is he laid out all the different ways that Stefanski could make Watson awesome, and it was like a 5-hour little session that they had. Like all these things do matter.
They did a real good job rolling out the PR of that. I'll just say this: for $230 million, I will say anything you want me to.
No, but if you end up in a situation where you really believe that the quarterback exists out there and you can find the quarterback, I don't want Deshaun Watson to be the reason why you don't go after that in the future. Like just because this didn't work out doesn't mean that their idea behind it wasn't sound.
So here's the lesson: never go after a quarterback who hasn't played in over a year.
That's fair. We can compromise on that.
How's that?
Maybe if that's your new rule on things, hey, maybe don't go after quarterbacks with 1 million sexual assault lawsuits out there.
Well, there's that aspect of it too.
Maybe if that's the lesson. But I did like the aggressive nature of it all, and I like the idea that it's hard to land a franchise quarterback. They clearly misidentified.
Desperate. They're a desperate franchise.
Well,
they have been for years, and desperate franchises make desperate moves. And look,
but they shouldn't have been desperate. I think that's the lesson for me.
That's fair.
You were in an okay spot with Baker. You weren't in a great spot, but you weren't in an awful spot, and you became desperate for. Whether it's career reasons, whether it's I'm trying to get a stadium built, whatever it was, there were a lot of things there that you didn't have to be desperate.
Another lesson they need to learn in this is you got to set boundaries with your players, even the stars, because then they turn into a monster that you can't control, and that's what happened with Baker a little bit. And Baker,
that would have been a great lesson as a takeaway for sure.
So there's another lesson to be learned.
And the no means
I just disagree with the first lesson.
216-474-0092. So we got to, I think, Jimmy Haslam's lesson. We'll get to Kevin Stefanski's lesson, Kevin Stefanski's path forward, and the Browns' path forward without Kevin Stefanski in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Kevin Moret. local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes. Daryl Ryder has been with us the last 20 minutes. He continues on with us now, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. So you've given me what you think maybe the Haslams need to learn from this, and Andrew Berry. What do you think Kevin Stefanski, going forward, has to learn from this scenario?
Well, I think that he's got to learn that he needs to be more demonstrative about holding people accountable, both on the field as well as with his coaching staff. Now, I realize he changed offensive coordinators a couple of times. He did change special teams coordinators, but I think that those were things he was encouraged to do. The Alex Van Pelt firing, that's, I don't believe, something that Kevin wanted to do. That is something that, well, we have Deshaun here. We better get someone in who can actually specifically coach Deshaun. Let's bring in Ken Dorsey, and we know what a complete disaster that turned out to be. He also, with the play calling is what he does well, in his view. He feels that that's a strength of his, and I would say, don't give that up. And I think that some of the exhaustion of working here in Cleveland, and let's be honest about it, it's a little extra coaching the Browns. There's a lot that comes with this job. Mm-hmm. And I think that, that celebration you heard in the locker room down in Cincinnati, and Kevin really had that burst of energy. I think that was just like, I've been freed. He knew what was coming, and now that weight is off his shoulders, and he was able to enjoy one final moment with his team.
I'm not saying that there aren't things that happen if you're the Browns head coach that don't happen elsewhere.
Right.
Having covered the NFL, find me the good jobs. Las Vegas is a crap show. Tennessee is a crap show. Yep. I think Atlanta, despite everybody loving Arthur Blank as a human, is a crap show. Miami is problematic.
They're hiring consultants in Atlanta to run that operation.
You said consultants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Two separate, one for the GM and one from the head coach. I can't wait to watch that dumpster fire.
All going to have to report to Matt Ryan.
Yeah. But I guess my point is, because
no job is perfect, and I understand that.
Well, no, but the Shador narrative became a big thing of what head coach would want to answer these questions. There's 32 jobs.
Yes,
you will find a qualified person for this job. That's not the conversation.
Correct.
And I do think that, and you're not doing this, and JP's not doing this, but when I hear doom and gloom, like Cleveland is the only, it's the worst organization in sports. It's like, look at what the Titans have done the last 6 years and talk to them.
I will say this. I'll give Jimmy Haslam was very demonstrative today in saying, hey, you guys, we in the media, which, by the way, I have not once said that the building was dysfunctional under Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. I've never said that. But he made it a point to say, hey, you guys, this building was not dysfunctional this time around. And I think part of that's the trauma.
Yeah, it's a little tough after you just fired a head coach, though.
No, I understand. But I'm saying,
the call's coming from inside the building there. It's Haslam.
How dare any of you say that we run a dysfunctional organization?
Sorry. It's that meme of we got to find this guy who did it.
I'm just going to listen. I'm going to say,
but you're actually making a point that it goes with mine, so I like it. Keep going.
It's actually been more professionally run than it has in regimes past,
for sure.
And I'm willing to grant them that grace and give them credit for that. I mean, look, the way it was handled today, right? Announcement was made at 9 a.m. I think the NFL insiders got maybe a 30-second jump on the team announcement. Mm-hmm. I think it was Schefter and Pelissero and Rossini, boom, 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 all at the same time. Kevin's been fired. There's the team announcement. We all know, that was handled very cleanly this morning. That was a very professional job.
Professional operation?
Yes.
We love those.
And how?
Granted, I kind of feel like that Kevin Stefanski was Joe Pesci and Goodfellas walking into the room, but that's just me.
Oh, really? You think that?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I got the impression he pieced it all together a while ago, I would imagine.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no secret. I mean, look, we all knew this was coming in mid-December when it came out that Kevin Stefanski was going to be in demand around the National Football League.
I'm going to be a jerk about it, then that's not Pesci and Goodfellas, because Goodfellas, like, he got blindsided. Like, this wasn't blindsiding to Stefanski.
I still feel like that.
Is it Pesci and Casino?
No, that was the worst way to go.
Yeah, it's not great.
And Buried Alive is
that's with your kid brother.
Oh my gosh, that's I mean,
after getting pummeled too.
In like top 5
Pesci
movie
and Home
deaths.
Alone. Is he Harry? Is he Marv? I don't know. But all the movies Pesci's
It's just we're just gonna go through a Pesci right here. And Casino was the worst by far, by the way.
Yes,
Absolute worst. No, I told Nick I thought this was
death in general for me.
If you ever watched Curb and you've seen Larry David's Spike Store, that's what I think this is.
Okay.
I thought the last 2 weeks was that. Like that's his. It's basically his middle finger to Andrew Berry is what it turns out to be. The last 2 weeks were that. He knew he was getting fired. He knew he was getting canned.
And he said, "You are not getting the number 2 pick in the draft.
I'm going to ruin your draft pick in the process of it. This is my big middle finger to you is winning these games." Because I've never seen him have that emotion on the sidelines the way that he's had him for the past 2 weeks.
I know. Well,
I've been waiting for that for 6 years, Daryl.
Well, because again, I think a big weight has been taken off his shoulders. There is something to be said for a change of scenery was needed for everybody.
For sure.
I think that's fair.
Now, do you have a betting odds that you think he lands with next? I've been saying all day.
I think it's going to the Giants.
You think the Giants? Okay.
I think it's the Giants. Unless Harbaugh gets fired in Baltimore, which then I think the Giants and the Browns would race on their private jets to Baltimore to try and kidnap him. I think that Stefanski's going to end up.
Oh,
in New York
Stefanski and Lamar, by the way, could not coexist.
No. No.
So you're saying they should hire him?
They should definitely not hire him. I think that would be a disaster.
Yeah, but no.
I think Stefanski would like that until he didn't like that. Until it turned into this is an extreme Baker Mayfield version. I have no control over you, and that's not how Stefanski wants us to go.
Him going to New York would be a great move for him, closer to home. He's got a beach house there in New Jersey, so I think that would be the perfect. And
I don't think you should take a job. None of these jobs are good. None of them. The Falcons' job's the best one, and you still have to try and fix Michael Penix or.
Yeah, but I don't. He's got Bijan Robinson, which is his Nick Chubb. Actually, I know you're being semi-serious here. I'm being semi-serious too. I think he could do a good job for the Atlanta Falcons, but just with how dysfunctional Arthur Blank is setting that whole operation up to be, I think that's...
Yeah, Nick and I have kind of disagreed with this today because I feel like one of the better jobs that are going to open up, like if the Bills job opens up a year from now or even after this offseason, Stefanski's not getting the Bills job. He's not getting the Bengals job. There's going to be better coaches that get these jobs.
I think you underestimate how much people around the NFL think of Kevin Stefanski.
This is the class that Stefanski belongs in. A Falcons team that has good skill position players, seems like they could be semi-competitive, and that's about it. And then it's on him to raise it up.
But you're talking about your and my assessment of him, which again I think is actually closer to reality than what the NFL is. This is, you and I know this is a giant PR machine, and Kevin Stefanski's got the goods from people around the NFL, and it only gets better the longer you go away.
But he's not perceived as elite, though.
Yeah, and here's the thing too: is the Browns' reputation around the NFL still is not the best.
Well, and that's what he's got. That's his calling
what boosts
card.
his stock because they say, "Hey, you took the Browns to the playoffs not once but twice, and won Coach of the Year."
And he's got to fall on that, but it only goes so far too, though. And I think the teams that we're talking about. Hell, I think it's even generous if we're being honest about it. Like the Falcons, I think that's even generous. The idea that the Raiders, you could have Mendoza and start off there, I think that's even generous. But that's the class of teams that I think he belongs with.
Those are bad franchises. Now, in fairness, there's got to be something between the Falcons and the Bills. But listen, I'll cede to some degree that I don't think he'd be the front runner for the Bills job. I think he'd still have a chance at it. But I think he might not be better than the Falcons. He's 100% better than Tennessee, the Raiders, or the Giants.
I will say
the Giants
this.
job's bad.
He's better than Tennessee, I'll tell you that. That's about it.
Leading up to the game against the Bills, I was on our sister station up in Buffalo there, and they asked about Kevin. They wanted to know if he was a good coach because they're already thinking about it.
He's offensive Sean McDermott. They've already done it for 7 years.
Was it Capaccio? Because he did us dirty. He treated us like filth for asking about Sean McDermott.
That's true.
If it was Capaccio, I want that ass.
Capaccio said no one's talking about it. Yeah. Capaccio was like, no one brings him up ever in these discussions.
No, it wasn't with Sal.
Was it Joey D?
Bobby C.
I got to go back in my text messages and see which show I was on because I can't remember.
Zapata X. No? Any of these guys?
Any of them?
None of them ring a bell.
Jeremy? Totally Jeremy.
Always Jeremy.
Such a Jeremy
Always
move.
Jeremy.
What is that guy even about?
Good old WGR 550.
I'm still pissed at Capaccio. Well, we kind of hit a dead end there because we were D'ing around for a little too long.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to talk about, Daryl?
What question did you want to ask Haslam?
No, I
that didn't get asked.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jimmy about Andrew, and okay, great, he had one good year, but what about the previous 4? Like, why doesn't that factor in? Because those 4 years are a big reason why you won 8 games in 2 years, and they're also why you're going to have to spend the resources that you will have to spend this offseason to fill them, and so. They are, we're going to find out what Andrew's made of. We're going to find out if he's a one-hit wonder or not. Hopefully not, for Browns fans' sake. But, Andrew's got an uphill climb here, not just with the coaching search, but with all the problems on the offensive side of the ball. That's why I asked him today. Well, are you saying that the players that you brought in were better than what they produced? And he kind of danced around that question, but I think that that's a fair question that needs to be asked as well, because that's pretty much what the organization said. Problem wasn't with the roster. It was with the coach and the coaching. And so, well, okay, I think the roster's a problem because I didn't see a lot of wide receivers getting open. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had rookie quarterbacks that weren't seeing the windows when they were supposed to see them, at times, a lot of the times, to be honest. But there are a lot of deficiencies with the roster on the offensive side of the ball. And maybe 2-3 more wins from Stefanski these last 2 years. And did that really move the needle forward for you as a franchise?
Daryl, did you hear I beat him in the burger bet?
You're winning a lot of free food.
It was unfortunate. It was an AFC North who wins the burger bet. I had the Ravens. He had the Steelers. So a 44-yard field goal decided that one. That was brutal. That was a great game last night, though, Daryl.
I got your New Year's resolution for you. No more burger bets.
I disagree.
Your wife is going to be very unhappy you're handing out all these gift cards to us.
I thought I had him dead on the rights. I said I would never do a burger bet again, and then I thought I had him dead on the rights.
I thought the Ravens had him dead to rights, too. and then
I thought they had him wide right.
They definitely had him wide right.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, can I say? He paid up too early.
I wanted to get rid of that. That was too filthy. I wanted to wash that filth off my hands immediately.
Here's the thing. I was going to double or nothing
over.
Well, wait
I don't believe you. I don't believe
I'm
you were
not
going
to do it now, but I was going to do it.
He paid fast this time?
Yeah.
This
real
time.
Quick.
I learned after last time, and I don't wait for people to be like.
Lesson.
Well, don't let people, be like,
hound
hey,
you?
Well, I mean, not hound me, but don't let people be like, all right, I'm ready for my burger bet to be paid off now. Just pay it off.
It was getting close to Stewie Griffin on Brian Griffin crime
Where's
here.
my money?
Yeah. We were getting close to that.
You want to know what my double or nothing was going to be?
What?
Steelers won the playoff game over the Texans.
And he knows I would have taken it in a second, and I still want that bet, but now it's not going to happen, I guess.
It now can't.
Although I wouldn't bet with him anyway. Did you hear what he was going to try to do?
No, it can still happen because you just bet him another burger.
No. I want out of the burger bet game. Did you hear what he was going to try to do?
No.
He was going to try to give off one of the burger bets that was won by one of the sales guys and make the sales guy pay off his burger bet to me if he had lost that.
I was redirecting
a transfer of a burger bet, which is insane to me. I don't want that. I want it to come out of your pocketbook.
You paid with a gift card.
Yes.
What kind of? Who
I paid
are you?
For that gift card online.
I physically drove Nick to Swenson's to pay up my bet.
I think it was in my truck.
I have 2 kids under 3. I'm not spending time doing that.
Do you want a tissue?
No, but I'm not spending my time getting a burger with them. That's not happening. So you get the digital gift card, and I think that's more than fair.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is if you're out here high roading people on that's not how burger bets work.
You don't get to transfer.
You
don't get to transfer your lost burger.
You don't pay for. You didn't buy a burger. You bought a gift card. It was 2 different things.
That pays for a burger. Any burger on that menu gets paid for with that digital gift card.
And by the way, so does Dustin, the sales guy. When I had redirected that burger right to you.
No, that was a bad move. It was not a great move.
Daryl?
I think it's a phenomenal move by him.
See, he gets it. He gets it.
I totally get it. I do the same thing.
Oh, that's not a good look for you, Daryl.
Biscuit.
That's not a good look.
I think
that's not. Oh, yeah.
You and Fanta.
Yeah, Daryl endorsing it really makes it.
Have gotten real squirrely on the burger bets.
No, now Fanta's on another level.
Yeah, have you heard what
that's
he's doing?
That's actually wrong. I mean, what I said was wrong too, but like that's another level of wrong.
So I let him take 6 wins or over.
Okay.
And the Browns, and so because I predicted 4 wins for the Browns, regardless of the bet, it was outside the bet.
Okay.
Because the Browns got to 5, and he remembers me saying 3 wins. Okay, his number's closer.
So he feels he should win.
He does.
Are we doing the Price is Right? If you're over, you're out.
No,
it wasn't how it was set up.
He lost. It's 5 wins or below. It's what it is. It's unbecoming of a fine Catholic man.
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
You know what we need? We need the Pittsburgh priest who threw holy water in the end zone to throw some of that on Jersey John.
I mean, it worked.
Jersey John.
It's not bad. It's not good.
He's going to hate it.
He's going to hate it.
He's going to absolutely hate it.
Which, until I get my burger, that's how this is going.
Jersey John. Oh, such a Cleveland kid. This one's going to bother him. Hey, it's where he lives now. Whatever.
Yeah.
He'll live.
That's how they do things.
You start making NBC money, you can pay off a burger back. You know what I mean?
And Kevin Stefanski might be neighbors here in a couple of weeks.
I'm going to let that sit there.
Aren't they already kind of neighbors?
No, I mean like full-time neighbors.
Okay, yeah, because he didn't sell his house. The beach house you talked about.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I didn't know he lived on a beach, by the way. I did not know that.
He's a Jersey guy. What murder?
So much of Jersey is a beach, right? I did not know that. I knew he was in parts of Philly. I did not know he was on a beach.
Yeah.
Which does not fit a Stefanski vibe at all.
Well, it was a gift for his family, so they had a nice place to go during the summer.
Wait, he got gifted a beach house?
He bought it for his family as a gift.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, his dad made a lot of money.
Is that a tax write-off? Do you think that's where that came from?
I don't know. What kind of question is
how deep into the real estate world of Stefanski can we go?
Yeah, like, do we know for sure that he's paid it off? Did he pay it in cash, or was there a mortgage? I just want to know.
When he bought that house...
I thought you were a reporter. I'm sorry.
When he bought that house on the west side, I did say
Hang on,
that
let
was
me
not
check
a
the
big enough
property
house.
records.
Yes. Daryl
will
of 20 years ago.
Will he sell his house quick, or will we do like Hugh Jackson and Mangini and all these other ones that have just kept their houses for so many years?
Depends on if he gets a job.
People are still like, I saw Hugh Jackson at the Planet Fitness the other day. It's like, what? It's just all these guys still stay in the area.
You can't lead me to that line without me making a joke. That's going to get me punched in the face.
I constantly hear people finding him at Chipotle and Planet Fitness, all these different spots. It's like, why doesn't Hugh Jackson just leave and stay away? But they all buy these big houses in this area, and then they all just stay around forever.
It's cheaper to live here than elsewhere. That's why their money spends slower,
especially without a job. Daryl.
Wow.
Daryl Ryder brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Still not the meanest thing I thought in all of the comments I could have made. That was me holding back. Daryl, great stuff, buddy.
Talk to you later.
Thank you, Daryl.
In case we missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$500 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
The Browns coaching search is on.
When you hire a head coach, it's someone who has to be able to lead your players, lead your staff, lead the organization, lead through hardship, and lead through crisis.
Keep it locked on The Fan all day for the latest coaching news with the Browns and around the NFL. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guest, Nathan Segura, at 5 o'clock today. Great stuff on the personal side of Stefanski getting fired and obviously the path forward. He gave us a couple traits he'd like of the new head coach and the different buckets you could pull from. Dynamite stuff from Nathan at 5 o'clock today. Also, Daryl Ryder, who joined us in the 6 o'clock hour, 6 and 6:20. And really great stuff with him. Again, if you guys missed any of it, the full show is up on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Please like that video. Drop them corn emojis.
And
Cornlito! And, of course, we like to be liked. And make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well, because we like to be followed and subscribed to as well. Ring that bell. A youth told me to say that once. I don't know what it means. But
that youth was Mac Robinson.
Yeah, he's no longer youth. He's like
he's almost. Is he 30? He's 30.
He's like aged cheddar.
More like aged spoiled milk.
Okay, that was me.
What?
That was what murder?
What murder?
But
everything's fine. He's not listening. Except that sometimes that he is.
But milk did have a prime. Let's go ahead and get to in case we missed it. No, I'm saying, to spoil, you have to have a prime. Mac hasn't hit his prime yet.
Yeah, that
Daryl
expiration
laughing
date
like
is
that.
already
Come
missed.
on.
All right. Earlier in the show, we talked about Matt Ryan as he's gotten the promotion up to being the Falcons' president of football. Arthur Blank says the new GM, the new head coach, they all report upward to Matt Ryan. And then Tom Pelissero on the NFL Network had this report a couple hours ago. Here we go.
This had been in the works for weeks. Nothing the Falcons did down the stretch, including that 4-game winning streak, made any difference. They had already determined they were moving on from Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot, now likely moving forward with Matt Ryan, who is, from my understanding, hoping to retain his duties at CBS as well, also taking on that job as the president of football operations.
So in earlier in Quick Hits, I had mentioned how, thank God I just get him off my TV.
Yeah.
Fine, take the job, but then I get you away from my TV, which is a good thing.
Brady.
How are you going to do both? You can't do both.
Tom Brady's allowed to do both, so can slap-ass Matt Ryan.
Okay, but then Tom Brady also is this very, very minority owner that all of a sudden, between him and Spy Tech, are just trying to do everything, and it's not working, by the way. It resulted in one of the worst seasons the Raiders have had in forever, and also resulted in firing Pete Carroll after one season.
It's not great.
This is how this goes.
Yep, keep going.
It doesn't work.
That's two franchises.
Why is Arthur Blank trying to allow this? Why is Matt Ryan even trying to do this?
Money, power, ego.
I mean, I hate this idea. If you're gonna put your feet into the being a president of a football team and doing all the operations, then put both feet in. Don't just put one foot in. Put both feet in.
I think you should put one foot in every shoe that you want to, because that makes one less good franchise out there.
I would be livid if we were doing Atlanta radio right now. I don't know how I'd be able to control myself.
Don't worry, no one's listening.
At Transplant City, no one listens to those stations at all. But even still, I would not be able to control myself.
If we were in Atlanta doing radio right now, we'd be screaming into the void.
Oh, now it sounds like we're taking a shot at an old friend, and now I feel bad about that.
No, I was talking about our Odyssey station there.
Even better. Even better.
I'm kidding.
I thought we're company men.
What murder? Okay. Guys,
they don't care about it either.
I think if my life had turned out differently, I could have been Amish.
In what world would you have been Amish?
Well, in this world, I would not have met Vanessa Wilson, and maybe I met a sturdy Amish gal on Rumspringa, and she takes me home, she seduces me into their ways, grooms me, if you will. And I think minus the sugar I've had the last 20 years.
This is the most absurd take you've ever had.
No. I was in Amish country.
You're turning into LeBron James?
I'm an Amish 10. Let it be known. Half those dudes look like they're missing several chromosomes.
You know what
and I'm not judging. I'm just saying I am Amish hot.
There's
I am 6'4".
You're
Look at
Amish
these.
hot.
Yes.
Well, the beard is part of it. An Amish community, like the beard is
The
part of
belly,
it. You know what's
the
going to happen?
beard.
No, you'd end up being Amish, and then you'd end up being my house cleaner. Is what happens. That's how that works.
No, that'd be my oldest daughter, who would be about 35 now. They get them started young.
They do.
But I can see them. I own a nice little 100-acre farm there. I'm out there.
You could
tilling
do.
the
You do a lot of woodworking. You do a lot of raising up of farms and
a lot of
barns
slaughtering.
and
a lot
all that.
of slaughter.
Making cheese.
Butchering out the wazoo. I'm not making cheese.
Are you making?
That's not
you're
a
making,
man's job. Making
that's
cheese.
right. Leave that to somebody
There's
else.
separation of labor.
Okay. That's what they'd exist there.
Yeah.
because they're stuck in like 1915.
But I would be a king in the Amish community. Think of my genetics, right? Think of these looks, this shoulders.
Yeah.
This, I mean, just the 20 years of Amish labor, I'd be basically another mule. They'd be like, Ezekiel the mule, he's down. Get Wilson out there. Get Wilson Yoder out there. And I'd just be out there just plowing the farm, pulling. You got Jebediah behind me. I'm just rowing some rows.
I don't want to say anything mean, but did they look at you like you were the eighth wonder of the world because they've never seen somebody that large?
I'll tell you this right now. I thought Vanessa was going to get very jealous.
Really?
Those Amish, they see the stock. They see this power.
Really?
And they want to take a dance on the disco floor.
Yeah.
And I'm a married man. That's not who I am.
It's
who I could have been.
The scene in Kingpin where the Amish guy's like, they don't have wide birthing hips.
Yeah.
That's how they look at you. They'd be like, he's got that dude that's big.
You realize
he can raise up a lot of kids.
This is not prominent in the Amish.
Raise up a lot of barns.
They give me multiple wives.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah.
Because what I could do for that genetic pool is. Well, I could jump them forward 200 years genetically.
They have like the highest percentage of dwarfism.
Yeah. Not after I get done with them.
Once you're in there, all of a sudden those rates just completely change.
Again, in another life. Not now. I couldn't start being Amish now, but you get me young. You get me 18 years old and just throw some steady Amish at me.
You're talking like your secretariat. Like you just be put out to stud. In the Amish community, you're just used and abused to create hundreds of other little Amish.
You're gonna keep me to one woman?
Oh my! This is ridiculous.
Come on.
So in the Amish world, you just
enjoy the bulge.
You just basically take every woman there.
No, they're offered to me. I think it's crazy. I mean,
yes, it is crazy. You're right.
No,
I think it is crazy.
You're right.
You're right.
That you sit here and think to yourself, you're not Amish material.
I know.
All right?
Oh, I know.
Little Anna the housekeeper might be into you, but that's because she's not used to seeing men like me.
I got the cold shoulder from her today.
Yeah, you did.
I know. I don't know
she
if I
might
made.
Have seen me down
I don't know that I made the turkey sandwich the right way today. I don't know what it was, but I got the cold shoulder from her. I think she might have caught on to the bit that we talk about her now.
I would have.
I don't know how though.
How?
She's Amish. She's not supposed to know.
On the Odyssey app.
Somebody's cheating in Amish country.
All I'm gonna tell you is here's what it is. She sees your self-doubt. If Anna was my housekeeper, if I was Amish, I would say that's the best I got. Take her to leave it, Anna. Hit the bricks. I'll go find another Yoder.
I think she's like, I saw this big guy this weekend.
Yeah.
And you're just not. You're not that guy.
He's a tower of masculinity.
You're not that guy.
Yeah. 20 years ago, he probably would have been my father. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Big thanks to Michael Markoch. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. I'm telling you, there's not a person out here that doesn't know I could be Amish, and I would slay in the Amish community.
You'd be so bored. You'd be so utterly bored.
I'd be working. I'd be so fit.
You'd be so bored.
I'd be so yoked. I'd be the yoked Amish. They'd be like, who's this Amish Viking?
You defy all of their ideas of what they think they know. They're like, how is he still so big?
It'd be like when Jimi Hendrix hit rock and roll.
All he does is work.
It'd be like this tower of sexuality.
Jax wants us out really bad, but we could do this for another 20 minutes.
All right. Good show, buddy.
Had fun, but goodbye.
I would slay in the Amish community. See you guys.
Spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
John Harbaugh is a Super Bowl champion.